Birds of Lorain by Bill Dode. Read by Paul. Ingmar Bjorgsen knew he was going to die. He turned his back on his useless ship and went inside the bubble house that had been his home for 99 days. Methodically, he donned his all-weather clothes, his environment suit. He did not want to die in this place. Here was food and refrigeration for the days, warmth and comfort for the nights. He could not bring himself to put a gun to his head or end it by any other direct, willful act. But out there in the desert, away from man-made helps for survival, there a man could get himself into circumstances where nature took care of it. That was his reason for being here on this lowly planet in the first place, the promise of finding intelligent life. For intelligence was rare in the universe after all. A lone adventurer, a year before, forced down on this planet by a cosmic storm, had waited a week here for the storm to subside, then had landed on Earth with the feverish news of intelligent life. Ingmar Bjorgsen had come to investigate. Birds yet. They were only two birds with minds like the edge of a razor, living alone on this planet that was 100% desert. He took one last look around the bubble, then walked out, leaving the door open. From 10 feet away, he watched the sand already blowing in through the doorway, and he felt very lonely and small. He knew that his death, like his life, would never be marked anywhere with any degree of permanence. He walked. There was no hurry, so he walked slowly, stopping occasionally to turn and stare at the tracks his feet had scuffed in the sand, watching sand drift into them. He smiled wryly. The universe was so eager to be rid of him, as if he were a disease. He looked up again, studying the whole sky. But there was no movement of wings, no silver streak of a ship coming to pick him up. Only one spot marred the desert's domain, the tiny, bright reflection of the burning sun on the now distant bubble. The birds had promised him. They had been so sure of themselves. When he knew that the fierce sun and wind would kill him before he could get back to the bubble, he started removing his all-weather clothes. He flung them aside like a dancer. Coat to the left, trousers to the right. The hot wind threw the trousers back against his face. He tore them off with a curse. Shirt to the left. He kept the shoes on out of respect for his feet. Then he trudged on, wondering vaguely how a half-dressed man, dying on his feet, could make the same marks in the sand as a fully clothed, comfortable one. He stumbled on an outcropping of rock. He fell. He picked himself up again. It would be quick after all. The sun was in league with the rest of the universe. He would die soon. He fell again. He had found the planet of Lorain easily. The adventurer's charts were accurate. It was a dry, barren place, an old, worn-out world where only wind and sand moved, where mountains shoved their eroded peaks into the impotent sky. But Ingmar found, upon emerging from his ship, that there was another movement. 2 black dots appeared far away in the sky and rapidly grew larger. He had been told that the planet was populated by an intelligent form of bird life. 2 were approaching now. He smiled to himself. Imagine that, he said to himself. A smart bird. How should you meet a smart bird? Should you shake hands? The birds alighted in the sand before him. They eyed him with bright, intelligent eyes. They were quite large, standing at least 2 feet tall. Their gray feathers lay smooth and straight, immaculately cared for. Ingmar cast around in his mind for something to say, or some sign to make that indicated friendship. Then one of the birds looked at the other and said, This one is larger. Much, the other replied. Ingmar was astonished. You can talk? He asked. In English? Certainly. Didn't the first man tell you how he instructed us? Yes, of course, Ingmar said, confused. But I didn't remember, that is, well, I didn't believe it. The birds eyed each other again. I like him, one said. If there's anything I hate, it's a completely honest person. The other gave him a vicious peck on his back. Shut up, it said. Do you want him to think we condone dishonesty? Of course not, the other retorted hotly. I just meant that, considering social protocol, it is sometimes kind to tell a very small lie. Ingmar was speechless. He looked back at his ship, standing tall and straight, ready to blast itself into the sky again. He glanced round at the lonely landscape. Finally, he said, It's difficult to see a difference between you two. Do you have names that I might be able to use? Oh, yes, we beg your pardon. How uncivil of us. Our name, translated into your tongue, is Pisces. The fish? Well, they said, from our home planet, the constellation does not look like a fish. Oh, well, are both of you named Pisces? Oh, I see. That is your species. I'm called man. You are called Pisces. Of course not, they said. You were right the first time. Pisces is our name. You can say, Pisces, get me that ship, and we would do so. How can both of you have the same name? Are you actually one intelligence? And see that you keep your hands, see that you leave my ship alone. One said, We wouldn't think of touching your ship. The other said, No, we are two separate entities. Ingmar passed a hand over his face, thinking. The two very earth-looking birds stood quietly before him, their feet buried in the sand, so that it looked like their legs were two stilts shoved into the ground. At last he said, Well, I know what we'll do. I will call you Pisces 1. He pointed to the bird on his left. And your companion, Pisces 2. The identical birds glanced at each other, then leapt into the air. They circled high above his head. They swooped low. They engaged in marvelous aerial gymnastics, wonderful to see. Ingmar made notes in his book concerning their agility. Finally, they came back to rush before him again, so suddenly that he stepped backward quickly, frightened. Now, they said, which one of us is Pisces 1 and which is Pisces 2? Puzzled, Ingmar studied them carefully. The one with a quick temper might show this characteristic in some way. He pointed to the bird on his right. You, he said, are Pisces 1. They laughed. It was a verbal sound only. No expression showed in their eyes. All right, Ingmar said after some thought. I can fix that. He entered his ship and rummaged around in his clothes locker, then emerged with a brilliant red ribbon of plastic. I'll tie this to your leg. That way, I'll know that you are Pisces 1, if you promise not to move it from one to the other. We promise. He stooped over to tie the plastic on the leg of the one he thought was Pisces 1, and was almost caught in the sudden flurry of slashing beaks and raking claws, like a mating fight in an aviary. I am Pisces 1, one screamed, administering a resounding peck on the other's back. No, you're not. I am. This one leapt into the air and landed on the other's back. He raked vicious, long talons across the well-groomed feathers. I am more intelligent than you. I should be Pisces 1. From a safe 10 feet away, Ingmar threw the ribbon at them. Stop it! He yelled. They obeyed instantly and stood quietly side by side facing him. Ingmar drew his handgun and pointed it at them. Now stop your fighting, or I'll blow you to kingdom come. Fine, they said. Anything to get off this miserable planet. How far is it? Ingmar smiled, in spite of his anger. It's an expression. It means, I will destroy you. One of the birds quickly picked up the plastic ribbon and carried it to the other, and dropped it near the leg. Then both took it in their beaks, and together they tied it around the leg. It was done so quickly that Ingmar stood there aghast, surprised into immobility. He had never before seen birds tie knots. It would not be wise to destroy us, Pisces 1 said. We can help you. How? You need help, Pisces 2 said. A storm is coming. A cosmic storm? Ingmar asked. I'm not worried about that. I'll stay here until it moves on. Pisces 1 shook his head. A planetary storm. When? Sometime tonight. Okay, Ingmar said. Thanks. I'll stay inside. It's not so easy as that. You must blast off and put your ship in orbit for the night. Why? Do you know how much fuel it takes to get into orbit? I have none to spare. Pisces 2 scratched in the sand with his claws, thinking. Then he said, Only one alternative exists. If you remain, the storm will wreck your ship. Take us aboard now and blast off for your home planet. To stay here means death. Ingmar snorted and turned back toward his ship. He thought, Take them aboard my ship? Not in a million years. He saw their plan now. They wanted to get into his ship. Then, by some means he could not now foresee, they would take the ship away from him. He was so shaken by this conclusion that he quickly retreated to safety, closing the airlock. The birds stayed outside. They were arguing between themselves. He could tell by the gesticulations they made with their heads. Once Pisces 1 attacked Pisces 2 viciously, raking him mercilessly with sharp talons. Pisces 2 fought back ferociously. They rolled over and over in the sand. Ingmar threw a switch that gave him communication outside the ship and yelled at them. They stopped fighting at once. He said, Have you two lost your minds? Pisces 2 laughed. Now how could one lose his mind? It goes with him everywhere. All right, Ingmar said. I meant, have you become insane? Of course not, Pisces 1 said. We are peaceful entities. We intentionally developed this argument to break the monotony of life here. Is it as bad as that? It is terrible. Will you take us aboard? Ingmar did not answer, but switched the communicator off and busied himself with recording his observations. He took advantage of their continued presence and took photographs. Finally, after several hours, they leapt into the air and flew away toward the distant mountains. Ingmar was sorry to see them leave, and more than once checked his instruments for signs of a coming storm in case they were right. But nothing outside had changed. After they left, he opened the ship and stepped outside, taking readings with instruments to record the character of the planet. He trudged through the eternally drifting sand, looking for some sign of life. No plants, insects, animals anywhere. Only the fine, mobile sand, occasionally an outcropping of rock not yet eroded away, and the heat. Ingmar was forced to turn the controls of his environment suit almost all the way up to keep comfortable. Then when the sun receded behind the ghostly barren mountains, the cold came creeping in. Ingmar turned his controls in the other direction while walking back to his ship. He was afraid he would not keep the cold outside. The landscape, with the sun's absence, was dark and fearful. Shadows moved in the wind, shadows of drifting sand that took the shape of monsters lurking in the darkness. Ingmar was not one to frighten easily, but the night took on such ominous sighs and moans and movements that his imagination began to magnify them beyond recognition. When he finally saw the ship loom up before him, he ran, stumbling toward it. He fumbled in the darkness for the control knob to open the lock and found it at last. He leapt inside, accompanied by a cold blast of wind and sand, and stood there panting, hearing his heart pound in his ears. The night was long and lonely. He was too far from civilization for his radio equipment to bring the comfort of familiar sounds. He tried to read, but found concentration impossible. He thought of the birds, wondering where they were now, how they kept from freezing to death at night. He rewrote his notes, adding remembered facts and impressions. Finally, he decided sleep was the most painless way of spending the night and swallowed a small capsule designed to induce total sleep for at least 6 hours. He awoke the next morning, standing on his head. The bed, horizontal the night before, was now vertical. The whole room was vertical. Panic swept over him like a wave of burning fire. He scrambled to the airlock. It opened grotesquely. The ship, which last night had stood so proudly, now lay on its side. And in his drugged sleep he had not known when it fell. For Ingmar, the bottom dropped out of everything, and his heart dropped with it. There was no resetting of a ship once it had fallen. This took special equipment. Ingmar Bjorgsen was a doomed man, and he knew it. While he stood outside in the morning sun, staring at the horrible spectacle before him, the two birds alighted, one on each side. "Why didn't you listen to us?" Pisces 1 said in an accusing tone. "Yes," Pisces 2 echoed angrily. "You make me sick, thinking you're so smart, coming down here in your big ship and strutting around like you think you're a god or something. Now how big do you feel? Do you realize that this is our first opportunity to leave this planet? I have a good notion to peck your stupid eyes out right here and now." "Leave him be," Pisces 1 said. "He may not be so bright, but I think he would have taken us with him after he got used to us and saw how harmless we are." Pisces 2 leaped at him, almost knocking Ingmar off his feet. "Shut up! I have a good notion to peck your eyes out too." "Oh, stop it," Ingmar said wearily. "We're all doomed to spend the rest of our lives here. How was I supposed to know that the storm would be so bad? My instruments gave no indication whatever." "Actually, it was our fault," Pisces 2 said more calmly. "We failed to mention the nature of the storm. We thought you knew. It was a magnetic storm, a shifting of magnetic currents surrounding the planet. We had no idea that you would think of the weather." They walked with him around the fallen ship. It was not injured, that much Ingmar could see. The soft bed of sand had cushioned its fall. If it could only be righted. Ingmar knew it was impossible. "It is pointed toward that knoll out there, see? Suppose we all got inside and blasted off. We would slide along, and maybe when we reached the knoll, we'd have enough speed to keep on going in a straight line until we could point our nose upward." Ingmar shook his head, but he appreciated the suggestion. It indicated that they were willing to try anything. He knew their motives were not entirely philanthropic, but he liked them more for it anyway. He said, "There is only one way out, and that is for someone to come in and get us." "Well," Pisces 2 said, "what are you waiting for? Call them." "I can't. We are too far out for communication." The two gray birds eyed one another in disbelief. Pisces 1 scratched his breast impolitely. Then he said, "Are you telling us that you have come this far from your own solar system, knowing that you could not call for help if necessary?" Ingmar nodded. Pisces 2 snorted through his beak and scratched in the sand. "Stupidity," he said. There's no other word for it. Yes, there is, Pisces 1 answered somewhat sharply. In fact, there are several possible words. Bravery, desperation. Actually, I think it is a combination of both. I am sure that you are aware how rare intelligent life is in the universe. When you heard of us, you rushed out here at once. I would call it bravery to go beyond the sound of the voices of your own kind. You are desperate because you are lonely in an almost empty universe. We must help him, said Pisces 2. Of course. But first, let's make him comfortable. It will be a long wait. Thank you, Ingmar said, moved by their sympathy. But you cannot help. Or do you have a way to send messages? Yes, in a way, Pisces 2 said. You see, Pisces 1 lifted a huge wing and knocked Pisces 2 in the sand. He turned to Ingmar. Do you promise to take us with you if we should succeed in getting help? Ingmar did not think it over. Yes, he said. Then we will do it. But first we must make you comfortable. Do you have equipment for shelter besides the ship? Yes, there's the bubble. It can be expanded to become a house. Get it, Pisces 2 said. Ingmar did. He dragged it outside and began to unfold it in preparation for inflation. But Pisces 2 stopped him. Not here, he said. It will be a long time. Our calculation is that it will take at least 45 days to get help. The trip from your planet alone is at least 40 days. You will not wish to stare at your toppled ship for so long. I suggest we go beyond the first knoll. Pisces 1 laughed and said to Ingmar, For once, he is using his brain. We will carry it. He grasped the bubble in his claws, flapped his enormous wings, and sailed off. Soon he returned, and among the three of them all his food and books and any equipment he might need was carried over the knoll out of sight of the wrecked ship. We will not return, they said, until the rescue ship arrives, so make yourself comfortable. Do not stray too far from the ship. This is the most miserable planet in the universe. Give us plenty of time. We know we can summon help, but we do not know how long it will take. We may need as many as 75 days. Ingmar settled down to wait. The fierce, burning sun had turned Ingmar's face and naked arms into fried areas of intense pain. But he regained consciousness when he felt the coolness of the ointment. It penetrated deep down under the burned skin into flesh and muscle, soothing injured cells. He opened his eyes. He moved his head. The eyes were burned and bloodshot, but he could see a ship standing 100 feet away. It was not sleek and long, pointing its needle nose at the sky, though. It was round, dull white, like a giant egg laid by a giant bird. Bird? Ingmar chuckled, senses returning, thinking through his pain of Pisces 1 or Pisces 2 laying an egg. Then he laughed aloud. He stopped quite abruptly and looked again. The egg was still sitting there, but it was not an egg. It was actually a ship, and the airlock was open, and Pisces 2 was backing out, dragging a sort of stretcher on wheels. It's a ship, he exclaimed, tears running down his cheeks over the ointment. Whose ship is it? Ours, said Pisces 1. Yours? Ingmar said after a long pause, while the pain raged over his skin. He tried to sit up, and Pisces 1 got behind him and pushed, nudging him upright. Where did you get it? Oh, Pisces 2 interrupted. We had it all the time. Shut up, Pisces 1 yelled. He asked me. Hold your tongue, Pisces 2 retorted hotly, or I'll take off and leave you here. I've had enough of you in the past century to last a lifetime. Pisces 1 said to Ingmar, Pay no attention to that peasant. He helped Pisces 2 push the stretcher next to Ingmar. Then he pushed a lever, and the stretcher reduced itself to ground height. It was too short for Ingemar's body, having been designed for the body of a bird. He's right, though, Pisces 1 continued, giving the stretcher a kick because it wasn't long enough. We had the ship all along. It was despicable of us to deceive you, but our ship was defective, and we needed yours for parts. Ingemar shook his head. There was no magnetic storm? Pisces 2 nodded his head. Oh yes, there was a storm, but not a natural phenomenon, I'm sorry to say. Too bad. The natural storms are much more beautiful. And you had the bubble set up away from the ship, so I wouldn't see you steal the parts. They hung their heads. Despicable, they said. A rotten thing to do. Ingemar was too ill for anger. Let me understand this, he said. You ruined my ship to get parts for yours.
Out beyond furthest Pluto, beyond pale Neptune, roared the stardust, rocketing toward the monstrous new planet that filled the heavens, Planet P, the colossus that time forgot. She stood upon the high battlements of the palace overlooking the land of Toom, with sunlight splashing over the beauty and radiance of her. She, Umeth, Mattia of Toom. Her eyes wandered to the road that wound, ribbon-like, far beyond her land, out into the great reaches of her world, out into Nimbor. Nimbor, whose lords even now were in session with Toom's officials, demanding the land's surrender to their superior forces. Nimbor, whose rulers offered life to the heads of Toom's commonwealth, providing the Mattia mate with their prince. She stood, trying to drink in the splendor of the land, for this might be a last time. What her answer would be as directress of internal relations, she well knew. What her answer as woman to Ald of Nimbor would be, she knew even better. But now she must return to the council meeting. Danuth, head center of Toom, was speaking as she re-entered. What you demand, Ald of Nimbor, is the Commonwealth's freedom and our officers in return for petty sinecures under your proposed regime, and the Mattia in marriage, as if it were in the power of any save she to grant that. She did not flush as the insolent eyes of the young man across the table fell upon her, appraised, then leered approval at her. Her voice was clear and cold as she said, You boast loudly of your war machine, Ald of Nimbor. You remark casually that you could crush our armies with a mere handful of men. But you say you are willing to spare our lives if we surrender without a struggle. In return for what do you offer us life, Prince of Nimbor? Serfdom and misery for our people under Nimbor's hand? The stigma of cowardice upon then called, "What's the matter with Eld? Why are you carrying him?" One of the two men approaching answered, "He slipped on a staircase and fell, Your Highness. He is unconscious and seems to have broken his leg. We thought it best to give temporary treatment now, then bring him back with us. It is why we were late, Your Highness." The prince nodded approval, motioned them to hasten. As they went through the gates, one of the Tumian guards looked down at the face of the black-covered body and checked it off his list. The men of Nimbor entered the rocket-mobile, shut the door. A terrific roar as the vehicle got underway, then it had vanished down the long road. Inside the conveyance, Ald bent over the unconscious figure, looked down at the scarred masculine features of one of the soldiers who had accompanied him. Then, with a chuckle, he put his hand on the yellow hair and pulled. The entire face seemed to fall apart. Beneath the extremely convincing mask was the face of Umeth, lying unconscious. "It worked beautifully," he commented. "What of Eld? Did he make his escape through the merchant's entrance as planned?" "Yes, Highness. They suspected nothing. Nor did we have any trouble in kidnapping the Mattia. There were no guards by her room, and she had succumbed before she suspected the presence of a gas tube. They won't know she is missing before we have arrived in the city." Within the hour, the rocket-mobile had passed the border and was in the capital of Nimbor. It was noon on the day set for attack. Ald and the commanders of the staff awaited the Emperor's coming within a small enclosure just inside the walls of Nimbor. Outside, in the road beyond the open gate, a rocket vehicle awaited in readiness to take them to the front. Umeth was there as well. "You see," drawled Ald, "we make good our boast. Very soon you will be joined by Danath and the other Commonwealth officials as our prisoner. You really should have married me when you had the chance. It would have saved many lives." Umeth stared at him frostily. "The people of Toom would never have yielded to such filth as you, even had we betrayed them. It would have made no difference. We of Toom have self-respect and honor to a degree that I fear is outside of your understanding." His laugh was not pleasant. "Still prattling over your little foolishness, honor, respect, what are they to the destinies of nations and dynasties? Such delusions are hardly worthy of the Umeth I might have married." He seized a scroll from one of the officers standing nearby, shook it before her. Here is honor and respect. Here is such a thing as makes greatness. These are the designs of our war machines. This is what will teach the Tumians respect." Without answering, Umeth snatched the paper cylinder out of Ald's hand and darted forward. Straight toward the open gate she fled, toward the rocket-mobile outside. A wild, insane scheme of seizing this and escaping to her own land in time possessed her. Caught off guard, the men were already at a disadvantage. They knew, even as they raced, she could not be caught before reaching the gate. With energy born of desperation, she hurled herself forward. But just as she was upon it, two soldiers stepped through and dashed at her. At this point occurred what has gone down in history as the miracle that saved Toom. It is something for which no parallel in all history can be found. It caused Umeth to rise from the status of a beautiful and capable Mattia to that of a goddess. Umeth stated later what were her feelings and experiences. She saw the two oncoming soldiers quite clearly. Her only thought then was to dash between them. Then there came a terrible shock, an awful jolting as if she had been struck by a thunderbolt. The scene before her eyes dissolved instantaneously into a featureless gray. She felt herself seemingly detached as one might feel in the throes of delirium. For only a few seconds the strange sensation lasted. The only thing that she remembered seeing was the momentary impression of a single vision hanging before her eyes. What she saw was a man. She does not recollect how he was clad. He seemed to be sitting on a bench. Behind him she saw distinctly a blue wall. In nature, at length speech returned to him, and he spoke slowly, deliberately. The weapons of Nimbor are ours. They are here within the walls of the palace. I cannot tell you how they came, nor can any of the guards, but we have all seen them, have examined their workings. We do not yet understand their principles. At this point another man burst in, equally distrait and out of breath. "Directors," he cried, "Tomb is saved." He fell to rapid, heavy breathing while his eyes sought first one, then another of those assembled. He waved his hand reassuringly as Daneth started to speak. "No, directors, I speak truly. I am one of the prison guards. We suddenly heard noises from one of the unoccupied cells. Naturally, we hurried over and looked in. Inside we saw Ald and the Emperor of Nimbor with his entire staff. They don't know how they got there. I presumed that you would not want us to release them immediately." A roar of laughter from Joris greeted the speaker. He smote the guard on the back with the palm of his huge hand, so that the fellow staggered against the table. "No, not immediately. We have other things to do first. But we're not too busy to vote you the Order of the Commonwealth, and see if there isn't a better position for you to fill than that of prison guard." He turned to the others. The enemy will be completely disorganized and demoralized by this. I propose we move at once upon Nimbor, attack strategic points, and refrain as much as possible from such destruction as will make miserable the lot of the Nimborian people, who are not responsible for their degenerate rulers. I propose we make contacts with the Nimborian commoners and urge them immediately to revolt against what is left of the Ald Ronkur regime, strike for their own freedom. And now we must go back in time, must travel to another part of space. We must leave planet P, where lie Nimbor and Tomb, for a return to Earth time. Only thus can we have a logical understanding of the events related above. 2. At an angle above the plane of the ecliptic over the orbits of the asteroids, of every other man. The captain is obeyed not because of his rank primarily, but because the lives of all depend upon explicit conformation to discipline. But in this vital discipline there is no place for the sham of stiff-necked formality. Thus captain, officer, or member of the crew spoke to each other with frankness and mutual respect. Captain Wanderman looked around, mentally checking to see if all were present. Lieutenant Alfred Rokesmith, Weber the scientist, Opp, explorer and cook extraordinary, Mullins, skilled mechanical specialist, Barth, doctor and general overseer of vital supplies. Wanderman smiled. "I guess you're all eager to find out whither we're heading, eh?" "We sure would," spoke up Opp. "Especially after that terrifically long period of acceleration," added Weber. 3 days of it. Beats all my experience. "It was necessary to achieve our speed. We're going a long way. Have to make the trip as short as possible. We'll be putting on still more acceleration once the asteroids are behind us." "Neptune?" asked Barth. "Pluto?" "Farther than either." "You don't mean Planet P, do you?" spoke up Mullins. "The one that was discovered last year that hasn't been given a name yet?" "Right." "I never did get quite clear on the subject of Planet P," drawled Rokesmith. "Just how was it discovered?" Captain Wanderman cleared his throat. "Few people are. Even the experts don't know much about it. Its existence was first surmised and calculated in 1931, about 100 years ago, by Professor William H. Pickering of Jamaica. He observed that the planet Uranus was being displaced from its proper orbit. Of course, this perturbation could be due only to the influence of another planet, he thought. But there was no other body known at that time which could account for the drag. Thus the professor computed mathematically the existence, approximate size, and position of an unknown body which would account for the odd behavior of Uranus. This he calculated to be a giant planet of a diameter of approximately 44,000 miles, in mass the third greatest in the solar system. He puts its distance to range in an elliptical orbit of from 5,000 million miles to 9,000 million miles from the Sun. This, of course, made it extra-Plutonian in position. Its year would be in length about 656 earthly years. He gave it the temporary name of Planet P. Planet P's existence was further indicated by the orbits of some 16 comets, also affected by a drag, which the theoretical planet made perfectly accountable. Last year, the planet Neptune had finally arrived in the position where it too would be affected by this body. You understand, the astronomers, calculating both known and theoretical factors, determined that if this planet P existed, an irregularity in Neptune's behavior would be discovered at this particular time. The predicted irregularity arrived on time. Thus, due to this added information, our astronomers were able to find out precisely where the new planet should be sought. And they found it. It is indeed an immense thing, shows a perceptible disk even at its great distance from Earth. We may anticipate something different when we arrive. Days went by, endless days marked only by the chronometer in the unchanging blackness of the celestial void. The tiny pinpoints of myriad stars glowed unchangingly. Behind them, a few planets grew more and more minute, each in turn finally being blotted out by the corona of the sun. Jupiter's orbit was left behind. They saw the great ringed planet loom up to one side and fade away as all the others had done. But this was not with the flashing speed of objects and cities passing the rocket vehicle on Earth. It was a matter of days before each change could be realized, weeks before a planet filled the entire spaceports. Onward and outward, celebrations when at last Uranus was passed, the hitherto outpost of interplanetary exploration. Eventually, pale Neptune, mysterious planet, passed under them, directly in their path, its great misty, frigid sphere glowing eerily in the twilight of outer worlds. Outward, tiny Pluto was too far off to be seen, but its orbit was past. For 100 years, the outpost of the solar system. Now dethroned by the enormous newcomer, its passing was still a solemn moment. Then one day Barth observed a tiny light where no light should be. Celebration again rang through the vessel. Planet P was sighted. Days of deceleration followed. The rockets flamed, but no longer from the stern of the vessel. Days of a continual blasting from the vessel's prow, until at last the unbelievable acceleration was neutralized. Now the planet had grown until, even with their greatly decreased speed, it filled the view. Still more blasting until the ship was virtually drifting along, caught only by the gravity of the monstrous new world. A great disk glowing dimly in the light of the stars, especially in the light of one particularly brilliant star that was the Earthmen's sun. The vaguest hints of geological features could be seen. Planet P. The rockets flared again in an intricate pattern. Balanced on the pattern, the ship was lowered slowly into the atmosphere of the strange world. About it flamed a red glow as proof of atmosphere. An atmosphere doubtless of some unknown gases that would not congeal in the awful cold. And finally a shrill whistling penetrating the triple-thick walls, a dull thud, and a silence as she came to rest. The voyage was over. Man had reached the outermost limits of the solar system, had arrived safely at the mysterious outer world, Planet P. The men gathered in spacesuits. Each man will take searchlights and emergency rations. You will obey Lieutenant Rokesmith and myself implicitly. Only on pledges of such obedience from all of you can I permit a planet party to land. Each member of the crew spoke his agreement. Mullins, take a coil of rope. Weber, the barometer and compass. Barth, the camera and flash. Are you sure your gravity controls are adjusted to decrease your weight to Earth normal? Make sure, everyone. That goes for me, too. Check. Rokesmith turned the lever and swung the thick outer port open. Wanderman stepped out onto the ground. The others followed. Above them was a deep blue sky strewn with stars, though lacking in the abundant distribution of the outer void. Beneath their feet lay a clay-like expanse. They looked about them. There was something dark looming up in the starlight a distance away. The captain started off in that direction, beckoned the others to follow. All felt that strange sensation that comes for everyone when he stands on the terrain of an alien planet. It makes no difference how often this experience has been undergone previously. The sensation cannot be shaken off. "It looks like a wall," sang out Opp as they reached the looming thing. Rokesmith turned the beam of his flashlight on it. It is a wall. Unmistakably, it was a structure made of many square blocks of stone, fitted together to form a section rising into the air from a foundation. Weber flashed his light around. "It ends here." The men hesitated to go around. What could this enigmatic wall be doing on this frigid world? The instruments showed the temperature to be many hundred degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. What beings could have built this great wall? What could it mean? But at last they did go around the edifice, flashing their lights before them, and nearly collapsed from the shock of what they saw. A broad, paved street on which bordered many stone houses whose glass windows reflected the dim glow of the stars above. The tiny sun cast a faint illumination on it all. "People!" gasped Mullins. There were. Standing on the streets and in the doors of the houses were the dim figures of men, unmistakably human in form. "They're not alive," observed Rokesmith. "At least they are not moving," replied Barth quickly. "Come on, then. Why are we waiting? Are you afraid of a lot of statues?" Captain Wanderman suited action to his words as he strode forward, stopping directly before the first of the standing figures. He cast his beam over it from head to foot. Unmistakably, it was a man. Clad in clothes and undeniably human, its features were perfectly normal, bore the flush of life. The feet and entire body were set in attitude as if in the act of taking a step, but it was motionless. "Some statue," breathed Opp. "I would swear it was a real man." "It is a real man," said Barth softly. He bent close to the face. "It has the pores and tiny hairs that can only be on a true body." "Then he must have been alive once," murmured Weber. "What do you suppose happened to him? Is he petrified or only frozen solid?" "Frozen, I think," said Barth. "Yet it is very strange. His flesh is still soft and resilient. It is not natural." A land of frozen people. Captain Wanderman's words struck a chilling note in all of them. Quickly they investigated the other figures. Some men, some women, some old, some young, all kinds and types, all apparently had been frozen solid in the middle of their normal activities. None showed any sign of being aware that death had struck. When the terrible freezing occurred, it must have happened so swiftly, instantaneously, as to have caught all unaware. They moved on, saying little. There was that same eerie atmosphere that one finds in a wax museum while passing about among the realistic but silent and motionless figures of apparently ordinary people. Add to that the grim knowledge that the figures they now saw had been alive, that in effect the explorers were in a monstrous, planet-wide graveyard. They went on, coming to wide roads down which lines of marching men stood silently in attitudes startlingly like some paintings of men marching to war. Undoubtedly they were soldiers. Once or twice along the line, the Earthmen saw huge projector-like instruments mounted on wheels being taken along with the marchers. "Say, look at this scene," called out Rokesmith. He was standing before an open gate, staring in the courtyard of a large, pretentious stone building. Before the gate stood two guards who evidently had been frozen just as they were turning about to stare in through the entrance. On their faces was a look of aroused inquiry. Inside the courtyard was a dramatic tableau. A young woman of great beauty was fixed in the posture of running. Her foot was lifted from the ground, her body thrust forward, her face strained, hair flowing backwards as if the wind were brushing it back. In one hand, tightly grasped, was a scroll. Directly behind her stood a young man with a look of astonishment and anger, on a face that was cruel and evil. His hand was still held outstretched, as if to grasp after the scroll that the woman was fleeing with. All about, in similar positions of astonishment and anxiety, were other men, some of whom had started forward as if about to commence a pursuit. "Some scene, eh?" murmured Barth. "Looks real dramatic. I wish we could know what it and started back. The return to the ship had taken them about 20 minutes. They entered the street of the city they had first chanced upon. As they passed the first figure, Weber suddenly whirled around and stared at it. "Look, stop and look at this man." The others gathered around. "Does he look the same to you? It seems to me that it was his other leg which was being put forward when we last saw him. I'm sure his arms were in a different position." They stared amazedly. The figure certainly was not in the identical posture as before. Weber's observations had been correct. All the rest of them seemed to be planted in slightly different postures too. Captain Wonderman bent down, studied the arm of the man carefully. He remained silent for some time, then he stood up. There was a tone of awe and bewilderment in his voice when he spoke. "It has moved, and what is more, it is still moving. I saw that hand pass a given point on the body of the person in a few minutes. It's like watching the hands of a clock. At first they do not seem to move at all, but if you watch closely enough for a time, you can observe the motion." "Do you mean this fellow is still alive?" "It would seem so." "But why the slow motion?" asked Opp. "I think," said the captain slowly, "that the mentoscope can help us answer the whole business." They came to the courtyard of the running woman. The tableau had changed. It seemed as if a few seconds had passed since they left. Now the figure of the woman was closer to the gate. The two guards from outside had passed through and were going forward to seize her, while the men behind were in full running appearance, as if, having recovered from a surprise move, they were taking to pursuit. "All right, men, set down the apparatus." Two men set down a small battery, attached it to wires leading from a large metal helmet, which another placed over the head of the still woman figure. Other wires were attached to the spacesuit helmet worn by Captain Wonderman. Through the glassite panes, it could be seen that he was wearing a somewhat similar helmet himself, having donned this while back on the ship. A current of electrical energy was passed from an electrode pressed against one particular part of the woman's head through to another leading out. In passing through the brain of the woman, this current picked up the last and deepest occurrences in the life of the person subjected to it. It activated the cells on which these events were recorded in a form much like that of a charged body. Passing out of the brain, it carried these impressions with it and brought them to the mind of the operator as distinct thoughts. Since basic thoughts are not expressed in any language save impressions and pictures, the operator finds that he has suddenly acquired the knowledge of the other. Thus, in a brief time, Wanderman told the men of the story concerning Nimbor and Tomb, of the Matthias part in the drama. The men stood in wonder, staring at the figures. Opp calmly walked over to Ald and tweaked his nose. The Nimborian's expression did not change. "I still can't grasp why these people are all like frozen statues," exclaimed Barth. "How can they live and act like everyday terrestrials when this planet is so lacking in heat and light?" "I think I can explain," said Wanderman. "It sounds fantastic, but it is not impossible, and it would account for all the factors. I'll tell you when we get back to the ship. Right now we have work to do." "What work?" "We can't stand around and do nothing while this woman is captured, and I, for one, do not care to see these sneering degenerates win this war. So I think we'll take over events on this planet for a while and fix things to suit ourselves. We can easily move these figures if we adjust our gravity belt to take care of the extra weight. Every man grab one person. I'll take Umeth. Rokesmith, you take Ald. Weber, grab the Emperor. And you others, pick out those who look important, who appear like staff officers. And don't forget the mentoscope." In a moment each man was burdened with a native of Planet P swinging over his shoulder. Thus burdened they marched through the center of Nimbor, through the columns of the motionless army, back to the spaceship. Several times they would have to halt and rest because of the irrepressible laughter that broke out among them. Imagine earthly problems being solved like this. In the ship, they dumped the Nimborians in a space storehouse, while the Maitea was propped up on a seat in one of the cabins. The ship's course was set for the general direction of Tomb. "You men understand what is meant by time?" began Wanderman, as the crew gathered around. "It is the flow of events. It is the way we conceive things happening. We place an arbitrary measurement of time by using the period it takes our planet to rotate once on its axis. That is a day. Dividing the day into sections, we get hours, minutes, and seconds. To us, a second is a very short space of time. We move and live at a certain rate of speed. Our heart pumps about 72 beats per minute. Our senses perceive a thing in a certain space of time. Small as it may appear, it actually requires time for your eye to see an object or for your hearing to function. Also for an impression of feeling to travel from the skin to the brain and to be recognized. To these people of Planet P, their world appears as one delightful to live in. For them, a bright warm sun shines in a blue sky. For them, life moves at as quick a pace as it does for us on Earth. Their day is approximately 24 hours also. To us, it may appear to be as long as 656 Earth days, since their world requires 656 Earth days to complete one of its days, and I am figuring in proportion. To them, a day is no longer than to us. 10 4/5 hours to us is only one of their minutes. That is why they live so slowly. They are living at a different time rate than ours. Time moves for them exactly 656 times more slowly than it does for us. They could not possibly live at our pace, for to us Planet P is terribly cold. The sun is but little more than a bright star. But when they see the sun, it takes 656 times longer before they observe it. Thus, they actually get a time exposure. You know that if you want to take a picture at night, you must leave the lens open for a long time. The longer it is open, the brighter the picture appears. Thus with them. They see the sun as a brilliant ball. They see objects as highly illuminated because their eyes are absorbing so much more light than are ours. Thus their bodies are not cold and frozen, of a makeup to conform with the time rate on this planet, Their bodies absorb and hold the heat radiated by the sun until it appears to be hot. If you examine any of these bodies now without your gloves, you will notice that they are as warm as ours. These people seem to be motionless, or at least moving extremely slowly. To them, they are moving at a normal pace. Here is where the size of this planet comes in. Under the huge gravity of this world, they could not move fast. Their bodies must normally weigh a terrific amount. That was another factor working in their evolution toward the strange rate of time flow. Wanderman left the room. He went back to where he had placed Umith, seated upright in a cabin. Seating himself directly before her eyes, he stared into them. He fixed himself motionless as possible, remained unmoving until the ship was ready to come to a halt at its destination. Before he left, he had the satisfaction of noticing the Maitea's pupils had finally focused on his. He felt certain that some impression would be carried back with her. Landing at Toom, they placed Umith where she was later to regain control of her senses. They carried Ald and the others down to the dungeons, imprisoning them there. Then they returned to the ship. One more task remained, the war machines of Nimbor. Cruising over the enemy lines, they dropped cables wherever they saw a projector and attached them. Then they swung them up into the air, letting them hang below until all had been thus captured. Once more they returned to Toom, this time to place the projectors where they would be found quickly. The nature of the burning death of Nimbor they found to be simple. It was nothing more or less than electric heaters, such as are sold in winter on Earth. A polished reflector sent a beam of heat from the wire coil in the center. To a terrestrial, of course, this was nothing more than a pleasantly warm current, but to a native of Planet P, with their slower perception and great absorption of tiny amounts of heat, it was a ray of pure destruction. Thus, for a brief instant in the history of the cosmos, two similar races and life forms met, the one greatly altering the course of development the other would take. Although a few well-guarded expeditions to Planet P have been made since, the Terrestrial Council is slow to permit these, inasmuch as the gross difference in time rate cannot permit fair intercourse with its people. It is felt in scientific circles that for them to learn of the existence of a race such as ours would be a crushing psychological blow to them. To interfere, however well-meaningly, in their development would condemn them to superstition, for they could arrive at no logical scientific explanation of such interference. Planet P is not needed for the comfort or well-being of Earth. The patrol is there watching, ready to step in cases of natural cosmic emergency, but at other times gives the world a wide berth. And Captain Wanderman will always remember the tableau in the courtyard and a beautiful woman running. End of The Planet That Time Forgot by Donald A. Wollheim.
Monument by R.W. Major. From Worlds of If Science Fiction, March 1960. Read by Dale Grothman. You've heard of it. Now here it is at last. It's a tale that wagged the dog star. Monument by R.W. Major. With his explanations to the reporters completed, Dr. King felt that when he pulled the switch, he would automatically restore his good name and bring to a close a career of solid scientific achievement. Most of all, he would bring to an end the practice of referring to him as Side Effects Charlie. Dr. Charles King was willing to admit that there were excellent reasons for his acquiring this hated nickname. The facts were that the bulk of his scientific achievements were made inadvertently. That is to say, his discoveries were all made through investigation of unexplained side effects of his experiments. In a career conspicuous for unusual, unanticipated side effects, Two in particular stand out. The first discovery resulted in the rendering of the entire heat-oriented metallurgical industry obsolete, and founding upon its corpse a new industry. This was based on extracting of metal from ore and its subsequent shaping by first eliminating the bonds which hold the molecules of metal together, and then reversing the process when the desired shape was attained. Dr. King did not discover this process directly. He thought he had discovered a method of making metal surfaces self-lubricating and 100% friction-free. It was not until several installations utilizing his lubricating method became pools of liquid metal that Dr. King bothered to discover how his method worked, and, of course, the means to reverse his process. The resulting revolution in metal processing methods endeared him to everyone, except a few vested interests like the shareholders in existing metal companies, who were uniformly glum. The second discovery, although monumental in itself, is important because it indirectly led to the special project that Dr. King was just completing. Dr. King succeeded in growing some crystals in a nutrient solution. What actually happened was that while eating lunch at the laboratory table, he managed to knock something into something else and a crystal developed. Dr. King became fascinated with the odd structure of these crystals. He had incidentally placed the crystals under the microscope in error. As a result, he took to investigating the properties of the crystals whenever he could find time. Despite his well-earned reputation as an accidental discoverer, it should be pointed out that Dr. King is a very methodical man. This means he is capable of repeating the same mistake twice, and for that matter, any number of times. Therefore, Dr. King produced all the crystals he needed. It was during a vacation in the Adirondacks that Dr. King discovered the propulsive qualities of the crystals. This discovery, of course, is what led to the perfection of the King propulsion unit, the heart of our Starship drive systems. Dr. King was investigating the piezoelectric properties of the crystals in a makeshift device of his own design when he was disturbed by a sudden draft in the room. He looked up to discover that one wall of his workshop and the top 1,000 feet of a mile-thick mountain, the same mountain that his cabin was located upon, were no longer in the immediate vicinity. As it turned out, his crude device did not impart to the mountain all of the thrust inherent in the crystal. The mountain top reached only to the orbit of Jupiter, where it settled down to become its newest satellite. Coincidentally with Dr. King's experiment, intensive astronomical work was going on with Jupiter as its prime object. The capturing of the satellite was observed and recorded independently by at least 6 observatories, including one on Tycho. Subsequent investigation of the time involved to project this mass disclosed that Dr. King had invented a faster-than-light drive. It should be pointed out that, while the discovery of the faster-than-light drive made the name of Dr. King world-renowned, it did not in any way endear him to the relatives of those 1,000-odd persons who lived in the hamlet located on the mountaintop that ended up a satellite of Jupiter. Further work, all of a mathematical nature, disclosed to Dr. King the proper method of enclosing these crystals in a unit to drive spaceships to the stars. Coincidentally to his work on the propulsion units, he made a startling discovery, which led to his special project. Dr. King invented perpetual motion. A series of complicated equations indicated to Dr. King that if he enclosed 6 of the crystals in the business end of a pendulum and started the pendulum oscillating, it would tick-tock for all eternity. This discovery began a 5-year program that ended with a full-scale press conference. The purpose was to unveil the building designed to protect this pendulum for all eternity, and, of course, to unveil the discovery of perpetual motion at the same time. This building was designed to be Dr. King's monument to his own genius. It was a large, rambling structure in which the pendulum was displayed by viewing it through a large hole in a brick wall. All of Dr. King's considerable savings had gone into designing a computer, the heart of his protective system. The computer was programmed to protect the ticking of the pendulum under every conceivable circumstance. So thorough was the programming that special devices were installed to keep the building and its precious cargo moving in Earth's projected orbit if, through some gigantic mishap, the Earth was reduced to cosmic dust. The switch that would impart the initial pulse to the pendulum would also start the computer operating, rendering the entire structure totally inviolable. With a flourish, Dr. King pushed the switch. Nothing happened. There was an embarrassed shuffling of feet by the reporters. Then, as Dr. King became more exasperated, the reporters became amused. The amusement turned to open laughter when Dr. King, frantic with fear, rushed to the door to check the wiring on the inside of the building. He rushed to open the hole in the wall, intending to provide the initial pulse necessary to start the pendulum swinging by pushing. He found that the computer had designed a force field to keep him from entering. Frustrated, and at his wit's end, he flew into a rage which ended in a fatal heart attack, when he heard one reporter laughingly say to him, "Don't let it get you down, Doc. You've beat the jinx. In one step, you've gone from side effect Charlie to no effect Charlie." It would be comforting to be able to assure everyone that the reporter in question was correct. Unfortunately, Dr. King's monument did work, and probably will work for all eternity. The day after Dr. Charles King had his unfortunate heart attack, a homesick astronaut on Sirius reported to his superior, and subsequently to the entire populated universe, that when he turned his telescope on the solar system, he discovered that it had acquired a new motion. The entire system swung back and forth like a pendulum. The end of Monument by R.W. Major.
Zaroo of Zolar by Hal K. Wells. When the rolling thunder of infrabase first came to their ears, Robert Blake and Helen Lawton were standing on the platform of a New York subway station, waiting for the arrival of an uptown express to bear them to their homes. They made a strikingly attractive couple as they stood there. New York had not had time as yet to remove the bronze tan of an outdoor life from Blake's ruggedly good-looking face. His tall, athletic figure was still conspicuous for the lithe strength that had made him an all-Western tackle less than 2 years ago. Standing beside Blake's husky figure, Helen Lawton looked like a tiny, very perfect blonde doll with an exquisitely molded face framed in curly bobbed hair that was the clear golden amber hue of orange honey. There was a diamond sparkling on the ring finger of the girl's slim left hand, placed there by Blake. It was well after midnight, and the only other passenger waiting on the station was a burly chap leaning against one of the white pillars on the other side of the platform. After a casual glance at the fellow with his derby hat shoved far back from a low forehead, his blatantly conspicuous clothing, and the suspicious bulge under one armpit, Blake had mentally set him down as a minor gangster, probably a strong-arm man for some beer mob. Blake and Helen had been standing there but a few minutes when the strange sound first became audible. For a moment Blake thought it was merely the rumbling roar of an express approaching far down the tunnel. Then he realized that no subway train could possibly produce a sound effect so oddly disturbing and strangely alien. It was like no sound that Blake had ever heard before. Vibrant with colossal power, it suggested a sustained note struck from a giant organ, a note so low in pitch that it seemed a full octave below the lowest bass note ever struck. Whatever it was, the thundering vibration of infrabass was coming nearer with startling swiftness. It was impossible to locate the source of the mighty pulsing note. It seemed to be coming simultaneously from all directions, like a great hollow sphere of invisible sound waves closing in with the station platform as its central focal point. Helen's face was white with dread as she shrank closer into Blake's embrace. Blake noted that the gangster across the platform was standing tensely at bay with his back against the pillar and his right hand thrust under his coat as he stared wildly about him in an effort to discover the cause of the disturbance. The rolling thunder closed in upon them with a final rush that brought it so near that their very bodies seemed to vibrate in harmony with that mighty note of shuddering bass. Then, with startling abruptness, the green net came. Out from the walls and down from the roof spurted scores of quivering ribbons of blinding green flame. Swiftly the radiant tendrils rushed in upon the shrinking three from every side, while the infrabass thundered in mighty crescendo. Blake instinctively swept Helen close within the shelter of his arms in an effort to protect her with his own body against the searing menace of those onrushing green flames. The next moment the fiery ribbons were upon them, lashing about their bodies, crossing and crisscrossing in the air above and around them in a great tangled web of interlacing lines of flame that filled the entire platform. With a shock of relief, Blake found that there was no heat in those strange flames, but his relief was short-lived, as the next second brought him realization of the real menace of the radiant ribbons. There was a solidity and strength in those glowing streamers that held him as helplessly captive as though they were gripped in ribbons of steel. Dazed and helpless, the three struggled for a moment in the meshes of the weird net of flame like fish caught in the strands of some giant cosmic seine. The trembling thunder of infrabass abruptly changed to a thin whining note so high in pitch that it seemed the nearly soundless ghost of a metallic scream. With the change in sound, Blake became aware of a new and astounding change in his surroundings. The walls and roof of the station seemed closing in upon him as though he were growing in size at an incredible rate. The next moment he shot through the roof, hurtling on and upward with the velocity of a rocket. The sensation was one that his reeling brain could not even grasp. His body seemed to be inside every stone, iron bar, and lump of earth. Yet at the same time every exterior object seemed within his body. It was an eerie chaos of a dozen different dimensions blending to form a space in which there was no known dimension. As they flashed on out to the surface, Blake had one hazy glimpse of Manhattan's glowing lights spread all about them. Then the speed of their progress leaped into a new and terrible acceleration that blotted out every tangible sensation from Blake's brain. Time and space alike seemed to vanish as their hurtling flight sent them rocketing on for distances inconceivably vast through a bleak and appalling nothingness, where neither sight nor sound existed. Then, abruptly, the speed of their flight seemed to be lessening. Sensation returned to Blake. He again heard the thin, high-pitched metallic wail, now swiftly deepening to the familiar growl of rolling bass. He again noted the presence of the glowing green ribbons of the net that still encircled them. A blindingly brilliant purple mist was now closing in upon them from every direction, bringing with it a nameless and agonizing force that seemed to be shaking the very atoms of Blake's body asunder. Then they dropped swiftly down out of the purple mists, and the strange agony at once vanished. Blake felt their downward progress come to an end with the gentle arrival of his feet upon firm ground. The encircling net of green flame glowed dazzlingly brighter for a brief moment, then swiftly vanished into thin air, while the mutter of bass vibration simultaneously died away into silence. Blake staggered and nearly fell as the sudden release from the net strands again left his body free. He looked down at Helen as she stood huddled close beside him, still in the shelter of his arms. The girl's face was white with terror as she looked back up at him. "Bob? What happened? And where on earth are we?" Her voice trembled a little in spite of her plucky effort to keep it steady. Blake's bewildered gaze was already roving around them, trying to comprehend the incredible details of their surroundings. "I've no idea what happened, dear," he answered slowly. "As to where we are now, I'm very much afraid it's nowhere on Earth." "Then where's this hopped-up layout anyway, fella, if it ain't on Earth?" broke in a voice with a decided East Side twang. Blake quickly turned and saw that the gangster had remained with them in that eerie flight in the green net. There was an expression of dumbfounded amazement upon the man's heavy face, and he was obviously anxious to be friendly with the two who now represented the only link with the familiar world he had known. "Gee, for a minute, I thought they had me on the spot in some new way, sure," he chattered excitedly as he came quickly over to join Helen and Blake. "There's plenty of guys wanting to turn the heat on me, there in the big town. I'm Gil Mapes, see? But this ain't no frame-up like any I ever heard of. What happened anyway, fella?" For the moment, Blake did not answer. The three of them were silent as they stared about them with eyes that were dazed by the startling, unfamiliar aspect of every detail in their surroundings. From the twin purple suns that blazed down through the tenuous mists overhead to the barren blue-gray ground underfoot, there was not a single object familiar to earthly eyes. The huge enclosure in which the three of them stood was obviously the work of intelligent beings of some kind, but its mechanical details were products of a science different from any known to Blake. The purpose of the enclosure seemed to be to maintain an area of clear air in the midst of the swirling purple vapors that pressed in against it from the top and from every side. In shape, it was a great oblong sail, some 50 feet high, 200 yards long, and about 100 yards wide. The three captives stood near the center. Fencing in the enclosure at 20-yard intervals and reaching upward to the ceiling were slender posts of some lusterless black metal. Between these posts streamed unbroken, nearly transparent sheets of some unknown force, the only visible sign of which was the presence of countless millions of tiny shimmering golden flecks, which danced like dust motes in a ray of sunlight. It was obviously this thin sheet of unknown force that was keeping the purple mists at bay. For fan-like antennae at the top of each post spread a similar shimmering sheet that formed a ceiling for the clear-aired area. The three earthlings were facing one of the side walls of the big enclosures. The purple mists outside made it hard to see clearly from any distance, but Blake had an impression that the surrounding terrain was featured by the same barren, nearly desert bleakness that characterized the interior of the enclosure, where scattered clumps of dead, spiky black branches of shrub-like vegetation were the only sign of plant life. Just within the distant end of the wall at their right, there was a low platform surmounted by a wide arch some 10 feet in height, both constructed of silver-colored metal. There was nothing Blake, what's that? The thin, high-pitched whine, followed promptly by the familiar growling thunder of infrabass, had again become audible. At the same moment, a long pencil-like beam of green light glowed into visibility, extending from the tip of the cone to a point high within the enclosure just back of them. As they halted abruptly and watched, they saw the interlacing meshes of the green flame net materialize suddenly at the end of the beam. The beam curved into an arc that dropped the net swiftly to the ground some 30 yards from them. Its meshes were packed nearly full of dark, writhing figures. "Looks like some more tadpoles arriving for our pond," Mapes exclaimed. "I wonder what part of New York his nibs yanked these babies from." Blake's answer died on his lips as the net and beam glowed blindingly brighter for a brief second, then disappeared, leaving the dark figures in full view. Helen choked back a gasp of horror. Mapes swore in consternation and hurriedly swung his pistol into line with those writhing shapes. The net's latest captives were not from New York, nor were they from any other part of the planet Earth. Hideous spawn of some unknown world out in the black void of space, they writhed for a moment in a nightmare chaos of countless brown-furred bodies, then swiftly disentangled themselves before the staring eyes of the three earthlings. The things were apparently too low in the mental scale to have any reaction to their situation other than a blind instinct to attack any other living being within reach, for they promptly headed for the three captives from Earth. As the creatures came shambling rapidly forward on powerful bowed legs, and with the tips of their long hairy arms brushing the ground, they looked like grotesquely distorted apes. The crowning horror of those shambling figures, however, lay in the fact that they were completely headless. Even when the things approached to a distance of less than 10 feet, before halting in momentary indecision, Blake could detect no sign of any normal skull in the blunt space at the top of the powerful, hairy torso. There was a furry-lipped mouth opening of some kind in the hollow between the bulging shoulders, but of eyes, ears, nose, or brain cavity there was no discernible trace. For a long moment the headless ape things and the three human beings stood silently facing each other. Mapes' pistol was leveled point-blank at the nearest of the creatures, but their overwhelming numbers made the gangster hold his fire. There were two distinct groups of the things. At least 20 members of each group were in the crowd facing the earthlings. To the rear of these attackers, two oddly repulsive objects were carried and carefully shielded by picked guards of 4 unusually large and powerful ape things. The nature of those two guarded objects puzzled Blake. They looked like large eggs of dirty gray jelly about a yard in length. They were obviously alive, for the gelatinous masses quivered and trembled in constant activity. Blake noted that there seemed to be a curious connection between the ebb and flow of pulsations in the egg masses and the movements of the ape things. His attention was abruptly recalled to the headless things in front of him as they suddenly began shambling forward again. There was no possible mistaking the intention of those advancing horrors. They were moving to the attack. They reached barely to Blake's shoulders, but he realized that their enormous numbers and hooked, taloned hands would make the result of the battle almost a foregone conclusion. The fact that the headless things were without eyes was no handicap to them. The swift certainty of their movements proved that they had a sense of sight of some kind that was in every way as efficient as eyesight. Blake looked hurriedly around him, seeking a place where they might be at the best possible advantage in the impending battle. There was a small, dense thicket of spiky dead branches 6 yards to the right. At Blake's low command, the three made a dash for the thicket. Arriving there, they ranged themselves against it, with their backs at least partially protected from attack. The maneuver seemed to puzzle the ape things for a moment. They stood passively watching the retreat of the three until they had reached the thicket. Then the creatures again began slowly closing in upon them. Blake snatched up a dead branch from the ground near the thicket and was delighted to find that its weight and tough fiber made it an excellent club. He stripped off his topcoat and passed it back to Helen. Its tough fabric, heavily rubberized for proof against rain, might guard her head and face at least momentarily from those ripping talons if the headless attackers came to close quarters. With Helen safely behind them, Blake and Mapes turned grimly to face the enemy. The attack was prompt in coming. Moving with the perfect synchronization of a single unit, one of the main groups came shambling in, followed an instant later by the other group. Mapes' pistol sent a bullet crashing squarely into the nearest attacker. The creature staggered momentarily, then came lurching on again, apparently not even crippled. Blake swung his heavy club in a whistling arc that sent two of his adversaries, broken and writhing, to the ground. He heard Mapes' pistol bark 4 times more as the things closed in. The gun was knocked from the gangster's grip by a groping talon-armed hand. Mapes tried to batter back his assailants with his naked fists, but the flailing arms of the horde knocked him from his feet. His limp body was promptly tramped into unconsciousness by the milling feet of the close-packed group. Blake lashed the heavy club about him with a burst of savage fury that for the moment sent the furred horrors reeling backward. Their retreat ended after a scant 2 yards. Reforming their ranks, they again began cautiously shambling forward in a new attack that Blake realized would probably mean the end. It was easy enough to batter the things to ground, but it seemed impossible to seriously hurt them. Their incredible vitality and their overwhelming numbers made them almost invincible. Grimly, Blake set himself to battle as long as he could in that last desperate effort to keep the hordes at bay. He noticed idly that the 2 groups still kept their oddly separated formation. Behind them, the 2 egg masses of jelly were now seething in new activity after a brief lessening of their gruesome shivering. Blake now saw that there was a direct and unmistakable connection between the activity of the jelly and the corresponding activity of the ape things. Realization of the fact sent a sudden flash of inspiration flaming through Blake's weary brain, correlating the real significance of a dozen different things he had been subconsciously noting ever since the first appearance of the weird beasts. Those attacking things were not hordes of individual animals. They were merely 2 complete organisms, with the members of each organism controlled by its nucleus through invisible lines of nervous force, as the various individual cells of the human body are linked by nerve fibers. No wonder the creatures themselves were blind. The egg mass that was the nucleus of each of the 2 groups Then he remembered the gangster's pistol. His searching eyes found it immediately, there on the ground nearly under the feet of the ape things as they again shambled forward to the attack. Blake staked everything upon a last desperate sortie against the advancing things. With his club whistling around his head in crashing blows that wrought murderous havoc in the close-packed hordes, he drove them back for one breathless moment that gave him time to leap forward and snatch up the pistol. The ape things were already springing back upon him as he swung the pistol into line with one of the jelly masses. He barely pressed the trigger before the charging brutes knocked him from his feet. As he went down, he flung his arms over his head to protect his face from the expected attack of those hooked talons, but none came. A body thudded down upon him, then slid limply off again without making any move to attack. Blake scrambled to his feet. Writhing upon the ground all around him were ape things in their death agonies. On the ground beyond them, quivering and broken in the midst of its dying guards, was a viscid mass of loathsome gray jelly. Blake's shot had apparently struck home squarely in the center of that vulnerable blob. Even as he watched, the gelatinous mass shuddered in a last convulsion, then became quite still. At the same instant, the last sign of life vanished from the writhing ape things on the ground. A good half of the attacking creatures were included in the dead bodies. The other half, Blake now saw, had retreated to cluster in wild panic about the remaining blob of jelly. Realizing exultantly that his single shot had slain one of the two weirdly disassociated organisms, Blake, with pistol in hand, advanced toward the other, trying to get a clear shot at the jelly through the furry bodies clustering around it. The group promptly turned and fled in blind panic. Blake sent the pistol's last shot crashing into the mass without any appreciable effect. Then the thing's stampede carried them hurtling on through one of the gold-flecked sidewalls out into the swirling purple mists. The gold-flecked sheet flowed together again so swiftly behind the things that a fraction of a second later there was not even the slightest indication in its shimmering, unbroken surface to show that it had ever been pierced. For 30 yards the fleeing ape thing sped on into the purple vapors. Then disaster struck them with bewildering swiftness. They stopped in full flight, shuddered for a moment, then slumped to the ground with their limbs writhing in agony. In their center the jelly ovoids quivered madly in the same strange torture. Tiny patches of vivid purple appeared at 100 different points upon the dying creatures. The patches spread and merged with lightning rapidity until a solid sheet of livid purple covered the writhing mass. Swiftly that mass lost both movement and shape as it melted down into a pool of turgid purple slime. Then the slime vaporized into purple mists that blended into the surrounding vapors, and all trace of the ape things in their jelly nucleus had vanished. Stunned by the incredible speed of this general dissolution, Blake realized for the first time the real reason for the presence of the gold-flaked walls of force. Without those shimmering walls, the captives would not have lived for a minute in the deadly purple atmosphere of this weird world beneath the twin suns. The gold-flecked walls were both their protection and their prison. The swirling purple mists outside those walls held the earthlings as effectively and hopelessly prisoner in their enclosure as goldfish in a bowl of water. Blake turned back to the thicket to see how Helen and Mapes had fared in that terrific battle with the headless things. He was relieved to see that the girl had apparently escaped without even a scratch. She was kneeling beside Mapes' prone figure, doing what she could to revive him. The gangster was badly battered, but he seemed to have no serious injuries. He was already beginning to stir weakly and show signs of returning life. Blake started to step over to the two. Then he stopped abruptly as he heard a sharp metallic clang from the cone building out in the purple mist beyond the end of the wall. He looked up quickly and saw that an oval window had opened in the structure near its tip. Framed in the opening was what seemed to be a large concave mirror. At one side of the mirror was a living being of some kind, but the intervening mist prevented Blake from making out any details beyond a hazy glimpse of a cluster of what seemed to be long, slender, snake-like black tentacles. The next moment there spurted from the mirror a broad and swiftly spreading beam of red light, so brilliant that it glowed clearly even in the bright purple rays of the twin suns. Before Blake could shout a warning to Helen, the racing flood of ruddy radiance was upon them. The scene reeled in a blurred kaleidoscope of flaming colors before Blake's eyes for a brief second, then complete oblivion swept over him. After an interval that seemed hours, consciousness returned to him as suddenly as it had left him. His first bewildered look around him disclosed the fact that startling changes had occurred in his surroundings during the period while he was under the anesthesia of the red ray. His first effort at movement brought realization that he was in the grip of a strange paralysis. His head and neck seemed quite normal in every way, but from the throat downward his body was completely dead as far as any power of voluntary movement was concerned. He twisted his head stiffly to one side and saw that Helen was standing there beside him. Just beyond her was the motionless figure of Gil Mapes. Both the gangster and the girl were in the grip of the same strange paralysis. Like Blake, they were standing there rigidly motionless, facing the gold-flecked barrier wall just in front of them. A moment's painful scrutiny of their position showed Blake that the posts forming the wall of the enclosure at the end toward the cone had been brought in nearly 100 yards toward them while they slept. The shimmering barrier sheet was now scarcely a yard from their faces, yet they still stood near the thicket where they had battled the headless horrors. Blake saw his coat half buried in the blue-gray dust near his feet where Helen had discarded the garment to minister to Mapes. Their unseen captor had obviously made definite preparations for whatever his next purpose with them was to be. For a long-wheeled platform had been brought to a position opposite them, just outside the shimmering gold-flecked sheet. Blake noted the shattered remains of Mapes' pistol on the ground at one side of the platform. It had apparently been fished from the enclosure and rendered harmless after the captor had seen the weapon's efficient use against the headless ape things. Clustered upon the wheeled platforms was an assemblage of intricately winding coils, glowing tubes, and other apparatus that conveyed no more meaning to Blake's bewildered gaze than a sight of the interior of a metropolitan powerhouse would to a Congo savage. There was only one piece of the apparatus regarding whose probable function Blake could even guess. This was a pair of long, slender arms that projected through the shimmering walls into the enclosure, supporting at their end a large, thin metal plate located just over the heads of the three earthlings. Blake was willing to wager that it was this overhead plate that was responsible for the odd paralysis that held them helpless. Then a figure came slowly into view. Where you now are is a planet in the island universe known to your astronomers as the Great Nebula of Andromeda. Until a short time ago, I was one of its ruling scientists. Then I sinned, and so grave was my sin according to the laws of this planet, that the Council of Three decreed my death. That death sentence upon Zolar is irrevocable, and no man has yet escaped it, no matter where upon the planet he may be when the appointed time for his execution comes. I was given the usual period of grace in which to put my affairs in order. Instead, I have labored unceasingly here in my laboratory, and my labors have borne fruit. I am the first man in Zolarian history to find a means of escaping the dread death penalty. Briefly, I discovered a way by which I can flee to your far-distant universe, where not even the powers of the Council of Three can follow me. That way lies through the door of interdimensional space. In space as you know it, the almost unthinkable distance of 1,000,000 light-years separates Zolar from the dwarf star you call your sun. Yet traveling between space, the two planets nearly touch each other. The same situation of being near neighbors in interdimensional space holds true with Zolar and at least 7 other planets located in widely separated parts of your universe. Let me try to illustrate what I mean by traveling between space. We will assume a nearly 2-dimensional universe in the form of a circular piece of paper 3 feet in diameter. There is a dot in the exact center of each side of this paper. To a 2-dimensional creature, forced to travel only on the surface of the paper, the distance between the 2 dots can never be less than 36 inches. Yet by cutting between the 2 surfaces and going directly through the paper, the dots are less than 1/100th of an inch apart. Such is the case with Zolar and the planets in your universe, which are our immediate neighbors in interdimensional space. In order to reach those planets, I had only to develop a method of using sufficient force to cut between the 3 dimensions of intervening space. In solving this problem, I developed both an interdimensional net to bring beings from your universe to mine, and an interdimensional gate to permit beings to pass from here back to worlds in your galaxy. You have already seen the workings of the net. It was the device of green fire that brought you here. The use of the net was a vital part of my plans, for without the use of a physical body from some world in your universe, I could not hope to live longer than a few minutes after leaving Zolar via the interdimensional gate. The inherent characteristics and basic elements of your galaxy and the Andromedan universe are so different in every way that an inhabitant of either star group cannot exist in the other. Zolar's purple atmosphere is characteristic of Andromedan worlds. Your oxygen-saturated air is typical of worlds in your galaxy. Just as Zolar's purple mist would be immediately fatal to you, so would your clear oxygen-tainted air be quickly fatal to me. Accordingly, my only chance of surviving in one of your worlds is to first transfer my intelligence to the body of one of the dwellers upon that planet. Of the 7 planets within reach of my net, I found only 2 that promised to be at all suitable. One was your Earth, the other a minor planet circling the star you call Vega. I brought both you and the net load of Vegans here to this oxygen-filled enclosure I had already prepared. The Vegans were the headless things with the jelly nuclei. I watched you battle with them and waited to choose as my vehicle the planetary type that proved the stronger. You vanquished the Vegans, so it is in the body of an Earthling that I shall leave Zolar, and it is to the planet Earth that I shall be hurtled through the interdimensional gate. Aside from the slight difficulty caused by having to keep my body and yours each in its proper element during the operation, the matter of transfer into one of your bodies is a simple one. It involves none of the clumsy brain surgery of your earthly science. We of Zolar have found that the real intelligence of a being is an invisible force not at all dependent for existence upon the protoplasm through which it manifests. My intelligence can function quite as well in your brain cells as in my own. I require no assistant in the transfer. Zaroo indicated an intricate piece of apparatus on the platform behind him. It was a massive cylinder of fluorescent metal with 2 long metallic cables running from its center each cable ending in a saucer-shaped disc. I have only to thrust one cable through the force wall into your enclosure and place its disc upon one of your heads, then place the other disc upon my own head. The apparatus is entirely automatic. 3 seconds after both discs are in place, my intelligence will course into the Earthling brain, driving out his intelligence and destroying it as mine enters. I will, of course, remove the selected body from under the paralyzing plate before I attach the discs. Then, when I am safely transferred to the Earthling body, I will have only to walk on through the enclosure to the silver arch at the far end and leave Zolar forever. That silver arch is the interdimensional gate to your Earth. Its operation is slightly different from that of the net. Where the net was capable of reaching under the surface of your planet, a proceeding I tried when 2 attempts upon the surface proved fruitless, the gate is so adjusted that it will place its passenger exactly upon the surface of your world. It requires no cooperation from this end. When I step under the arch, I merely close a black lever there. Interdimensional force immediately catapults me to your Earth. Then the automatic mechanism of the gate will, within a half-minute of my departure, release an explosion that will shatter everything within a radius of a mile here, and so prevent the Council of Three from even guessing the method of my escape. "But what of the 2 of us whose bodies you do not need?" Blake protested. "Can you not at least take them through the archgate with you back to their home world?" "Why should I do anything so foolish as that?" Zaroo answered callously. "They might easily be a menace to my first attempts to establish myself upon your planet. Far better to leave them here in their present state of paralysis to be safely destroyed in the explosion of the gate." Zaroo now thrust 3 of his tentacles into a vat of milky fluid, and withdrew them coated with a silver sheen on the black flesh. The silver glaze seemed to be an insulation against both the oxygen of the enclosure and the paralyzing force of the overhead disc, for the Zolarian promptly thrust the 3 silver-coated arms through the wall and began handling the bodies of Mapes and Blake in a painstaking process of examination. Again, Blake noted that the shimmering gold-flecked wall closed quickly in and kept its surface unbroken, no matter how often objects were thrust through it. Completely ignoring Helen, Zaroo lifted first Mapes, then Blake, his tentacles probing, fingering, exploring. There was enormous power in the Zolarian's grotesque body. He lifted the men as though they were wooden dolls, bringing them close to the shimmering wall to peer at them, then setting them carefully down again on their feet under the disc. Blake wondered idly why their stiff bodies did not topple over when they were left unsupported, then decided that the paralyzing force of the disc probably left the automatic muscular balancing movements unimpaired, affecting only the powers of voluntary movement. Then, as Zaroo set him down after one of the periods of examination, Blake noticed a new and startling change the moment his feet touched the ground. His right leg and right arm were no longer dead. He hurriedly glanced down at the ground at his feet, and promptly found what seemed to be the reason for his partial freedom from the paralysis. In setting his body down the last time, Zaroo had moved Blake slightly. His right foot now rested upon the corner of the discarded topcoat, lying half buried there in the blue-gray dust. The heavily rubberized cloth apparently acted as an now stopped his retreat and was already fumbling a tentacle toward the tube weapon in his belt. Blake flung himself upon Zaroo in another effort to beat him down before he could draw that weapon. But his metal club glanced harmlessly off the tentacles Zaroo raised to shield his head. Then beyond Zaroo, Blake saw something that made him stop his assault. It was Mapes sprinting toward the silver archgate at the other end of the enclosure. Blake's heart sank as he realized the gangster's treachery. If he once reached that arch, he could send himself safely hurtling back to Earth, while Blake and Helen would be left to perish with Zaroo and the explosion that would immediately follow. It was too late for Blake to head the gangster off. He had already covered half the distance to the arch. Zaroo noted Mapes' fleeting figure almost as quickly as did Blake. Swiftly, the Zolarian swung his tube weapon into line with the fleeing gangster. A thin pencil of dull yellow light of a peculiar density spurted from the tube toward Mapes. There was a flash of blinding flame as the light beam met the gangster's body. Then Mapes' figure seemed to literally explode, as though blasted by dynamite from within. So devastating was the force of that explosion that nothing remained of Mapes' body beyond a few scattered fragments of shoes and clothing. Blake was still dazed at the cataclysmic suddenness of Mapes' death as Zaroo swung the tube around to train it upon him. Only a last-minute desperate effort upon Blake's part saved him. His wildly thrown metal club made a lucky hit on the tube itself, knocking it, shattered and useless, out of Zaroo's grasp. Unharmed, Zaroo faced Blake with his face contorting in agony. For a moment the Zolarian swayed there, apparently trying to gather his failing strength for the next move. The deadly air of the enclosure was already taking hideous toll. The scaly flesh of his head and face was dissolving like melting butter. Zaroo's strength was ebbing too swiftly for him to have any chance of gaining safety through either of the distant side walls. His only hope of fighting back to the purple mists was to pass Blake and go through the nearby end wall through which he had originally been drawn. somewhere in Central Park, safe again in their own world. And somewhere in that other world beneath the twin purple suns, the time mechanism of the Silver Gate should even now be releasing the explosive that would forever blot out all trace of the evil handiwork of Zaroo, cosmic fisher of Zolar. End of Zaroo of Zolar by Hal K. Wells.
Always a Korno by Jim Harmon. Barnhart sauntered right into the middle of them. He covertly watched the crew close in around him, and he never twitched an eyelash. Officers must never panic, he reminded himself, and manipulated the morning sighting on the nearest sun through the Fitzgerald lens. It was exactly 9:25:30 galactic time. He jotted the reading in, satisfied. The warm breath tickling the back of his neck was unnerving. If he showed fear and grabbed a blaster from the locker, he could probably control them, but he was devastatingly aware that a captain must never show fear. "Captain Barnhart," Simmons, the mate, drawled politely, "do you still plan on making the jump at 930? The captain removed his eyeglasses and polished the lenses. "Simmons," he said in comforting, confiding tones, "you are well aware that regulations clearly state that a spaceship that phases in on a star in major transport activity is required to rephase within 24 hours to avoid being caught in turbulence." "Yes, sir," Simmons said. "But as I have stated before, it is my belief that regulation means that a ship should phase to avoid the possibility of being caught in an energy storm. We landed right in the middle of one. As you are aware, sir, if we phase now, there's an excellent chance we will warp right into the sun." Barnhart shook his lean, bronze head wearily. "Simmons, the Admiralty has gone through this thousands of times. Obviously, they know our danger is greater by staying where we are. Why, Ignat 6Y out there may nova. We'll have to take our chances." "No, sir." Simmons thrust his pale, blue-veined jaw at him, his light eyes Nordically cold below a blonde cropping. "The storm spots are dying down. We aren't phasing yet." Barnhart threw himself up and looked down at the mate. Behind Simmons, York moved closer. The captain was suddenly aware of York's low forehead and muscular, free-swinging arms. It was probably sheer bias, but he had frequently entertained the idea that Englishmen were closer to our ape-like ancestor than most people. The way they ran around painted blue when everybody was civilly wearing clothes and all. Obviously, York was incapable of thinking for himself and was willing to do anything Simmons commanded him to do. It became transparent to Barnhart that they were going to mutiny to avoid following their duty as clearly outlined in regulations. Judging from York's twitching knuckles, they were going to resist by strangling him. Barnhart wondered if this was the time to show fear and unlock a weapon to defend himself. York clamped onto him before he could decide on the proper interpretation of the regulations, and just as his mind settled on the irresolvable question, if a captain must never show fear, why was he given the key to a hand weapons locker to use when in fear of his life? Barnhart gazed around the purple clearing with clouded eyes. He trembled in near traumatic shock. It was almost too much to bear. Regulations clearly stated that no officer was to be marooned on a .9 Earth-type planet at 1440 galactic time, early evening local. Or, he brushed his forehead, he was damn certain that they at least strongly implied it. But fear was such a foreign element to his daily routine, he discarded it. The scene took him back to his boyhood. He sorted out the survival supplies, lifting the portable nuclear generator effortlessly under the .67 gravity, and remembered how he used to go camping regularly every month when he was a Boy Scout. He had been a bookish child, too obsessed with reading, they told him. So he put himself on a regular schedule for play. Still, it never seemed to make people like him much better. After he established his routine, he didn't try to change it. He probably couldn't make things better, and he certainly couldn't stand them any worse. Barnhart paused in his labors and stripped off his soaked uniform shirt, deciding to break out his fatigues. As the wet sleeve turned wrong side out, he noticed his wristwatch showed 1,500 hours. As usual, he fetched his toothbrush from the personals kit and started to scrub his teeth. This is when he saw his first Korno in the act of geoplankting. It was a deeply disturbing experience. Barnhart and the lank, sick-bodied alien ignored each other every morning while the maroon captain had his coffee and the native Kornoed. Each afternoon while Barnhart laid down for a nap and the other xenogutted. And of course before retiring while Barnhart brushed his teeth and the alien did his regular stint of geoplanking. The captain set about arranging living quarters on the planet. The crew of the Quincy had provided him with every necessity except communications gear. Still, he was confident he would find a way back and see that Simmons and the rest got the punishment clearly called for in Regulation C-79, Clause 2. This driving need to have the regulation obeyed was as close as he could get to anger. His lot was a rough and primitive one, but he sat down to doing the best with things that he could. Using the nuclear reactor, he synthesized a crude 7-room cottage. He employed an unorthodox 3-story architecture. This gave him a kind of observation tower from which he could watch to see if the natives were starting to get restless. Traditionally, this would be a bad sign. Humming to himself, he was idly adding some rococo work around the front door when 1330 came up and he stopped for his nap. At the edge of the now somewhat larger clearing, the alien was xenogutting in the indigo shadows of a drooping bush tree. Since he hadn't finished the house yet, Barnhart stretched out on the grass. Suddenly he sat upright and shot a glance at the alien. Could this sort of thing be regarded as restless activity? He was safe so long as the aliens maintained their regular routine, but if they started to deviate from it, he was in trouble. He tossed around on the velvet blades for some minutes. He got to his feet. The nap would have to be bypassed. As much as he resented the intrusion on his regular routine, he would have to find some other natives. He had to know if all the aliens on the planet xenogutted each afternoon as he was having his nap. The thought crossed his mind that he might not wake up some afternoon if his presence was causing the aliens to deviate dangerously from their norm. The most unnerving thing about the village was that there were exactly 10 houses and precisely 100 inhabitants. Each house was 33.3 feet on a side. The surfaces were hand-hewn planking or flat-sided logs. There were 4 openings. Each opposing 2 were alternately 1 foot and an alarming 10 feet high. Barnhart couldn't see the roof. The buildings appeared square, so he supposed the houses were 33.3 feet tall. At the end of the single-packed, violet-earthed street facing up the road was a large sign of some unidentifiable metal bearing the legend in Standard Galactic, "This is a village of Kornos." Barnhart received the information unenthusiastically. He had never before encountered the term. The sign might as well have told him the place was a town of Jabberwockies. The single scarlet sun with its corona of spectrum frost was drawing low on the forest-covered horizon. Barnhart, dry of mouth and sore of foot, had not encountered yet a single one of the 100 inhabitants. He had missed his nap and his dinner, and now he ran his tongue over his thick-feeling teeth. He was about to miss his nightly brushing of his teeth. He had taken only a minimum survival kit with him, which did not include a smaller personals kit. His wristwatch, still on good, reliable ship's time, recorded nearly 1,500 hours straight up. His body chemistry was still operating on the captain's shift, whereby he spent part of the time with both day and night shifts. It was nearly time for him to go to bed. Fortunately, it was almost night on the planet. He was searching out his portable force field projector from some loose coins and keys when 100 Kornos came out of their houses and began geoplankting. Fifth Day Marooned. The Journal of Captain T.P. Barnhart, late of the UGS Quincy. It became apparent that I may never leave alive this planet, whose name and coordinates have been kept from me. By reason, justice, and regulations, the men who put me here must pay. See formal attached warrant against First Mate O.D. Simmons and the remainder of my crew. For this reason and in the interest of science, I am beginning this journal to which I hope to continue contributing from time to time, barring sudden death. At this writing, I am in a village of 10 houses identified as a settlement of Kornos. These tall, hairless humanoids have performed an intricate series of indescribable actions since I first encountered them. My problem, as is apparent, is to decide whether these actions constitute their normal daily routine or whether I have instigated this series of actions. If the latter is the case, where will it end? 1700 5th Day. Barnhart was not used to being ignored. It was certainly not a part of his normal routine. Often in his life he had been scorned and ridiculed. Later, when he earned a captaincy in the exploration service, the men around him had to at least make a show of respect and paying attention to him. Being ignored was a new experience for him. While it was a strange thing to say of an explorer, Barnhart didn't particularly like new experiences, or rather he only liked the same kind of new experiences. He kicked the wine-colored soil in red-faced impotence the first few dozen times Kornos went silently past him on the way to gather fruit from the forest, or new logs to keep the buildings in repairs, which seemed to be a constant occupation. However, when the 25th alien shouldered past him the morning after he first discovered the village, Barnhart caught him by the shoulder, swung him half around, and slugged him off his feet with a stabbing right cross. The alien shook his head foggily a few times and slowly climbed to his feet. Barnhart bit his upper lip. That hadn't been a wise thing to do at all. He should know that unorthodox moves like that led only to certain disaster. He fumbled for his force field projector, and with a flush of adrenaline discovered he had lost it. Now, he thought, the alien will signal the rest of them. And they, all 100 of them, now does that include the one I first saw in the clearing or not? They will converge on me, and... The Korno marched off into the forest. Everyone was still ignoring Barnhart. Barnhart munched on a steak sandwich listlessly and watched the aliens through the faint haze of the force field. He had found the projector half stamped into the earth, and he was testing it. But even a test was foolish. None of them was close enough to him to harm him with so much as a communicable disease. He might as well quit roughing it and get back to the cottage. In the last few days he had had time to think. He took up his journal. 8th Day. I can only suppose that these actions of the aliens represent some kind of religious ritual. Again, I am presented with the problem of whether these rituals are part of their normal daily life, or are they a special series instigated by my presence? Yesterday I observed 2 of the Kornos repairing one of the village houses. The native lumber seems to be ill-suited to construction purposes. Several times I have noticed logs tearing themselves free and crawling back into the virgin forest. Due to the instability of their building materials, the aliens are constantly having to repair their houses. In watching the 2 Kornos at work, I observed something highly significant. The humanoids worked smoothly as a team, splitting and planing down the reluctant logs with double-bladed axes. Then, putting the lumber in place, they fastened it down with triangular wooden pegs. They pounded these pegs home awkwardly with the flat side of the axes. The axes are crude and obviously indigenous to the culture. I view this with considerable alarm. Obviously, any culture that can produce an axe is capable of inventing the hammer. The Kornos are not using their hammers in front of me. I am producing a change in their routine. Where will it end? What are they saving their hammers for? 800, 8th day. Barnhart had written that just before dawn, but as usual the aliens had continued to ignore him. For all he knew, the ritual might go on for years before they used their hammers, or whatever they were planning. It was drawing near time for his nap, but he felt completely wide awake, even inside the safety of the force field. His throat hurt and the backs of his legs ached with the waiting for the natives to come out and begin xenogutting. He wiped his hands together and forced a smile. Why should he worry what the natives did? He was completely safe. He could live out his life in immutable security. But this wasn't his world. No part of it was his, or at least only the part he had brought with him. Sanity lay in holding to what was left of his own world. But sanity didn't always mean survival. What if he could make the Kornos world his own? Barnhart wiped at the tiny stings against his face, and his fingertips came away moist with beads of perspiration. The aliens began marching out of the houses, in twos from the 10-foot doors, singly from the foot-square openings of every other facing wall. It was in his world of fireworks-streaked Ohio summers and bold green hills. This planet cowled with nun-like secrecy, looking acrid, tasting violet, and transmitting a beauty and confusion only a trio of physical scientists could solve. But there was only one thing to do. Barnhart let down his force field and went out. The human body wasn't well adapted for it, but Barnhart did his best to join the Kornos in xenogutting. Instantly the cry welled up, "Master!" Barnhart stood up and faced the aliens, deeply disturbed. He was even more disturbed when, later, he wrote again in his journal. 9th day. Korno, I have learned from the leader, is a term referring to a particular type of subhuman android. The synthetic process used in manufacturing these men does not allow them to develop beyond a certain point, a built-in safety factor of their creators, I can only suppose. Thus they were given the concept of the axe and have retained it, but they were able only to devise the idea of using the axe to hammer things with, and are not capable of thinking of a special hammering tool. With almost complete lack of creative ability, they are bound to the same routine, to which they adhere with an almost religious fanaticism. Since last night I have been treated as virtually a god. I have been given one of their buildings entirely for my own use. I find this turn of events absolutely surprising. I intend to discuss this with the leader today. Note to any ethnologist who may see these papers, since all Kornos are built to the same standards, none is superior to another. But recognizing the need for one director, each of the 100 has an alternate term as leader. 900, 9th day. Despite the upsetting turn of events, Barnhart decided he was more comfortable in his familiar role of command. He glanced at his wristwatch and was surprised to note that he had overslept. The time for both breakfast and chronopting was past. He made himself ready and left the building. The alien was waiting just outside the door. He looked as if he hadn't moved all night. Yet Barnhart thought he seemed a trifle shorter. "Are you the leader?" Barnhart asked. "I am the leader, but you are the master." As an officer of a close-confined spaceship, that sounded a little stuffy even to Barnhart. The fellow still looked shorter. Maybe they had changed leaders the way he had been told the night before, or maybe Kornos shrank when left out in the night air. "Let's go someplace where we can sit down. And, incidentally, just call me sir or captain." "Yes, sir." Barnhart nodded. He had been expecting, "Yes, master, I will call you captain." But the alien didn't move. He finally decided that the leader thought they should sit on the ground where they were standing. Barnhart squatted, the leader squatted. Before they could speak, a muffled explosion vibrated the ground, and Barnhart caught a fleeting glimpse of an unstable chemical rocket tearing jerkily into the maroon sky. "Celebration for my arrival?" Barnhart asked. "Perhaps so. We are putting the unneeded ones in status." He decided to let that ride for the moment. "Tell me, why didn't you recognize me before I joined you in your ritual, leader?" The alien tilted his head. "What was there to recognize? We thought you were some new variety of animal. Before you xenogutted, how were we to know you were rational life?" Barnhart nodded. "But how did you so cleverly deduce that I was your master?" "There are 100 of us. You were the 101st. You had to be the master returned." The master had been some friendly life form in the Federation, obviously. Otherwise, the Korno androids wouldn't speak galactic. Barnhart nibbled on his underlip. "I want to find out how much you still know after the master's been away so long," the captain said. "Tell me, how do you communicate with the master?" "What for?" The leader began to look at Barnhart oddly. "For anything. Where's the subspace radio?" The direct approach produced a rather ironic expression on the Korno's narrow face, but no answer. But if there was a radio on the planet, Barnhart meant to find it. Spacemen forced to abandon their craft were required to report to the nearest Federation base as quickly as possible. Besides, he meant to see that Simmons and his Anglo stooge and all the others paid for their mutiny. But, he decided, perhaps he had better not press the matter at the moment. Another rocket punctuated the moment of silence. "Take me to your launching area," Barnhart said. The android stood up and walked. But he walked at Barnhart's side, forcing the captain to catch his stride a half step to let the alien lead him. He wasn't sure if it was a mark of respect not to get ahead of the master, or an attempt to see if he knew where the launching site was located. The Kornos were limited, and just how limited Barnhart was beginning to wonder. They rounded the clump of drooping lavender trees, and Barnhart saw the 8 men laying on the ground in the transport casings. Not men, but Kornos, he corrected himself, in a molded clear membrane of some sort. "They are in status," the leader explained, answering the captain's unasked question. "This is how you keep your population at 100, Barnhart thought aloud, removing his glasses to rest his eyes and get a better look at the bodies. Despite regulations, he could still see better without his spectacles. "It is how you arranged it, master. But as you know, we are now 90-1. The captain put his glasses back on. "I'll test you. Why are you now 90-1? "Naturally," the leader said emotionlessly. "You required a whole new shelter unit to yourself. We had to dispose of the 10 who previously had the unit." Barnhart swallowed. "Couldn't you think of anything less drastic? Next time, just build a new unit." "But, master," the alien protested, "it takes a great deal of work to construct our units. Our lumber escapes us so badly no matter how often we beat it into submission. Our work capacity is limited, as you are aware. Is it really desirable to overwork us so much?" The captain was a little shocked. Was this humorless, methodical android really protesting a command from his master? "How do you suppose the 10 you are putting in status feel about it?" he managed. "They would doubtlessly prefer not to be overworked. Our fatigue channels can only stand so much." But it wasn't the work, Barnhart suddenly knew. It was the idea that there could be 11 houses instead of 10. The concept of only 90 Kornos and a master must be only slightly less hideous to them. They couldn't really be so overjoyed to see him. A third rocket jarred off, rising unsteadily but surely in the low gravity. It was a fairly primitive device, evidently all they retained from the original model supplied them by the master. Barnhart looked at the figures on the ground. Only 7. "The ones in status go into the rockets?" Barnhart gasped. and circle in the proper orbits, the leader agreed. This time he saw the Kornos lifting a stiff form and taking it to the crewed rocket. It looked entirely too much like a human body. Barnhart looked away. But at the edge of his peripheral vision he saw the Kornos halt and half stand up, their fellow in status. He glanced at his wrist, 1500 hours. The aliens began geoplankting. Barnhart ran his tongue over his teeth, noting that they needed brushing. He came to himself with a start. Of course, he had almost forgot. Barnhart faced the others and joined them in their geoplankting. A hideous cry built from one plateau of fury to another. "He's no better than us," the leader screamed. 9th day. I have made a serious mistake. While it was necessary for me to confirm the Kornos ritual to get myself recognized, I should not have continued to adhere to it. Apparently, by these creatures' warped reasoning, I established myself as a reasoning creature by first joining them in their routine, but when I continued to act in accord with them, I proved myself no better than they are. As master, I am supposed to be superior and above their mundane routine. At the moment, they are milling belligerently outside my force field screen. As I look into their stupid, imagineless faces, I can only think that somewhere in the past they were invented by some unorthodox Terran scientist, probably of English descent. Wait. The force field is wavering. It must have been damaged when it got tramped underfoot. They're going to get into me. Barnhart watched them prepare the rocket that would blast him into an orbit circling the planet. He could see and even hear the sound that vibrated through the thin membrane in which he was encased, but he could not move a nerve end. Fortunately, his eyes were focused on infinity, so he could see everything, at least blurrily. The leader, who seemed to have grown a few inches, wasted no time. He gave the orders and the Kornos lifted him into the rocket. The hatch closed down on the indigo day, and he was alone. The blast of takeoff almost deafened him, but he did not feel the jar, only because, he realized, he could feel nothing. A few weeks later, the centrifugal force of the spinning rocket finally nudged the latch and the hatch swung open. Barnhart was exposed to naked fire-bright blackness itself. After a day or two, he stopped worrying about that, as he had stopped fretting about breathing. He grew accustomed to the regular turn around the planet every 14 hours. For 2 out of every 3 seconds he faced out into space, and that was always changing. Yet, all poetry aside, the change was always the same. He didn't have to worry about keeping on schedule. He kept on one automatically. And he didn't like it. So he kept retreating further and further from it. We couldn't leave him there. What? Who? Barnhart thought along with at least 7 other W's. He returned to himself and found that he was standing in the airlock of a spaceship, faced by his first mate Simmons and his stooge York. We couldn't leave him there, Simmons repeated with feeling. That would be the nastiest kind of murder. We might maroon him, but none of us are killers. It's not the punishment we will get for the mutiny, York complained. It's having to go back to his old routine. That time schedule mind of his was derailing mine. He was driving the whole crew cockeyed. Even if he wasn't going to kill us all by the rule book, I think we would have had to maroon him just to get rid of him. Simmons fingered a thin-bladed tool knife. I wonder how he got up there in that rocket and in this transport shroud. I'm sure he's alive, but this is the most unorthodox suspan I've ever seen. Almost makes you believe in destiny, the way we lost our coordinate settings and had to backtrack, and then found him out there. I'll bet he jimmied the calculator, York grouched. You know, York, it's almost as if the world down there marooned him right back at us. The first mate inserted the knife blade. The membrane withered and Barnhart lived. Now the arrest, York murmured. What are you muttering about, York? Captain Barnhart demanded. "What are we standing around here for? You can't expect me to waste a whole afternoon on inspection. We have to get back on schedule." He looked to his wrist. 1,500 hours. "He doesn't remember," York said behind him. "He remembers the same old routine," Simmons said. "Here we go again." Barnhart didn't say anything. In the close confines of a spaceship, there was bound to be a certain degree of informality. He stepped inside his cabin at the end of the corridor and did what he always did at 1,500 hours. York and the first mate were deeply disturbed. Barnhart looked out at them sharply. "Well, spacemen, I run a taut ship here. I expect everyone to hit the mark, adhere to the line, follow my example. Snap to it." Simmons looked at York and his shoulders sagged. They couldn't go through the whole thing again. The marooning, the rescue, then this. That routine would drive them crazy. Even this was preferable. They joined Barnhart in geoplanking.
Man of Distinction by Michael Shaara. Reading by Matt Berard. Being unique is a matter of pride, but being a complete mathematical impossibility? The remarkable distinction of Thatcher Blitt did not come to the attention of a bemused world until late in the year 2180. Although Thatcher Blitt was, by the standards of his time, an extremely successful man financially, this was not considered real distinction. Unfortunately for Blitt, it never has been. The history books do not record the names of the most successful merchants of the past, unless they happen by chance to have been connected with famous men of the time. Thus Croesus is remembered largely for his contributions to famous Romans and successful armies, and Haim Solomon, a similarly wealthy man, would have been long forgotten had he not also been a financial mainstay of the American Revolution and consorted with famous, if impoverished, statesmen. So, if Thatcher Blitt was distinct among men, the distinction was not immediately apparent. He was a small, gaunt, fragile man who had kind face and bearing that are perfect for movie crowd scenes, absolutely forgettable. Yet Thatcher Blitt was one of the most foremost businessmen of his time, for he was president and founder of that noble institution, Genealogy Incorporated. Thatcher Blitt was not yet 25 when he made the discovery which was to make him among the richest men of his time. His discovery was, like all great ones, obvious, yet profound. He observed that every person had a father. Carrying on with this thought, it followed inevitably that every father had a father, and so on. In fact, thought Blitt, when you considered the matter rightly, everyone alive was the direct descendant of untold numbers of fathers, down through the ages, all descending, one after another, father to son, and so backward, unquestionably, into the unrecognizable and perhaps simian fathers of the past. This thought, on the face of it, not particularly profound, struck young Blitt like a blow. He saw that since each man had a father, and so on, it ought to be possible to construct the genealogy of every person now alive. In short, it should be possible to trace your family back, father by father, to the beginning of time. And of course it was, for that was the era of the time scanner. And with a time scanner, it would be possible to document your family tree with perfect accuracy. You could find out exactly from whom you had sprung. And so Thatcher Blitt made his fortune. He saw clearly at the beginning what most of us see only now, and he patented it. He was aware not only of the deep-rooted sense of snobbishness that exists in many people, but also of the simple yet profound force of curiosity. Who exactly, one says to oneself, was my 40 times great-great-grandfather? A Roman legionary? A Viking? A pyramid builder? One of Xenophon's 10,000? Or was he, perhaps, it is always possible, Alexander the Great. Thatcher Blitt had a product to sell, and sell he did, for other reasons that he alone had noted at the beginning. The races of mankind had twisted and turned with incredible complexity over the years. The numbers of people have been enormous. With 30,000 years in which to work, it was impossible that there was not, somewhere along the line, a famous ancestor for everybody. A minor king would often suffice, or even a general in some forgotten army. And if these direct ancestors were not enough, it was fairly simple to establish close blood kinship with famous men. The bloodlines of men, you see, began with a very few people. In all of ancient Greece, in the time of Pericles, there were only a few thousand families. Seeing all this, Thatcher Blitt became a busy man. It was necessary not only to patent his idea, but to produce the enormous capital needed to found a large organization. The cost of the time scanner was at first prohibitive, but gradually that obstacle was overcome, only for Thatcher to find that the government, for many years, prevented him from using it. Yet Blitt was indomitable, and eventually, after years of heart-rending waiting, Genealogy, Inc. began operations. It was a tremendous success. Within months, the very name of the company and its taut slogan, "An ancestor for everybody," became household words. There was but one immediate drawback. It soon became apparent, without going back very far into the past, it was sometimes impossible to tell who was really the next father in line. The mothers were certain, but the fathers were something else again. This was a ponderable point. But Blitt refused to be discouraged. He set various electronic engineers to work on the impasse, and a solution was found, an ingenious device which tested blood electronically through the scanner, based on the different sine waves of the blood groups, saved the day. That invention was the last push Genealogy, Inc. was ever to need. It rolled on to become one of the richest and, for a long time, most exclusive corporations in the world. Yet it was still many years before Thatcher Blitt himself had time to rest. There were patent infringements to be fought, new developments in the labs to be watched, new ways to be found to make the long and arduous task of father tracing easier and more economical. Hence, he was well past 60 when he at last had time to begin considering himself. He had become by this time a moderately offensive man. Surrounded as he had been all these years by pomp and luxury, by impressive names and extraordinary family trees, he had succumbed at last. He became unbearably name-conscious. He began by regrouping his friends according to their ancestries. His infrequent parties were characterized by his almost parliamentarian system of seating. No doubt, all this had been in Thatcher Blitt to begin with. It may well be, and perhaps varying quantities in all of us, but it grew with him, prospered with him. Yet, in all those years, he never once inspected his own forebears. You may well ask, was he afraid? One answers, one does not know. But at any rate, the fact remains that Thatcher Blitt, at the age of 67, was one of the few rich men in the world who did not know who exactly their ancestors had been. And so, at last, we come to the day when Thatcher Blitt was sitting alone in his office, one languid hand draped vacantly over his brow, listening with deep satisfaction to the hum and click of the enormous operations which were going on in the building around him. What moved him that day remains uncertain. Perhaps it was that, from where he was sitting, he could see row upon row of action pictures of famous men which had been taken from his time scanners, or perhaps it was simply that this profound question had been growing at him, had been gnawing at him all these years, deeper and deeper, when on this day broke out into the light. But whatever the reason, at 11:02 that morning, he leapt vitally from his chair. He summoned Cathcart, his chief assistant, and gave him the immortal command, Cathcart, he grated, stung to the core of his being. Who am I? Cathcart rushed off to find out. There followed some of the most taut and fateful days in the brilliant history of genealogy, Inc. Father tracing is, of course, a painstaking business, but it was not long before word had begun to filter out to interested people. The first interesting discovery made was a man called Blot in 18th century England. No explanation was ever given for the name's alteration from Blot to Blit. Certain snide individuals took this to mean that the name had been changed as a means to avoid prosecution or some such, and immediately began making light remarks about the blots on old Blit's escutcheon. This Blot had the distinction of having been a wine seller of considerable funds. This reputedly did not sit well with Thatcher Blit. Merchants, he snapped, however successful, are not worthy of note. He wanted empire builders. He wanted, at the very least, a name he had heard about, a name that appeared in the histories. His workers furiously scanned back into the past. Months went by before the next name appeared. In 9th century England, there was a wandering minstrel named John, last name unprintable, who achieved considerable notoriety as a ballad singer before dying in a natural death in the boudoir of a lady of high fashion. Although the details of this man's life were of extreme interest, they did not impress the old man. He was, on the contrary, rather shaken, a minstrel and a rogue to boot. There were shake-ups in genealogy, Inc. Cathcart was replaced by a man named Jukes, a highly competent man despite his interesting family name. Jukes forged ahead full steam past the birth of Christ, no relation, but he was well into ancient Egypt before the search began to take on the nature of a crisis. Up until then, there was simply nobody, or to be more precise, nobody but nobodies. It was incredible. All the laws of chance were against it, but there was, actually, not a single ancestor of note, and no way of faking one, for Thatcher Blit couldn't be fooled by his own methods. What there was simply an unending line of peasants, serfs, an occasional foot soldier or leather worker. Past John, the ballad singer, there was no one at all worth reporting to the old man. This situation would not continue, of course. There were so few families for men to spring from. The entire Gallic nation, for example, a great section of present-day France, sprang from the family of one lone man in the north of France in the days before Christ. Every native Frenchman, therefore, was at least the son of a king. It was impossible for Thatcher Blit to be less. So the hunt went on from day to day, past ancient Greece, past Jarmo, past the wheel and metals and farming, and on even past all civilization, outward and backward into the cold primordial waste of northern Germany. And still there was nothing. Though Jukes lived in daily fear of losing his job, there was nothing to do but press on. In Germany, he reduced Blit's ancestor to a slovenly little man who was one of only 3 men in the entire tribe, or family, one of 3, in an area which now contains millions. But Blit's ancestor, true to form, was simply a member of the tribe, as was his father before him. Yet onward it went, westward back into the French caves, southward into Spain, and across the unrecognizable Mediterranean into a verdant North Africa, backward in time, past even the Cro-Magnons, and yet ever backward, 30,000 years, 35,000, with old Blit reduced now practically to gibbering, and still never an exceptional forebear. There came a time when Jukes had at last, inevitably, to face the old man. He had scanned back as far as he could. The latest ancestor he had unearthed for Blit was a hairy creature who did not walk erect. And yet, even here, Blit refused to concede. It may be, he howled, it must be that my ancestor was the first man to walk erect or light a fire, to do something. It was not until Jinx pointed out that all those things had been already examined and found hopeless that Blit finally gave in. Blit was a relative, of course, of the first man to stand erect, the man with a burst human brain. But so was everybody else on the face of the earth. There was truly nowhere else to explore. What would be found now would be only the common history of mankind. Blit retired to his chambers and refused to be seen. The story went the rounds, as such stories will, and it was then, at last, after 40,000 years of insignificance, that the name of Blit found everlasting distinction. The story was picked up, fully documented by psychologists and geneticists of the time, and inserted into textbooks as a profound commentary on the forces of heredity. The name of Thatcher Blit, in particular, has become famous, has persisted until this day, for he is the only man yet discovered, or ever likely to be discovered, with this particular distinction. In 40,000 years of scanner-recorded history, the bloodline of Blit, or Blot, never once produced an exceptional man. That record is unsurpassed. End of Man of Distinction by Michael Shaara.
The Place Where Chicago Was by Jim Harmon. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Lake Placid, Florida. It was late December of 1983. Abe Daniels knew that the streets and sidewalks of Jersey City moved under their own power, and that half the families in America owned their own helicopters. He was pleased with these signs of progress. But he was sweating. He thought he was getting athlete's foot instead of athletic legs from walking from the New Jersey coast to just outside of Marshall, Illinois. The heat was unbearable. The road shimmered before him in rows of sticky black ribbon, on which nothing moved, nothing but him. He passed a signal post that said, "Caution, slow," in a gentle but commanding voice. He staggered on toward a reddish metallic square set in a thin column of bluish concrete. It was what they called a sign, he decided. Daniels drooped against the sign and fanned his face with his sweat-ringed straw cowboy hat. The thing seemed to have something to say about the mid-century novelist James Jones in short, terse words. The rim of the hat crumpled in his fist. He stood and listened. There was a car coming. It would almost have to stop, he reasoned. A man couldn't stand much of this Illinois winter heat. The driver might leave him to die on the road if he didn't stop. Therefore, he would stop. He jerked out the small patch from the sash of his jeans. Inside the special plastic, the powder was dry. He rubbed some between his hands briskly to build up the static electricity and massaged it into his hair. The metal of the Jones plaque was fairly shiny. Under the beating noon sun, it cast a pale reflection back at Daniels. His hair looked a reasonably uniform white now. He started to draw the string on the pouch, then dipped his hand in and scooped his palm up to his mouth. He chewed on the stuff while he was securing the nearly flat bag in his sash. He swallowed the dough. The powder had been flour. Daniels took the hat from beneath his arm, set it to his head, and at last faced the direction of the engine whine. The roof, hood, and wheels moved over the curve of the horizon, and Daniels saw that the car was a brandless classic, which probably still had some of the original, indestructible Model A left in it. He pondered a moment on whether to thumb or not to thumb. He thumbed. The rod squealed to a stop exactly even with him. A door unfolded and a voice like a stop signal said flatly, "Get in." Daniels got in. The driver was a teenager in a loose scarlet tunic and a spangled WPA cap. The youth wouldn't have been bad-looking except for a sullen expression and a rather girlish turn of cheek, completely devoid of beard line. Daniels wrote him off as a prospective member of the Wolf Pack in a year or two. But not just yet, he fervently hoped. Going far? I'm not, said the driver. Daniels adjusted the knees of his trousers. I'm going to near where Chicago used to be. Huh? Daniels had forgotten the youth of his companion. I mean, I'm going to where you can't go any further. The driver nodded smugly, relieved that the threat to the vastness of his knowledge had been dismissed. I get you, Pop. I guess I can take you close to where you're headed. They rode on in silence, both relieved that they didn't have to try to span the void between age and position with words. You aren't anywhere near starvation, are you? The driver said suddenly, uneasy. No, Daniels said. Anyway, I've got money. Woodrow Wilson. I'll pull in at the next joint. The next joint was carved out of the flat cross-section of hill that looked unmistakably like a strip ridge of a Colorado copper mine, but wasn't, even barring the fact that this was Illinois. The rectangle of visible diner was color-fused aluminum between number 2 and Korea. Daniels was glad to get into the shockingly cold air conditioning. It was constant, if unhealthy. The chugging unit in the car failed a heartbeat every now and then for a sickening wave of heat. The two of them pulled up wire chairs to a linoleum-top table in a mirrored corner. A faint purple hectographed menu was stuck between appropriately colored plastic squeeze bottles labeled mustard and blood. Daniels knew what the menu would say, but he unfolded it and checked. Steaks. Plankton, 90 cents. Juicy, rich red tantalizing hamburger, 17 cents. Accessories, mashed potatoes, 40 cents. Delectable oysters all you can eat, 9 cents. Peas, 35 cents. Rich, fragrant cheese, large slice, 2 cents. Drinks, Coke, 50 cents. Milk, the forbidden wine of nature, 1 cent. Coffee without, 50 cents. Coffee with, 2 cents. A fat girl in white came to the table. Daniels tossed the menu on the table. I'll take the meat dinner, he said. The teenager stared hard at the tabletop. So will I. Good citizens, the waitress said, but the revulsion crept into her voice over the professional hardness. Daniels looked carefully at his companion. You aren't used to ordering meat. Pop, the youth began. Daniels waited to be told that being short of cash was none of his business. Pop, on my leg. Kill it, kill it. Daniels leaned over the table, startled and curious. A cockroach was feeling its way along a thin meridian of vari-colored jeans. Daniels pinched it up without injuring it and deposited it on the floor. It scurried away. Your kind make me sick, the driver said in lieu of thanks. You act like a fanatic, but you're a meat-eater. How do you bless that? Daniels shrugged. He did not have to explain anything to this kid. He couldn't be stranded. The kid was under the same encephalographic inversion as the rest of the world. No human being could directly or indirectly commit murder, as long as the broadcasting stations every nation on Earth maintained in self-defense continued to function. These mechanical brainwaves coded every mind with enforced pacifism. They could have just easily broadcast currents that would have made minds swell with love or happiness. But world leaders had universally agreed that these conditions were too narcotic for the common people to endure. Pacifism was vital to the survival of the planet. War could not go on killing, but governments still had to go on winning wars. War became a game. The international war games were held every 2 years. With pseudo-H-bombs and mock-germ warfare, countries still effectively eliminated cities and individuals. A destroyed city was off-limits for 20 years. Nothing could go in or out for that period. Most cities had provided huge food deposits for emergencies. Before the famine. Some minds were more finely attuned to the encephalographic inversion than others. People so in tune with the wavelength of pacifism could not only not kill another human being, they could not even kill an animal. Vegetarianism was thrust upon a world not equipped for it. Some, like Daniels, who could not kill, still found themselves able to eat what others had killed. Others who could not kill or eat any once living thing, even plants, rapidly starved to death. They were quickly forgotten, almost as forgotten as the Jonas. The war dead. Any soldier or civilian killed outside of a major disaster area where he would be subject to the 20 years became a man without a country or a world. They were tagged with green hair by molecular exchange and sent on their way to starve, band together, reach a disaster area where they would be accepted for the duration of the disaster, or starve. Anyone who in any way communicated with Jonah or even recognized the existence of one automatically became a Jonah himself. It was harsh, and if it wasn't better than war, it was quieter and more permanent. The counterman with a greasy apron and hairy forearms served the plates. The meat had been lightly glazed to bring out the aroma and flavor, but the blood was still a pink sheen on the ground meat. There were generous side dishes of cheese and milk. Even animal byproducts were passed up by the majority of vegetarians. Eggs had been the first to be dropped. After all, every egg was a potential life. Milk and associated products came to be spurned through sheer revulsion by association. Besides, milk was intended only to feed the animal's own offspring, wasn't it? Daniel squirted blood generously from its squeeze bottle. Even vegetarians used a lot of it. It gave their plankton the gory look the human animal craved. Of course, it was not really blood, only a kind of tomato paste. When Daniels had been a boy, people called it ketchup. He tried to dig into his steak with vengeance, but it tasted of ashes. Meat was his favorite food. He was in no way a vegetarian. But the thought of the famine haunted him. Vegetable food was high in price and ration points. Most people were living on the 2,500 calories a day. It wasn't quite starvation, and it wasn't quite a full stomach. It was hard on anybody who did more than an average amount of work. It was especially hard on children. The meat eaters helped relieve the situation. Some, with only the minimum of influence from the broadcasters, ate nothing but meat. They were naturally aggressive morons who were doing no one favors, potential members of a wolf pack. Daniels knew how to end the famine. The mob that was the men he had commanded had hunted him in the hills below Buffalo, and he had been hungry, with no time to eat, or rest, or sleep. Only enough time to think. He couldn't stop thinking. Panting over a smothered spark of campfire, smoldering moss and leaves, he thought. Drinking sparkling but polluted water from a twisting mountain stream and trying unsuccessfully to trap silver shavings of fish with his naked hands, he thought. His civilian job was that of a Genosudio Xenobisti macroeologist, a specialized field with peacetime applications that had come out of the war games, specialized to an almost comic opera intensity. He knew virtually everything about almost nothing at all. Yet, delirious with hunger, from this he fashioned in his mind a way to provide food for everybody, even Jonah's. After they caught him, weeks before the tag spot would have faded off, he wasn't sure whether his idea had been a sick dream or not. But he intended to find out. He wouldn't let any other mob stop him from that. Daniels had decided he was against mobs, whether their violence and stupidity was social or antisocial. People are better as individuals. The driver of the hot rod was also picking at his food uncertainly. Probably a social vegetarian, Daniels supposed, an irresponsible fattist. The counterman stopped staring and cleared his throat apologetically. "This ain't the Ritz, but it don't look good for customers to sit with hats on." Daniels knew that applied to only non-vegetarians, but he put his Stetson, reluctantly, on an aluminum tree. The teenager looked up, and did not go back to the food. Daniels knew that he had been found out. The counterman went back to wiping down the bar. The youth was still looking at Daniels. "You better eat if you don't want me to be discovered," Daniels said gently. The youth's eyes moved back and forth, searching, not finding. "It won't do you any good to run," Daniels continued. "The waitress and the counterman will swear they had nothing to do with me, but you were driving, eating with me." "You can't let even a Jonah die," the youngster said in a hoarse whisper that barely carried across the table. Daniel shook his head sadly. "It won't work. You might have slowed down enough to let me grab onto the rear bumper or toss me out some food. But you took me into your car, sat down at a table with me. And this is the thanks I get." Daniels felt his face flush. "Look, son, this isn't a game where you can afford to play by good sportsmanship. That's somebody else's rules, designed to make sure you get at least no better a break than anyone else. You have to play by your rules, designed to give you the best possible break. Let's get out of here." He wolfed the last bite and jammed his hat back on his head, pulling it down around his ears. The sweat band had rubbed the flour off his hair in a narrow band, a band of green, the mark of Jonah. In the last war games, Daniels had come into the sights of a Canadian's diffusion rifle. For 6 months he had worn a cancerous badge of luminosity over his heart, until his comrades had trapped him and through a system similar to the one their rifles employed, turned his hair to green and cast him out. Daniel scooped up both checks and with deep pain paid both of them to save time. He wanted to get his companion out of there before he broke. The heat struck at their faces like jets of boiling water. The authorities said nuclear explosion had nothing to do with the changing climatic conditions so radically, but something had. The two of them were walking towards the parked car when the wolf pack got to them. The horrible part was that Daniels knew they wouldn't kill him. No one could kill. But the members of the wolf packs wanted to. They were the professional soldiers, policemen, prize fighters and gangsters of a society that had rejected them. They were able to resist some of the pacifism of the broadcasters. In fact, they were able to resist quite a lot. The first one was a round-shouldered little man with silver spectacles. He kicked Daniels in the pit of the stomach with steel-shod toes. A clean-cut, athletic boy grabbed the running teenager and ripped the red tunic halfway off. From the pavement, Daniels at last isolated the doubt that had been nagging him. His companion wore a tight T-shirt under the coat. She was a girl. Daniels saw a heavy shoe aimed at his face, but it went far afield. Running feet went past him completely. He was left alone, unharmed, with only the breath knocked out of him momentarily. They were closing in on the girl who had picked him up. This pack was all men, although there were female and co-ed groups just as vicious. Beating up a girl, Daniels knew, would give an added sexual kick to their usual masocho sadism. They were a pack, a mob. They were like the soldiers who had hunted him down and had him permanently tagged to Jonah. His men had been looked upon favorably by his society, while the wolf pack was so ill-favored it was completely ignored in absolute contempt. But they were the same in the essentials, a mob. And once again Daniels, who was incapable of harming the smallest living creature, wanted to kill men, but he couldn't. All his life he had experienced this mad fury of desire, and it shamed him. He wanted to destroy men of stupidity, greed, and brutality on sight. Any other kind of conflict with them was weak compromise. At times, he wondered if this atavistic, if pro-survival trait had not shamed him so much that he overcompensated for it by violently refusing to take any kind of life. Like all men of his time, he asked himself, how much of my mind is the broadcaster's and how much me? If he couldn't destroy, he could defend. With the idea still only half formed, he lurched to his feet and stumbled into the sight of the hot rod. He fumbled open the heated metal door and slid under the for certain that you will be starving in there, so they will be free to keep you inside. The girl straightened her shoulders, emphasizing the femininity of her slender form. "We'll tell them," she said. "I'll tell them." Daniels almost smiled, but not quite. His hands tightened on the steering wheel, and he kept his eyes to the moving circle of light against the night. "You open your mouth about Chicago to the authorities or anyone else, and they will slap you under sedation and keep you there until you die of old age. They used to drop escapees back into the cities by parachute, but too many of them were inadvertently killed. They are more subtle these days, by the way," he said very casually. "How did you escape?" She told him where to go in a primitive, timeless fashion. "No," Daniels said, "I'm going to Chicago." "Not with me," the girl assured him quietly. "We have enough to feed without bringing in another Jonah. Besides, you might be an FBI man or something, trying to find out her escape route. I'd be a Mountie then. The FBI has deteriorated pretty badly, spent itself on political security. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police lends us men and women during peacetime, up until the war games anyway, even though Britain would like to see us constantly disrupted. But, he said heavily, I am not a government agent of any kind, just the Jonah I appear to be. She shivered. I can't take the responsibility. I can't either expose our escape route or bring in another mouth to bring starvation a moment closer. Look, what can I tell you? He demanded in exasperation. Julie Amphrey. Abe Daniels. Look, Julie. You were named after Lincoln? She asked quietly. A long time after. Look, Julie, I want to get into Chicago because of the old Milne laboratories. He caught his breath for a long second. They are still standing? Julie nodded and looked ahead, through the insect-spotted windscreen. Partial operation when I left. Daniels gave a low whistle. Lord, after all these years? We manage. Fine, Julie, I'm sure that if I can get back in the laboratory, I can find a way of ending this condemned famine, inside Chicago and outside. That sounds a little like delusions of grandeur to me, the girl said uncertainly. It was my field for 10 years, before the last war games. I had to think while my platoon was hunting me down, after I had been tagged out. I thought faster than I ever thought before. Julie studied his face for a long moment. What was your idea? The encephalographic inversion patterns of the broadcasters, he said quickly, can be applied to animals as well as human beings, on the right frequencies. Even microscopic animals. Bacteria. If you control the actions of bacteria, you control their reproduction. They could be made to multiply and assume different forms. The form of food, for example. Daniels took a deep breath and plunged into his idea as they drove on through the deepening night. He talked and explained to her, and in doing so, he clarified points that he hadn't been sure of himself. He stopped at last because his throat was momentarily too dry to continue. It's too big a responsibility for me, Julie said. Defeat stung him so badly he was afraid he had slumped physically. But it won't be permanent defeat, he told himself. I've come this far and I'll find some other way into Chicago. I haven't the right to turn down something this big, Julie said. I'll have to let you put it to the mayor and the city council. He relaxed a trifle, condemning himself for the weak luxury. He couldn't afford it yet. He ran his fingers through his flour-dusted green hair, and the electricity of the movement dragged off much of the whiteness. His skin, like that of most people, had been given a slight negative charge by molecularization to repel dirt and germs. The powder was anxious to remove itself, and dye or bleach refused to take it all. We're nearing the rim of the first blockade zone, Daniel told the girl. Where to? Circle around to first unrestricted beach of the lakeshore. And then, underwater. Illegal traffic in and out of disaster areas was not completely unheard of. There was a small but steady flow both ways that the authorities could not or would not completely check. The patrols seemingly were as alert as humanly possible. Capture meant permanent oblivion for disaster residents under sedation, while outsiders got prescribed methods of morphin-vert-induced antipod depression of the brain, a rather sophisticated but effective form of torture. A few minutes under the drug frequently had an introspective duration of years. Therefore, under the typical sentence of 3 months, a felon lived several lifetimes in constant but varying stages of acute agony and post-hysteric terror. While a few personalities survived, many useful human machines were later salvaged by skillful lobotomies. Lake Michigan beaches were pretty good, Daniels observed. Better than at Hawaii. This one had been cleaned up for a subdivision that had naturally never been completed. It had been christened Flagstaff Cove, although it was almost a mathematically straight half-mile of off-white sand. He had shifted to four-wheel drive at the girl's direction and bored through the sand to the southernmost corner of the beach, where it blurred into weeds, rocks, dirt, and incredible litter. He braked. The car settled noticeably. "There's a two-man submarine out there in the water under the overhang," Julie said without prompting. "We got it from the Armed Forces Day display at Soldiers Field." "What I'd like to know is how you get the car in and out of it," Daniel said. Anger, disgust, and fatigue crossed the girl's face. It was, after all, a very young face, he thought. "We have outside contacts of sorts," she said. "Nobody trusts them very much." He nodded. There was a lot of money in the Federal Reserve vaults inside the city. The two of them got out of the car. Julie stripped off her jeans, revealing the bottom half of a swimsuit and nicely turned but pale legs. "We'll have to wait out to the sub." "What about the car?" Daniels asked. "Is your friend going to pick it up?" "No, they don't know about this place." He reached in the window and turned the ignition. "Want me to run it off into the water?" "You don't want to tag this spot for the authorities?" "No, I guess not. I don't know what to do. I'm not used to this kind of thing. I don't know why I ever come. We paid an awful lot for the car." He found the girl's wailing unpleasant. "It's your car, but take my advice. Let me get rid of it for you." "But," she protested, "if you run it into the water, they can see it from the air in daylight." "I know. They used to spot our sub. But why not run it off into those weeds and little trees? They'll hide it, and maybe we could get it later." It wasn't a bad idea, but he didn't feel like admitting it. He gunned the rod into the tangle of undergrowth. Daniels came back to the girl with his arms and face laced with scratches from the limbs. He tried to roll his trousers up at the cuff, but they wouldn't stay. So he would spend a soggy 10 minutes while they dried. He told the girl to go ahead, and he went after her, marking the spongy wet sand and slapping into the white-scummed, very blue water. The tiny submarine was just where Julie had said it would be. He waited impatiently as she worked the miniature airlock. They squeezed down into the metallic hollowness of the interior, and Julie screwed the hatch shut, a mason lid inappropriately on a can of sardines. There were a lot of white-on-black dials that completely baffled Daniels. He had never been particularly mechanically minded. His field was closer to pure science than practical engineering. Because of this, rather than in spite of it, he had great respect for engineering. It bothered him being in such close quarters with a woman after the months of isolation as a Jonah, but he had enough of the conventions of society fused into him and enough other problems to attempt easing his discomfort. "It isn't much further," Julie at last assured him. He was becoming bored to the point of hysteria. For the past several months he hadn't had much diversion, but he had not been confined to what was essentially an oil drum wired for light and sound. One of the lights changed size and pattern. He found himself tensing. "That," he pointed. "Sonadar," Julie hissed. "Patrol boat above us. Don't make any noise." Daniels pictured the heavy-equipped police boat droning past above them and managed to keep quite silent. Something banged on the hull. It came from the outside, and it rang against the port side, then the starboard. The rhythm was the same, unbroken. Daniels knew somehow the noise from both sides were made by the same agency, something with a 12-foot reach. Something that knew the Morse code. Da-da-da, dit-dit-dit, da-da-da. SOS. Help. "It's not the police," Julie said. "We've heard it before," she added. "They used to dump non-dangerous amounts of radioactives into the lake," as she decided the police boat had gone past and started up the engines again. Daniels never forgot that call for help, not as long as he lived. The electron microscope revealed no significant change in the pattern of the bacteria. Daniels decided to feed the white mice. He got out of his plastic chair and took a small cloth bag of corn from the warped, sticking drawer of the lab table. Rationing out a handful of the withered kernels, he went down the rows of cages. A few, with steel instead of aluminum wiring, were flecked with rust. The mice inside were all healthy. Daniels was not using them in experiments. He was incapable of taking their lives. But some experimenter after him might use them. In any case, he was also incapable of letting them starve to death. He had been out of jail less than 2 weeks. The city council had thrown him into the Cook County lockup until they decided what to do with him. He hadn't known what happened to the girl, Julie Ampry, for bringing him back with her. He was surprised to see Chicago functioning as well as it was after 13 years of isolation. But there were still a few cars and trucks running here and there, although most people walked or rode bicycles. But the atmosphere seemed heavy, and the buildings dirtier than ever. The city had an aura of oppression and decay, he thought, of as belonging to 19th century London. Daniels had waited out New Year's and St. Valentine's Day in a cell between a convicted burglar and an endless parade of drunks. Finally, 2 weeks ago, the Major himself came, apologizing profusely but without much feeling. Daniels was escorted to the old mill and laboratory buildings and told to go to work on his idea. He had, they said, 2 weeks to produce, and he was getting nowhere. His deadline was up, the deadline of the real world, but the one he had given himself was much, much more pressing. "You'll kill yourself if you don't get some sleep," the girl's voice said behind his back. Daniels closed the drawer on the nearly depleted sack of grain. It was the girl, Julie Ampry. He had been expecting her but not anticipating her. He didn't like her very much. The only reason he could conceive for her venture outside was a search for thrills. It might be understandable, if immature, in a man, but he found it unattractive in a woman. He had no illusions about masculine superiority, but women were socially, if not physically and emotionally, ill-equipped for simple adventuring. Julie was more attractive dressed in a woman's clothes, even if they were a dozen years out of style. Her hair had a tightened glint. She was perhaps really too slender for the green knit dress. "It's a big job," he said. "I'm beginning to think it's a lifetime job." He half-turned and motioned awkwardly at the lab table and the naked piece of electronics. "That's the encephalographic projector I jury-rigged," he explained. "You can spare me the 50-cent tour," Julie said. He wondered how she had managed to get so irritating in such a short lifetime. "There's not much else to see," Daniels grunted. "I've got some reaction out of the bacteria, but I can't seem to control their reproduction or channel them into a food-producing cycle." Julie tossed her head. "Oh, I solicitously. "No," Daniels said cheerfully. "Just give me another drink." "Sure thing." Daniels studied his green hair in the glass. Here, the mark of Jonah wasn't important, not yet. But he would be unwelcome even here after the time of disaster ran out. He would have to move on sooner or later. Eventually, why not now? That slogan went better than the one in pink light over the mirror, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. There hadn't been any Milwaukee beer here for 13 years. Most of the stuff came out of bathtubs. Why not now? He smoothed another bill on the damp polished wood and negotiated his way through the hazy room. Outside, he turned a corner and the city dropped away from him. He seemed to be in a giant amusement park with acres of empty ground, patterned off in squares by unwinking dots of light. He grinned to himself, changed direction with great care, and started down the one-way street to the lakefront. He heard the footsteps behind him. Daniels put his palm to the brick wall, scaling posters, and turned. The clean-cut young man smiled disarmingly. "I saw you in at Paul's. You'll never make it home under your own power. Better let me take you in my cab." Daniels knocked him out on his feet with a clean right cross. He blinked down at the boy. Self-preservation had become instinctive with him during his months as a wandering Jonah. Gnawing at his under lip, he studied the twisted way the supposed cabbie lay. If he really were... Daniels patted the man down and brought something out of a hip pocket. He inspected the leather blackjack, weighing it critically in his hand. It slid out of his palm and thudded heavily on the cracked sidewalk. Daniel shrugged and grinned and moved unsteadily away, towards the lake. The lake looked gray and winterish. There was no help for it. Daniel swung his leg over the rust-spotted railing and looked down to where the water lapped at crumbling bricks blotched with green. He peered out over the water, only a few miles to the beach where he had left the car parked in the undergrowth. He would have preferred to use the little sub, but he could swim if he had to. The surface below showed clearly the globe lights. Daniels dived. Before he hit the water, he remembered that he should have taken off some of his clothes. When he parted the icy foam with his body, he knew he had committed suicide, and he realized that that had been what he intended to do all along. There was something in the lake holding him, and it had a 12-foot reach. It kept holding on to him under the surface of green ice and begging him for help. He couldn't breathe, and he couldn't help. Of the two, not being able to help seemed the worse. Not breathing wasn't so bad. It hurt to breathe. It choked him. It was very unpleasant to breathe. He had much preferred not breathing to this. Some time later, he opened his eyes. A small, round-faced man was staring down at him through slender-framed spectacles. For a moment he thought it was the man whose face he had smashed the car door at the diner weeks before. But this man was different. Among other things, his glasses were gold, not silver. Yet he was also the same. Daniels knew the signs of the wolf pack. "How's your foot?" the little man asked in surprisingly full-bodied voice. Daniels instantly became aware of a dull sub-pain sensation in the toes of his left foot. He looked over the crest of his chest and saw the foot, naked below the cuff of his wrinkled trousers. The 3 smaller toes were red, no, maroon, a red so dark it was almost black. Fainter streaks of red shot away from the toes, following the tendon. Daniel swallowed. "The foot doesn't feel so bad, but I think it is." "We may have to operate," the small man said eagerly. "How did I get out of the lake?" "Joel, the man you knocked out. He came to and followed you. Naturally, he had to save your life. He banged your foot up, dragging you ashore." Or afterwards, Daniels thought. Abruptly, the stranger was gone and a door was closing and latching on the other side of the room. Daniels tried to rise and fell back, his head floating around somewhere above him. Maybe a Wolfpack member would have to save his life, but he wouldn't have to bring him home and nurse him back to health. Why? He fell asleep without even trying to guess the answer. When he woke, they brought food to him. Daniels finished with the tray and sat it aside. The small man who had identified himself as Richard beamed. "I think you are strong enough to attend the celebration tonight." Daniels did feel stronger after rest and food, but at the same time he felt vaguely dizzy and his leg was beginning to hurt. "What kind of a celebration?" he asked. Richard chuckled. "Don't worry, you'll like it." Daniels had seen the same expression of the faces of hosts at stag dinners, but with a wolf pack it was hard to know what to expect. The place he was in did not seem to be a house after all. Daniels leaned on the shoulder of Richard, who helped him along solicitously. They entered a large chamber nearly 100 feet wide. There were people there. It wasn't crowded, but there were many people standing around the walls. A lot of them were holding 3-foot lengths of wood. Richard led him to a chair, the only one apparent in the room. "I'll go tell we're ready now," the small man said, chuckling. Daniels looked around slowly at the shadowed faces. Of those holding clubs, he knew only the man Richard had told him was Joel, the man who had pulled him from Lake Michigan. Apparently, the ones with clubs were members of the pack, while the others were observers and potential members. Among these, he spotted a member of the city council, Anne Julie. She stood in a loose sweater and skirt, her hands hugging her elbows, eyes intent on the empty center of the room. Daniels was reminded of some of the women he had seen at unorthodox political meetings. Daniels was surprised to find that he wanted to talk to her. He might try hobbling over to her or calling her over to him, but with the instinct he had developed while being hunted, he knew it was wrong to call attention to the two of them together. He noticed that who was in line with the door. Julie would have to pass by him when she left after the celebration. The celebration begins in 5 minutes. Someone he hadn't seen had shouted into the big room. The words bounced back slightly and hung suspended. The people's waiting became an activity. Tension lived in the room. And then the cat was released. The pack members moved apart from the rest and struck at the scrawny yellow beast. The cat didn't make it very far down the line. The men from the other end of the room moved up quickly to be in on the kill. The clubs rose and fell even after it was clear there was no reason for it. Their ranks parted and they left their handiwork where it could be admired. It must be hard to find animals in a closed city like this, Daniels thought. It must be quite a treat to find one to beat to death. He sat and waited for them to leave, but he found the celebration was just beginning. The group was laughing and talking. Now that it was over, they wanted to talk about it the rest of the evening. They had created death. He searched out Julie Ampry again. She was looking at what they did. He thought she was sick at first. His lips thinned. Yes, she was sick. Her eyes suddenly met his. Shock washed over her face, and in the next moment she was moving to him. "So," she said coolly, "you found out my little secret. This is where I get my kicks." He nodded, thinking of nothing to say. "Did you even read them?" she asked breathlessly. "All the old banned books, Poe and Spillane and Proust. The pornography of death. I grew up on them, so you see there's no harm in them. Look at me." "You want to kill?" Daniels asked her. She lit an expensive king-sized cigarette. "Yes," she exhaled. "I thought I might join a pack on the outside, but you'll remember I didn't quite make it. I couldn't even kill a cockroach. I want to, but the damned broadcasters keep interfering with me." Richard came back, smiling broadly. "Well, Abe, has Miss Ampry been telling you of our plans to ruin the planet?" Daniels was incredibly tired. He had been listening and arguing for hours. "You're a scientist," Joel persisted. "Help us." "There are different kinds of scientists," Daniels repeated. "I'm not a nuclear physicist." "Right there." Richard tapped the pink rubber of his pencil against the map of Cook County. Right there. An armory no one else knows anything about. Enough H-bombs to wipe out human life on the planet, and rockets to send them in. The councilman may be lying, Daniels said. How do you think he should happen to find it and no one else? The information was in the city records, Richard said patiently, but buried and coded so it would take 20 years to locate. Bureaucracy is an insidious evil, Abe. Daniels rubbed his face with his palms. I'm not even sure if I understand what you mean to do. You want to rocket the H-bombs out almost but not quite beyond Earth's gravitation and explode them so the fallout will be evenly distributed over the surface of the planet. You think it will cause no more than injury and destruction. That's all, Joel said sharply. Richard gave an eager nod. They had to convince themselves of that, he knew. But why do you want to do anything as desperate as that? Simple revenge. Richard's tone was even and cold. And to show them what we can do if they don't cut off the broadcasters. The small man's liquid brown eyes softened. You've got to understand that we really don't want to kill people. Our actions are merely necessary demonstrations against insane visionary politics. I only want the broadcaster shut off so I can do efficient police work, Joel, so that he can fight in the ring with the true will to win of a sportsman. The rest of us have equally good reasons. I think I understand, Daniels said. I'll do what I can to help you. Daniels was not surprised when Julie Ampry was in the raiding party. He was past the capacity for surprise. He was getting around on his own today, only because he was learning to stand the pain. It was worse, and he was weak and dizzy from a fever. They had all managed to produce bicycles. Richard had even managed to find one for him with a tiny engine powered by solar-charged batteries. Julie looked crisp and attractive in a sweater and jeans. Joel was strikingly handsome in the clear sun, and even Richard looked like a jolly fatherly type. As they wheeled down the street, Daniels was afraid only he, with his wet, tossed green hair and drooping cheeks, warped the holiday mood of those who in some other probability sequence were happy picnickers. When they reached the place, Richard giggled nervously. It takes a code to open the hatch, he explained. If Aldridge didn't decode it correctly, there will be a small but effective chemical explosion in this area. Daniels leaned against a maple, watching. The bicycles were parked in the brush, and a shallow hole had been dug at an exact spot in the suburban park. Only a few inches below ground was the gray steel door flush with the level of grass. Richard hummed as he worked a prosaic combination dial. Finally, there was a muffled click, and a churning whine began. The hatch raised jerkily and latched at right angles. The pack milled about the opening, excited. Joel got the honor of going down first. Richard seemed to fumble his chance for the glory, Daniels observed. The other men went down, one and one, and finally only Julie and Richard were left. He supposed that this meant the girl had been accepted as a full member of the Wolf Pack. That would change the whole character of the organization. He vaguely wondered who her sponsor was. Joel? Julie and the little man came to him. They started to help him down into the opening, and suddenly he was at the bottom of a ladder. Things were beginning to seem to him as if they were taking place underwater. They walked down a corridor of shadow, lit only by tarnished yellow from red sparks caught on the tips of silver wire inside water-clear bulbs recessed in the concrete ceiling. When they passed a certain point, sparks showered from slots in opposite walls. They burned out ineffectively before they reached the floor of cross-hatched metallic mats. Power failing, Richard observed with a chuckle. Congress should investigate the builders. There was a large, sliding door many feet thick, but so well balanced it slid open easily. And they were there. It was a big room full of many little rooms. Each little room had a door that a man could enter by stooping and a chair ledge inside for him to sit and read or adjust instruments. Outside of the rooms were finished off cleanly in shining metal, with large, rugged objects fitted to all sides. These were hydrogen bombs. The wolf pack ranged joyously throughout the maze. Daniels found one of several stacks of small instruments and sat down on it. The things looked like radios, but obviously weren't. Richard came to him, wringing his hands. These bombs seem to be designed to be dropped from bombers. They are supposed to be rockets here, too. I hope the H-bombs will fit. They seem so bulky. Perhaps the rockets have self-contained bomb units, Daniels suggested. Perhaps. We're all going off and try to find the rockets. You'd be amazed at all the cutoffs down here. I'll leave Joel here to look after you. Daniels sat on the instruments. Joel stayed several 100 feet away, an uncertain shadow in the light, smoking a red dot of a cigarette. Somehow Daniels associated fire and munitions instead of atomics and felt uneasy. He discovered Julie Ampry at his side. She didn't say anything. She seemed to be sulking, like a spoiled brat, he thought. He fingered one of the portable instruments from an open crate beside him. "Wonder what these are," he said to break up the heavy silence. "Pseudo-H-bombs," the girl snapped. Of course, just as money had to be backed by gold or silver reserves, every pseudo-bomb or mock gas had to be backed by the real thing, which, after its representative had been used, was dismantled, neutralized, or retired. International inspection saw to that. "There's enough here to blow up the whole world, if they were real," Daniel said. The girl pointed out into the chamber. "Those are real." Each nation had many times over the nuclear armament necessary to destroy human life. There was enough for that right in this vault, both in reality and in the games. Daniel stopped drifting and took a course. He stopped observing and began to act. There was a mob in action. Even if they did somehow manage not to kill off the population with the fallout they were engineering, they would ruin farmland, create new recessive mutations. Famine would cease to be a psychological affliction for half the world and become a physiological reality instead for all the world. He had failed in his plans to end the psychological famine because of his own attunement to the broadcasters. He wouldn't fail in stopping the new physiological famine. "Put that thing down," Joel said. "I don't trust you any further than I can spit, and that looks like a radio. You trying to warn the city council?" Daniels put down the instrument. One wouldn't do it, and he could tell from Joel's eyes that he would get a very bad experience out of disobeying him. "You were going to do something," Julie said. "What were you trying to do with that Sudi?" "How do you know so much about this stuff?" Daniels demanded. "My father told me all he found out from the records. He's Councilman Aldrich." He rested his eyes for a second. "But your name," he heard himself say. "My stepfather, I should have said. Mother married him when I was 2. What were you going to do?" "I," he said, "intended to end it all. All of this, all of it outside, end everything." The girl turned from him. "Then why don't you do it?" "You mean you don't want our friends to succeed in torturing a sick world?" "I don't like pain," she said. "There's something clean, positive, and challenging about killing. I'd like to kill, but pain seems so pointless. If you can stop them, go ahead. I'll help you." He was exhausted and in fever. "Joel won't let me." "Then kill him," she said. He knew it was all useless, tired, stale, unrewarding. It was done. He was nothing, and the girl was less. The pack would succeed, and a tortured world would die of a greater famine because he had failed all down the line. And he blamed himself for making a mistake that was actually unimportant. For a moment, he had trusted the girl. "You can kill him." Julie turned back and faced him. How much do you think those broadcasters can really control human beings? We aren't fighting wars because we don't want to. We've finally seen what war can do, and we're scared. We've retreated. The human race is hiding, just like you are now." Daniels laughed. She lunged forward, tense. For a moment he thought she had actually stamped her foot. "It's true, you fool. Doesn't the actions of these men prove it to you? They're going to risk destroying the planet. If pacifism really controlled them, do you think they could do that?" He mumbled something about Wolfpack members. "There's never been any law or moral credo that human beings couldn't break and justify within themselves some way," Julie intoned carefully. "People can do the same with induced precepts of the broadcasters. If you really want to stop them, you can, by killing Joel and going ahead." "Maybe later," Daniels mumbled. "I'll think about it." Julie slapped his face. He wondered why he didn't feel it. "You don't have much time left," Julie whispered. "Don't you know what's wrong with your foot?" "Gangrene. You have to get those toes amputated soon or you'll die." "Yes," he said numbly. "Must get amputation." But it didn't seem urgent. He felt he should get some rest first. "It's too bad you can't allow the operation," the girl said sweetly. "You can't allow lives to be destroyed just to save your own personality." "What lives?" he demanded. "All the cells and microorganisms in your toes," Julie told him. "You know they'll die if you are operated on. Are they any worse than the little bacteria you refuse to murder? I suppose it's just as well that you die. How can you stand it on your conscience to breathe all the time and burn up innocent germs in your foul breath?" Daniels understood. To live was to kill. Every instant he lived, his old cells were dying and new ones being born. So Daniels, who thought he could not kill any living thing, finally accepted himself as a killer. It wasn't human life he was taking, but it was life. If he could be wrong about taking any life at all, and he had always believed himself unable to kill anything, he might be wrong about being able to kill men. In spite of everything he had been taught and what he believed about the influence of the broadcasters. He studied Joel in the gloom. The man represented everything he loathed: stupidity, brutality, the mob. If I can kill anyone, he told himself, it should be Joel. He could try. Yes, he could. And that was a victory in itself. He moved, and that was another triumph over the physical defeat that was already upon him. Joel looked up, narrow eyes widened, as Daniels came down on him. Daniels caught him in the stomach with the flat of his palm and shoved up. Joel gargled in the back of his throat and rammed his thumbs for the prisoner's eyes. Daniels nodded and caught the balls of the thumbs on his forehead. He brought his fist up sharply and hit Joel on the point of the chin. His head snapped but righted itself slowly. He lashed into Daniels' body with both eager hands, and Daniels, weakened, went down before he had time to think about it. From the crazy angle of the floor he saw far above him, Joel's lips curled back and closer. Further down, a shoe was lifted to kick. It was aimed at Daniels' swollen foot. Daniel smiled. He shouldn't have done that. If he had acted like a man instead of an animal, he would have been fine. But now, Daniels rolled over quickly against the one leg of Joel's firmly on the floor. Off balance, Joel fell backwards with a curse, the back of his skull ringing against the side of one of the bombs. Exertion was painting red lines across his vision, but Daniels climbed to his knees, put his hand to Joel's corded throat, and squeezed. Yes, he knew he could kill. A few more seconds and he would be dead. Daniels stopped. There was no need to kill the boy. He would be unconscious long enough for him to do his job. And he found that fear had left him. He was no longer afraid of killing small things, because he was no longer afraid of killing men. He had been able to kill when he had to, but more important, he had been able to keep from killing when it wasn't needed. He didn't need to be afraid of the old bloodlust, because he knew now he could best it. And Julie had seen. She had seen something she had never believed was possible, that a man could keep from being a savage without the restraints of the broadcasters or of society. He limped to the stacked sooties and sat down. "Now we can make it clean, Julie. We can end the whole mess. Ready?" "Yes," she told him. He picked up a sooty and threw the switch. The radio signal went out, and all over the world receivers noted a pseudo-explosion in the heart of a disaster area. Daniels could imagine the men in the council room in the heart of the city, seeing the flash and feeling the doom of a renewed 20 years of isolation, and heading for the exact spot of the flash. More signals flashed, and flashed, and flashed. And he thought of the people all over the world wondering about the devastating sneak attack on the United States, and the incredible readings of the instruments. "Keep working," Daniels said. "The wolf pack or the officials from the city will be here soon. I hope it's a dead heat. But," he said, "I think we've done it, but we can keep working on the safety margin." "What have we done, Abe?" Julie asked trustingly. He was going to feel foolish saying it. "We have just blown up the world according to the official records of the war games." "Then they'll have to start over," she said. "Maybe," Daniels whispered. "If they do, we'll all start even. Everybody's a Jonah. The world is the disaster area. Maybe they'll start the war games over, or maybe they'll try the real thing again, now that they've seen how easy it is with sooties." He felt the numb foot and knew he would have to have an emergency operation if he survived the mobs that were coming. But he had a way of surviving mobs. He looked at Julie. He could see that their children could eat. "At least," he said, triggering another H-bomb for the world's records, "it isn't a bad day when the world has been given a fresh slate, a new start." There were footsteps outside, coming closer. End of Chapter 3.
I'll Kill You Tomorrow by Helen Huber. Recording by Mark Nelson. It was not a sinister silence. No silence is sinister until it acquires a background of understandable menace. Here there was only the night quiet of maternity, the silence of noiseless rubber heels on the hospital corridor floor, the faint brush of starched white skirts brushing through doorways into darkened and semi-darkened rooms. But there was something wrong with the silence in the basket room of maternity, the glass-walled room containing row on row the tiny hopes of tomorrow. The curtain was drawn across the window through which, during visiting hours, peered the proud fathers who did the hoping. The nightlight was dim. The silence should not have been there. Laurie Kane, standing in the doorway, looked out over the rows of silent baskets and felt her blonde hair tighten at the roots. The tightening came from instinct, even before her brain had a chance to function, from the instincts and training of a registered nurse. 30-odd babies grouped in one room and complete silence. Not a single whimper, not one tiny cry of protest against the annoying phenomenon of birth. 30 babies? Dead? That was the thought that flashed unbidden into Laurie's pretty head. The absurdity of it followed swiftly, and Laurie moved on rubber soles between a line of baskets. She bent down and explored with practiced fingers. A warm, living bundle in a white basket. The feeling of relief was genuine. Relief, even from an absurdity, is a welcome thing. Laurie smiled and bent closer. Staring up at Laurie from the basket were two clear blue eyes. 2 eyes, steady and fixed in a round baby face. An immobile pink baby face, housing 2 blue eyes that stared up into Laurie's with a quiet concentration that was chilling. Laurie said, "What's the matter with you?" She spoke in a whisper and was addressing herself. She'd gone short on sleep lately, the only way, really, to get a few hours with Pete. Pete was an intern at General Hospital, and the kind of a homely grinning carrot top a girl like Laurie could put into dreams as the center of a satisfactory future. But all this didn't justify a case of jitters in the basket room. Laurie said, "Hi, short stuff," and lifted Baby Newcomb, male, out of his crib for a cuddling. Baby Newcomb didn't object. The blue eyes came closer, the week-old eyes with the 100-year-old look. Laurie laid the bundle over her shoulder and smiled into the dimness. "You want to be president, Shorty?" Laurie felt the warmth of a new life, felt the little body wriggle in snug contentment. "I wouldn't advise it. Tough job." Baby Newcomb twisted in his blanket. Laurie stiffened. Snug contentment? Laurie felt two tiny hands clutch and dig into her throat. Not just pawing baby hands, little fingers that reached and explored for the windpipe. She uncuddled the soft bundle, held it out. There were the eyes. She chilled. No imagination here. No specter from lack of sleep. Ancient murder-hatred glowing in newborn eyes. "Careful, you fool! You'll drop this body!" A thin piping voice. A shrill symphony in malevolence. Fear weakened Laurie. She found a chair and sat down. She held the boy baby in her hands. Training would not allow her to drop Baby Newcomb. Even if she had fainted, she would not have let go. The shrill voice. "It was stupid of me. Very stupid." Laurie was cold, sick, mute. "Very stupid. These hands are too fragile. There are no muscles in the arms. I couldn't have killed you." "Please, dreaming? No, I'm surprised at your surprise. You have a trained mind. You should have learned long ago to trust your senses." "I don't understand." "Don't look at the doorway. Nobody's coming in. Look at me. Give me a little attention, and I'll explain." "Explain?" Laurie pulled her eyes down to the cherubic little face as she parroted dully. "I'll begin by reminding you that there are more things in existence than your obscene medical books tell you about." "Who are you? What are you?" "One of those things." "You're not a baby." "Of course I'm not. I'm—" The beastly, brittle voice drifted into silence as though halted by an intruding thought. Then the thought voiced with a yearning at once pathetic and terrible. "It would be nice to kill you. Someday I will. Someday I'll kill you if I can find you." "Why? Why?" Insane words in an insane world. But life had not stopped even though madness had taken over. "Why?" The voice was matter-of-fact again. No more time for pleasant daydreams. "I'm something your books didn't tell you about. Naturally, you're bewildered. Did you ever hear of a bodiless entity?" Laurie shuddered in silence. "You've heard of bodiless entities, of course, but you denied their existence in your smug world of precise, tidy detail. I'm a bodiless entity. I'm one of a swarm. We come from a dimension your mind wouldn't accept even if I explained it, so I'll save words. We of the swarm seek unfoldment, fulfillment, even as you in your stupid, blind world. Do you want to hear more?" You're a fool, but I enjoy practicing with these new vocal cords just as I enjoyed flexing the fingers and muscles. That's why I revealed myself. We are basically, of course, parasites. In the dimension where we exist in profusion, evolution has provided for us. There we seek out and move into a dimensional entity far more intelligent than yourself. We destroy it in a way you wouldn't understand, and it is not important that you should. In fact, I can't see what importance there is in your existing at all." You plan to kill all these babies? Let me congratulate you. You finally managed to voice an intelligent question. The answer is no. We aren't strong enough to kill them. We dwelt in a far more delicate dimension than this one, and all was in proportion. That was our difficulty when we came here. We could find no entities weak enough to take possession of until we came upon this room full of infants. Then, if you're helpless, what do we plan to do? That's quite simple. These material entities will grow. We will remain attached, ingrained, so to speak. When the bodies enlarge sufficiently— 30 potential assassins. Lori spoke again to herself, then hurled the words back into her own mind as her sickness deepened. The shrill chirping. What do you mean, potential? The word expresses a doubt. Here there is none. The entity's chuckle sounded like a baby, content over a full bottle. 30 certain assassins. But why must you kill? Lori was sure the tiny shoulders shrugged. Why? I don't know. I never thought to wonder. Why must you join with a man and propagate someday? Why do you feel sorry for what you term an unfortunate? Explain your instincts, and I'll explain mine. Lori felt herself rising. Stiffly, she put baby Newcomb back into his basket. As she did so, a ripple of shrill, jerky laughter crackled through the room. Lori put her hands to her ears. You know I can't say anything. You keep quiet. They call me mad. Precisely. Malicious laughter, like driven sleet, cut into her ears as she fled from the room. Peter Larchmont, M.D., was smoking a quick cigarette by an open fire escape door on the 3rd floor. He turned as Lori came down the corridor, flipped his cigarette down into the alley, and grinned. Women shouldn't float on rubber heels, he said. A man should have warning. Lori came close. Kiss me hard. Pete kissed her, then held her away. You're trembling. Anticipation, pet? He looked into her face, and the grin faded. Lori, what is it? Pete, I'm crazy. I've gone mad. Hold me. He could have laughed, but he had looked closely into her eyes, and he was a doctor. He didn't laugh. Tell me. Just stand here. I'll hang on to you, and you tell me. The babies, they've gone mad. She clung to him. Not exactly that. Something's taken them over. Something terrible. Oh, Pete, nobody would believe me. I believe the end result, he said quietly. That's what I'm for, Angel. When you shake like this, I'll always believe. But I'll have to know more, and I'll hunt for an answer. There isn't any answer, Pete. I know. We'll still look. Tell me more first. There isn't any more. Her eyes widened as she stared into his with the shock of a new thought. Oh, Lord, one of them talked to me, but maybe he or it won't talk to you. Then you'll never know for sure. You'll think I'm— Stop it. Quit predicting what I'll do. Let's go to the nursery. They went to the nursery and stayed there for 3/4 of an hour. They left with the tinny laughter filling their minds and the last words of the monstrous entity. We'll say no more, of course. Perhaps even this incident has been indiscreet. But it's in the form of a celebration. Never before has a whole swarm gotten through. Only a single entity on rare occasions. Pete leaned against the corridor wall and wiped his face with the sleeve of his jacket. We're the only ones who know, he said. Or ever will know. Lori pushed back a lock of his curly hair. She wanted to kiss him, but this didn't seem to be the place or the time. We can never tell anyone. We'd look foolish. We've got a horror on our hands, and we can't pass it on. "What are we going to do?" Laurie asked. "I don't know. Let's recap a little. Got a cigarette?" They went to the fire door and dragged long and deep on two from Laurie's pack. "They'll be quiet from now on. No more talking, just baby squalls. And 30 little assassins will go into 30 homes," Laurie said, "all dressed in soft pink and blue, all filled with hatred, waiting, biding their time, growing more clever." She shuddered. "The electric chair will get them all eventually." "But how many will they get in the meantime?" Pete put his arms around her and drew her close and whispered into her ear. "There's nothing we can do. Nothing." "We've got to do something." Laurie heard again the thin, brittle laughter following her, taunting her. "It was a bad dream. It didn't happen. We'll just have to sleep it off." She put her cheek against his. The rising stubble of his beard scratched her face. She was grateful for the rough touch of solid reality. Pete said, "The shock will wear out of our minds. Time will pass. After a while, we won't believe it ourselves." "That's what I'm afraid of." "It's got to be that way." "We've got to do something." Pete lowered his arms wearily. "Yeah, we've got to do something. Where there's nothing that can be done. What are we, miracle workers?" "We've got to do something." "Sure. Finish out the watch and then get some sleep." Laurie awoke with the lowering sun in her window. It was a blood-red sun. She picked up the phone by her bedside. "Room 307, residence extension." Pete answered drowsily. Laurie said, "Tell me, did I dream or did it really happen?" "I was going to ask you the same thing. I guess it happened. What are you doing?" "Lying in bed." "So am I, but 2 different beds. Things are done all wrong." "Want to take a chance and sneak over? I've got an illegal coffee pot." "Leave the door unlocked." Laurie put on the coffee. She showered and got into her slip. She was brushing her hair when Pete came in. He looked at her and extended, beckoning, clutching fingers. "The hell with phantoms. Come here." After a couple of minutes, Laurie pulled away and poured the coffee. She reached for her uniform. Pete said, "Don't put it on yet." "Too dangerous leaving it off." He eyed her dreamily. "I'll dredge up willpower. I'll also get scads of fat rich clients. Then we'll get married so I can assault you legally." Laurie studied him. "You're not even listening to yourself. What is it, Pete? What have you dreamed up?" "Okay, I've got an idea. You said something would have to be done." "What?" "A drastic cure for a drastic case, with maybe disaster as the end product." "Tell me." "I'll tell you a little, but not too much." "Why not all?" "Because if we ever land in court, I want to be able to say under oath, he didn't tell me what he planned to do." "I don't like that." "I don't care if you like it or not. Tell me, what's the one basic thing that stands out in your mind about these entities?" "That they're fragile?" "Yes, fragile." "Give me some more coffee." Laurie demanded to know what was in Pete's mind. All she got was kissed, and she did not see Pete again until 11 o'clock that night. He found her in the corridor in maternity and motioned her toward the nursery. He carried a tray under a white towel. He said, "You watch the door. I'm going inside. I'll be about a half an hour." "What are you going to do?" "You stay out here and mind your business. Your business will be to steer any nosy party away. If you can't, make noise coming in." Doc Pete turned away and entered the nursery. Laurie stood at the doorway in the silence under the brooding nightlight and prayed. 25 minutes later, Pete came out. His face was white and drawn. He looked like a man who had lately had a preview of hell's inverted pleasures. His hands trembled. The towel still covered the tray. He said, "Watch them close. Don't move 10 steps from here." He started away, turned back. "All hell is scheduled to break loose in this hospital shortly. Let's hope God remains in charge." Larry saw the sick dread of his heart underneath his words. It could have been a major scandal. An epidemic of measles on the maternity floor of a modern hospital indicates the unforgivable medical sin, carelessness. It was hushed up as much as possible, pending the time when the top people could shake off the shock and recover their wits. The ultimate recovery of 30 babies was a tribute to everyone concerned. Juan, done-in, Doc Pete drank coffee in Laurie's room. Laurie gave him 3 lumps of sugar and said, "But are you sure the sickness killed the entities?" "Quite sure. Somehow they knew when I made the injections. They screamed. They knew they were done for." "It took courage. Tell me, why are you so strong, so brave? Why are you so wonderful?" "Cut it out. I was scared stiff. If one baby had died, I'd have gone through life weighing the cure against the end. It isn't easy to risk doing murder, however urgent the need." She leaned across and kissed him. "And you were all alone. You wouldn't let me help. Was that fair?" He grinned, then sobered. "But I can't help remembering what that invisible monster said. Never before has a whole swarm gotten through, only a single entity on rare occasions. I can't help wondering what happens to those single entities. I think of the newspaper headlines I've seen. Child kills parents in sleep. Youth slays father. I'll probably always wonder, and I'll always remember." Laurie got up and crossed to him and put her arms around him. "Not always," she whispered. "There will be times when I'll make you forget. For a little while, anyhow." The end of I'll Kill You Tomorrow by Helen Huber. A World is Born by Leigh Brackett. Recording by Mark Nelson. Mel Gray flung down his hoe with a sudden tigerish fierceness and stood erect. Tom Ward, working beside him, glanced at Gray's Indian-esque profile, the youth of it hardened by war and the hells of the Eros prison blocks. A quick flash of satisfaction crossed Ward's dark eyes. Then he grinned and said mockingly, "Hell of a place to spend the rest of your life, ain't it?" Mel Gray stared with slitted blue eyes down the valley. The huge sun of Mercury seared his naked body. Sweat channeled the dust on his skin. His throat ached with thirst, and the bitter landscape mocked him more than Wade's dark face. "The rest of my life," he repeated softly. "The rest of my life." He was 28. Wade spat in the damp black earth. "You ought to be glad, helping the unfortunate, building a haven for the derelict." "Shut up!" Fury rose in Gray, hotter than the boiling springs that ran from the sunside to water the valleys. He hated Mercury. He hated John Moulton and his daughter Jill, who had conceived this plan of building a new world for the destitute and desperate veterans of the Second Interplanetary War. "I've had enough unselfish service," he whispered. "I'm serving myself from now on." Escape. That was all he wanted. Escape from these stifling valleys, from the snarl of the wind in barren crags that towered higher than Everest into airless space. Escape from the surveillance of the 20 guards, the forced companionship of the 99 other veteran convicts. Wade poked at the furrows between the sturdy hybrid tubers. "It ain't possible, kid. Not even for Duke Gray, the light-fingered genius who held the interstellar police at a standstill for 5 years. He laughed. "I read your publicity." Gray stroked slow, earth-stained fingers over his sleek cap of yellow hair. "You think so?" he asked softly. Dio the Martian came down the furrow, his lean, wiry figure silhouetted against the upper panorama of the valley. The neat rows of vegetables and the green right of Venusian wheat dotted with toiling men and their friendly guards. Dio's green, narrowed eyes studied Gray's hard face. "What's the matter, Gray? Trying to start something?" "Suppose I were?" asked Gray silkily. Dio was the unofficial leader of the convict veterans. There was about his thin body and hatchet face some of the grim determination that had made the Martians cling to their dying world and bring life to it again. "You volunteered like the rest of us," said the Martian. "Haven't you the guts to stick it?" "The hell I volunteered. The IPA sent me. And what's it to you?" "Only this." Dio's green eyes were slitted and ugly. "You've only been here a month. The rest of us came nearly a year ago, because we wanted to. We've worked like slaves because we wanted to. In 3 weeks, the crops will be in. The Molten will get his permanent charter, and we'll be on our way. There are 99 of us, Gray, who want the Molten project to succeed. We know that louse Karen of Mars doesn't want it to, since Pitchblende was discovered. We don't know whether you're working for him or not, but you're a troublemaker. There isn't to be any trouble, Gray. We're not giving the Interplanetary Prison Authority any excuse to revoke its decision and give Karen of Mars a free hand here. We'll see to anyone who tries it. Understand?" Mel Gray took one slow step forward, but Ward's sharp, "Stow it! A guard!" stopped him. The Martian worked back up the furrow. The guard, reassured, strolled back up the valley, squinting at the jagged streak of pale gray sky that was going black as low clouds formed, only a few 100 feet above the copper cables that ran from cliff to cliff high over their heads. "Another storm," growled Ward. "It gets worse as Mercury enters perihelion. Lovely world, ain't it?" "Why did you volunteer?" asked Gray, picking up his hoe. Ward shrugged. "I had my reasons." Gray voiced the question that had troubled him since his transfer. "There were hundreds on the waiting list to replace the man who died. Why did they send me instead?" "Some fool blunder," said Ward carelessly, and then, in the same casual tone, "You mean it about escaping?" Gray stared at him. "What's it to you?" Ward moved closer. "I can help you." A stab of mingled hope and wary suspicion transfixed Gray's heart. Ward's dark face grinned briefly into his, with a flash of secretive black eyes, and Gray was conscious of distrust. "What do you mean, help me?" Dio was working closer, watching them. The first growl of thunder rattled against the cliff faces. It was dark now, the pink flames of the dark side aurora visible beyond the valley mouth. "I've got connections," returned Ward cryptically. "Interested?" Gray hesitated. There was too much he couldn't understand. Moreover, he was a lone wolf. Had been, since the Second Interplanetary War wrenched him from the quiet backwater of his country home an eternity of 8 years before, and hammered him into hardness, a cynic who trusted nobody and nothing but Mel Duke Gray. "If you have connections," he said slowly, "why don't you use them yourself?" "I got my reasons." Again that secretive grin. "But it's no hide off you, is it? All you want is to get away." That was true. It would do no harm to hear what Ward had to say. Lightning burst overhead, streaking down to be caught and grounded by the copper cables. The livid flare showed Dio's face, hard with worry and determination. Gray nodded. "Tonight, then," whispered Ward, "in the barracks." Out from the cleft where Mel Gray worked, Across the flat plain of rock stripped naked by the wind that raved across it, lay the deep valley that sheltered the heart of the molten project. Hot springs joined to form a steaming river. Vegetation grew savagely under the huge sun. The air, kept at almost constant temperature by the blanketing effect of the hot springs, was stagnant and heavy. But up above, high over the copper cables that crossed every valley where men ventured, the eternal wind of Mercury screamed and snarled between the naked cliffs. 3 concrete domes crouched on the valley floor, housing barracks, tool shops, kitchens, storehouses, and executive quarters, connected by underground passages. Beside the smallest dome, joined to it by a heavily barred tunnel, was an insulated hangar containing the only spaceship on Mercury. In the small dome, John Moulton leaned back from a pile of reports, took a pinch of Martian snuff, sneezed lustily, and said, "Jill, I think we've done it." The gray-eyed, black-haired young woman turned from the quartzite window through which she had been watching the gathering storm overhead. The thunder from other valleys reached them as a dim barrage, which, at this time of Mercury's year, was never still. "I don't know," she said. "It seems that nothing can happen now, and yet it's been too easy." "Easy?" snorted Moulton. "We've broken our backs fighting these valleys, and our nerves fighting time. But we've licked 'em." He rose, shaggy gray hair tousled, gray eyes alight. "I told the IPA those men weren't criminals, and I was right. They can't deny me the charter now, no matter how much Karen of Mars would like to get his claws on this radium." He took Jill by the shoulders and shook her, laughing. 3 weeks, girl, that's all. First crops ready for harvest. First pay ore coming out of the mines. In 3 weeks, my permanent charter will have to be granted, according to the agreement, and then— "Jill," he added solemnly, "we are seeing the birth of a world." "That's what frightens me." Jill glanced upward as the first flare of lightning struck down, followed by a crash of thunder that shook the dome. "So much can happen at a birth. I wish the 3 weeks were over." "Nonsense, girl. What could possibly happen?" She looked at the copper cables, burning with the electricity running along them, and thought of the 122 souls in that narrow twilight belt, with the fierce heat of the sun side before them and the spatial cold of the shadow side at their backs, fighting against wind and storm and heat to build a world to replace the ones the war had taken from them. "So much could happen," she whispered. "An accident, an escape." The interdome telescreen buzzed its signal. Jill, caught in a queer mood of premonition, went to it. The face of Dio the Martian appeared on the screen, still wet and dirty from the storm-soaked fields, disheveled from his battle across the plain in the chaotic winds. "I want to see you, Miss Moulton," he said. "There's something funny I think you ought to know." "Of course," said Jill, and met her father's eyes. "I think we'll see now which one of us is right." The barracks were quiet, except for the mutter of distant thunder and the heavy breathing of exhausted men. Tom Ward crouched in the darkness by Mel Gray's bunk. "You ain't gonna go soft at the last minute, are you?" he whispered. "Because I can't afford to take chances." "Don't worry," Gray returned grimly. "What's your proposition?" "I can give you the combination to the lock of the hangar passage. All you have to do is get into Moulton's office, where the passage door is, and go to it. The ship's a 2-seater. You can get her out of the valley easy." Gray's eyes narrowed in the dark. "What's the catch?" "There ain't none, I swear it." "Look, Ward, I'm no fool. Who's behind this, and why?" "That don't make no difference. All you want— Ow!" Gray's fingers had fastened like steel claws on his wrist. "I get it now," said Gray slowly. "That's why I was sent here. Somebody wanted me to make trouble for Moulton." His fingers tightened agonizingly, and his voice sank to a slow drawl. "I don't like being a pawn in somebody else's chess game." Okay, it ain't my fault. Let me go." Ward rubbed his bruised wrist. "Sure, somebody, I ain't saying who, sent you here, knowing you'd want to escape. I'm here to help you. You get free, I get paid. The big boy gets what he wants. Okay?" Gray was silent, scowling in the darkness. Then he said, "All right, I'll take a chance." "Then listen. You tell Moulton you have a complaint. I'll—" Light flooded the dark as the door clanged open. Ward leaped like a startled rabbit, but the light speared him, held him. Ward felt a pulse of excitement beat up in him. The long, ominous shadows of the guards raised elongated guns. The barracks stirred and muttered like a vast aviary waking. "Ward and Gray," said one of the guards. "Moulton wants you." Gray rose from his bunk with the lithe-delicate grace of a cat. The monotony of sleep and labor was ended. Something had broken. Life was once again a moving thing. John Moulton sat behind the untidy desk. Dio the Martian sat grimly against the wall. There was a guard beside him, watching. Mel Gray noted all this as he and Ward came in. But his cynical blue eyes went beyond, to a door with a ponderous combination lock. Then they were attracted by something else, the tall, slim figure standing against the black quartz panes of the far wall. It was the first time he had seen Jill Moulton. She looked the perfect, sober apostle of righteousness he'd learned to mock. And then he saw the soft cluster of black curls, the curve of her throat above the dark dress, the red lips that balanced her determined jaw and direct gray eyes. Moulton spoke, his shaggy head hunched between his shoulders. "Dio tells me that you, Gray, are not a volunteer." "Tattletale," said Gray. He was gauging the distance to the hangar door, the positions of the guards, the time it would take to spin out the combination, and he knew he couldn't do it. "What were you and Ward up to when the guards came?" "I couldn't sleep," said Gray amiably. "He was telling me bedtime stories." Jill Moulton was lovely, he couldn't deny that. Lovely, but not soft. She gave him an idea. Moulton's jaw clamped. "Cut the comedy, Gray. Are you working for Karen of Mars?" Karen of Mars, chairman of the board of the Interplanetary Prison Authority. Dio had mentioned him. Gray smiled in understanding. Karen of Mars had sent him, Gray, to Mercury. Karen of Mars was helping him through Ward to escape. Karen of Mars wanted Mercury for his own purposes, and he could have it. "In a manner of speaking, Mr. Moulton," he said gravely, "Karen of Mars is working for me." He caught Ward's sharp hiss of remonstrance. Then Jill Moulton stepped forward. "Perhaps he doesn't understand what he's doing, Father." Her eyes met Gray's. "You want to escape, don't you?" Gray studied her, grinning as the slow rose flushed her skin. The corners of her mouth tightened with anger. "Go on," he said. "You have a nice voice." Her eyes narrowed, but she held her temper. "You must know what that would mean, Gray. There are thousands of veterans in the prisons now. Their offenses are mostly trivial, but the prison authority can't let them go because they have no jobs, no homes, no money. The valleys here are fertile. There are mines rich in copper and pitchblende. The men have a chance for a home and a job, a part in building a new world. We hope to make Mercury an independent, self-governing member of the League of Worlds." "With the Moultons as rulers, of course," Gray murmured. "If they want us," answered Jill, deliberately missing the point. "Do you think you have the right to destroy all we've worked for?" Gray was silent. Rather grimly, she went on. Karen of Mars would like to see us defeated. He didn't care about Mercury before radium was discovered, but now he'd like to turn it into a prison mining community with convict labor, leasing mine grants to corporations, and cleaning up big fortunes for himself and his associates. Any trouble here will give him an excuse to say that we've failed, that the project is a menace to the solar system. If you try to escape, you wreck everything we've done. If you don't tell the truth, you may cost thousands of men their futures. Do you understand? Will you cooperate? Gray said evenly, I'm my own keeper now. My brother will have to take care of himself. It was ridiculously easy. She was so earnest, so close to him. He had a brief kaleidoscope of impressions. Ward's sullen bewilderment, Moulton's angry roar, Dio's jerky rise to his feet as the guards grabbed for their guns. Then he had his hands around her slim, firm throat, her body pressed close to his, serving as a shield against bullets. Don't be rash, he told them all quietly. I can break her neck quite easily if I have to. Ward, unlock that door. In utter silence, Ward darted over and began to spin the dial. At last he said, Okay, come on. Gray realized that he was sweating. Jill was like warm, rigid marble in his hands. And he had another idea. I'm going to take the girl as a hostage, he announced. If I get safely away, she'll be turned loose, her health and virtue still intact. Good night. The clang of the heavy door had a comforting sound behind them. The ship was a commercial job, fairly slow but sturdy. Gray strapped Jill Moulton into one of the bucket seats in the control room and then checked the fuel and air gauges. The tanks were full. What about you? He said to Ward. You can't go back. Nah, I'll have to go with you. Warm her up, Duke, while I open the dome. He darted out. Rockets and blasted up into the airless dark among the high peaks. Jill Moulton hadn't moved or spoken. Gray snapped on the space radio, leaving his own screen dark. Presently, he picked up signals in a code he didn't know. Listen, he said. I knew there was some reason for Ward's running out on me. His Indian-esque face hardened. So that's the game. They want to make trouble for you by letting me escape, and then make themselves heroes by bringing me in, preferably dead. They've got ships waiting to get me as soon as I clear Mercury, and they're getting standby instructions from somebody on the ground. The somebody that Ward was making for. Jill's breath made a small hiss. Somebody's near the project. Gray snapped on his transmitter. Duke Gray, calling all ships off Mercury. Will the flagship of your reception committee please come in? His screen flickered to life. A man's face appeared, the middle-aged, soft-fleshed, almost stickily innocent face of one of the solar system's greatest crusaders against vice and crime. Jill Moulton gasped. Karen of Mars! Ward gave the game away, said Gray gently. Too bad. The face of Karen of Mars never changed expression, but behind those flesh-hooded eyes was a cunning brain, working at top speed. "I have a passenger," Gray went on. "Miss Jill Moulton. I'm responsible for her safety, and I'd hate to have her inconvenienced." The tip of a pale tongue flicked across Karen's pale lips. "That is a pity," he said with the intonation of a preaching minister. "But I cannot stop the machinery set in motion." "And besides," finished Gray acidly, "you think that if Jill Moulton dies with me, it'll break John Moulton so he won't fight you at all." His lean hand poised on the switch. "All right, you putrid flesh tub. Try and catch us." The screen went dead. Gray hunched over the controls. If he could get past them, lose himself in the glare of the sun. He looked aside at the stony-faced girl beside him. She was studying him contemptuously out of hard gray eyes. "How," she said slowly, "can you be such a callous swine?" "Callous?" He controlled the quite unreasonable anger that rose in him. "Not at all. The war taught me that if I didn't look out for myself, no one would." "And yet you must have started out a human being." He laughed. The ship burst into searing sunlight. The sun side of Mercury blazed below them. Out toward the velvet dark of space, the side of a waiting ship flashed burning silver. Even as he watched, the flare of its rockets arced against the blackness. They had been sighted. Gray's practiced eye gauged the stranger's speed against his own, and he cursed softly. Abruptly, he wheeled the ship and started down again, cutting his rockets as the shadow swallowed them. The ship was eerily silent, dropping with a rising scream as the atmosphere touched the hull. "What are you going to do?" asked Jill almost too quietly. He didn't answer. Maneuvering the ship on velocity between those stupendous pinnacles took all his attention. Karen, at least, couldn't follow him in the dark without exhaust flares as guides. They swept across the wind-torn plain, into the mouth of the valley where Gray had worked, braking hard to a stop under the cables. "You might have got past them," said Jill. "1 chance in 100. Her mouth twisted. "Afraid to take it?" He smiled harshly. "I haven't yet reached the stage where I kill women. You'll be safe here. The men will find you in the morning. I'm going back alone." "Safe," she said bitterly. "For what? No matter what happens, the project is ruined." "Don't worry," he told her brutally. "You'll find some other way to make a living." Her eyes blazed. "You think that's all it means to us? Just money and power?" She whispered. "I hope they kill you, Duke Gray." He rose lazily and opened the airlock, then turned and freed her. And sharply, the valley was bathed in a burst of light. "Damn!" Gray picked up the sound of air motors overhead. "They must have had infrared search beams. Well, that does it. We'll have to run for it, since this bus isn't armed." With eerie irrelevancy, the teleradio buzzed. At this time of night, after the evening storms, some communication was possible. Gray had a hunch. He opened the switch, and the face of John Moulton appeared on the screen. It was white and oddly still. "Our guards saw your ship across the plain," said Moulton quietly. "The men of the project, led by Dio, are coming for you. I sent them, because I have decided that the life of my daughter is less important than the lives of many thousands of people. I appeal to you, Gray, to let her go. Her life won't save you, and it's very precious to me." Karen's ship swept over, low above the cables, and the grinding concussion of a bomb lifted the ship, What are you going to do? Escape, girl. Remember? They smashed my ship. But there must be another one on Mercury. I'm going to find it. I don't understand. You probably never will. Here's where I leave you. That Martian Galahad will be along any minute. He'll take you home. Her voice came soft and puzzled through the dark. I don't understand you, Gray. You wouldn't risk my life, yet you're turning me loose, knowing that I might save you, knowing that I'll hunt you down if I can. I thought you were a hardened cynic. What makes you think I'm not? If you were, you'd have kicked me out the waste tubs of the ship and gone on. You'd never have turned back. I told you, he said roughly, I don't kill women. He turned away, but her harsh chuckle followed him. You're a fool, Gray. You've lost truth, and you aren't even true to your lie. He paused in swift anger. Voices, the sound of running men, came up from the path. He broke into a silent run, following the dying echoes of Karen's men. Run, Gray! Cried. Aaron will burn us if we don't. Gray counted 6 separate footsteps, trying to allow for the echoes. When he was sure the last man was by, he stepped out. The noise of Dio's hunt was growing. There must be a good many of them. Covered by their own echoes, he stole up on the men ahead. His groping hand brushed gently against the clothing of the last man in the group. Gauging his distance swiftly, he went into action. One hand fastened over the fellow's mouth. The other, holding a good-sized rock, struck down behind the ear. Gray eased the body down with scarcely a sound. Their uniforms, he had noticed, were not too different from his prison garb. In a second, he had stripped goggles, cap, and gun belt from the body and was striding after the others. They moved like 5 eerie shadows now in the queer light of the leader's lamp. Small fluorescent markings guided them. The last man grunted over his shoulder. "What happened to you?" "Stumbled," whispered Gray tersely, keeping his head down. A whisper is a good disguise for the voice. The other nodded. "Don't straggle. No fun getting lost in here." The leader broke in. "We'll circle again. Be careful of that project bunch. They'll be using ordinary light. And be quiet." They went through connecting passages. The noise of Dio's party grew ominously loud. Abruptly, the leader swore. Karen or no Karen, he's gone, and we better go too. He turned off down a different tunnel, and Gray heaved a sigh of relief, remembering the body he'd left in the open. For a time, the noise of their pursuers grew remote, and then, suddenly, there was an echoing clamor of footsteps and the glare of torches on the wall of a cross-passage ahead. Voices came to Gray, distorted by the rock vaults. "I'm sure I heard them just then." It was Jill's voice. "Yeah," that was Dio. "The trouble is, where?" The footsteps halted. Then, "Let's try this passage. We don't want to get too far into this maze." Karen's leader blasphemed softly and dodged into a side tunnel. The man next to Gray stumbled and cried out with pain as he struck the wall, and a shout rose behind them. The leader broke into a run, twisting, turning, diving into the maze of smaller tunnels. The sounds of pursuit faded, were lost in the tomb-like silence of the caves. One of the men laughed. "We sure lost 'em." "Yeah," said the leader, "we lost 'em all right." Gray caught the note of panic in his voice. "We lost the markers, too." Laugh. They went on, stumbling down endless black halls, losing all track of branching corridors, straining to catch the first glint of saving light. Once or twice they caught the echoes of Dio's party, and knew that they too were lost and wandering. Then, quite suddenly, they came out into a vast gallery, running like a subway tube straight to left and right. A wind tore down it, hot as a draft from the burning gates of hell. It was a moment before anyone grasped the significance of that wind. Then someone shouted, "We're saved! All we have to do is walk against it." They turned left, almost running in the teeth of that searing blast, and Gray began to notice a peculiar thing. The air was charged with electricity. His clothing stiffened and crackled. His hair crawled on his head. He could see the faint discharges of sparks from his companions. Whether it was the effect of the charged air or the reaction from the nervous strain of the past hours, Mel Gray began to be afraid. Weary to exhaustion, they struggled on against the burning wind. And then they blundered out into a cave, huge as a cathedral, lighted by a queer, uncertain bluish light. Gray caught the sharp smell of ozone. His whole body was tingling with electric tension. The bluish light seemed to be in indeterminate lumps scattered over the rocky floor. The rush of the wind under that tremendous vault was terrifying. They stopped, Gray keeping to the background. Now was the time to evade his unconscious helpers. The moment they reached daylight, he'd be discovered. Soft-footed as a cat, he was already hidden among the heavy shadows of the fluted walls when he heard the voices. They came from off to the right, a confused shout of men under fearful strain, growing louder and louder, underscored with the tramp of footsteps. Lights blazed suddenly in the cathedral dark, and from the mouth of a great tunnel some 100 yards away, the men of the project poured into the cave. And then, sharp and high and unexpected, a man screamed. The lumps of blue light were moving, and a man had died. He lay on the rock, his flesh blackened jelly, with a rope of glowing light running from the metal of his gun butt to the metal buttons on his cap. All across the vast floor of that cavern, the slow, eerie ripple of motion grew. The scattered lumps melted and flowed together, converging in wavelets of blue flame upon the men. The answer came to Gray. Those things were some form of energy life, born of the tremendous electric tensions on Mercury. Like all electricity, they were attracted to metal. In a sudden frenzy of motion, he ripped off his metal-framed goggles, his cap and gun belt. The moltons forbade metal because of the danger of lightning, and his boots were made of rubber, so he felt reasonably safe, but a tense fear ran in prickling waves across his skin. Guns began to bark, their feeble thunder all but drowned in the vast rush of the wind. Bullets struck the oncoming waves of light with no more effect than the eruption of a shower of sparks. Gray's attention somehow was riveted on Jill, standing with Dio at the head of her men. She wore ordinary light slippers, having been dressed only for indoors, and there were silver ornaments at waist and throat. He might have escaped then, quite unnoticed. Instead, for a reason even he couldn't understand, he ran for Jill Moulton. The first ripples of blue fire touched the ranks of Dio's men. Bolts of it leaped upward to fasten upon gun butts and the buckles of cartridge belts. Men screamed, fell, and died. An arm of the fire licked out, driving in behind Dio and the girl. The guns of Karen's 4 remaining men were silent now. Gray leaped over that hissing electric surf, running toward Jill. A hungry worm of light reared up, searching for Dio's gun. Gray's hand swept it down, to be instantly buried in a mass of glowing ropes. Dio's hatchet face snarled at him in startled anger. Jill cried out as Gray tore the silver ornaments from her dress. "Throw down the guns," he yelled. "It's metal they want." He heard his name shouted by men torn momentarily from their own terror. Dio cried, "Shoot him!" A few bullets whined past, but their immediate fear spoiled both aim and attention. Gray caught up Jill and began to run, toward the tube from which the wind howled in the cave. Behind him, grimly, Dio followed. The electric beast didn't notice him. His insulated feet trampled through them, buried to the ankle in living flame, feeling queer, tenuous bodies break and reform. The wind met them like a physical barrier at the tunnel mouth. Gray put Jill down. The wind strangled him. He tore off his coat and wrapped it over the girl's head, using his shirt over his own. Jill, her black curls whipped straight, tried to fight back past him, and he saw Dio coming, bent double against the wind. He saw something else, something that made him grab Jill and point, his flesh crawling with swift, cold dread. The electric beasts had finished their pleasure. The dead were cinders on the rock. The living had run back into the tunnels, and now the blue sea of fire was flowing again, straight toward the place where they stood. It was flowing fast, and Gray sensed an urgency, an impersonal haste, as though a command had been laid upon those living ropes of flame. The first dim rumble of thunder rolled down the wind. Gripping Jill, Gray turned up the tunnel. The wind, compressed in that narrow throat of rock, beat them blind and breathless, beat them to their bellies to crawl. How long it took them, he never knew. But Gray caught glimpses of Dio the Martian crawling behind them, and behind him again the relentless flow of the fire things. They floundered out onto a rocky slope, fell away beneath the suck of the wind, and lay still, gasping. It was hot. Thunder crashed abruptly, and lightning flared between the cliffs. Gray felt a contracting of the heart. There were no cables. Then he saw it, the small, fast fighter flying below them on a flat plateau. A cave mouth beside it had been closed with a plastic door. The ship was one that had followed them. He guessed at another one behind the protecting door. Raking the tumbled blonde hair out of his eyes, Gray got up. Jill was still sitting, her black curls bowed between her hands. There wasn't much time, but Gray yielded to impulse. Pulling her head back by the silken hair, he kissed her. "If you ever get tired of virtue, sweetheart, look me up." But somehow he wasn't grinning, and he ran down the slope. He was almost to the open lock of the ship when things began to happen. Dio staggered out of the wind tunnel and sagged down beside Jill. Then, abruptly, the big door opened. 5 men came out, one in pilot's costume, 2 in nondescript apparel, 1 in expensive business clothes, and the 5th in dark prison garb. Gray recognized the last two, Karen of Mars and the errant Ward. They were evidently on the verge of leaving, but they looked cheerful. Karen's sickly sweet face all but oozed honey, and Ward was grinning his rat's grin. Thunder banged and rolled among the rocks. Lightning flared in the cloudy murk. Gray saw the hull of a second ship beyond the door. Then the newcomers had seen him, and the two on the slope. Guns ripped out of holsters. Gray's heart began to pound slowly. He and Jill and Dio were caught up on that naked slope, with the flood of electric death at their backs. His Indian-esque face hardened. Bullets whined round him as he turned back up the slope, but he ran doubled over, putting all his hope in the tricky, uncertain light. Jill and the Martian crouched stiffly, not knowing where to turn. A flare of lightning showed Gray the first of the fire things, flowing out onto the ledge, hidden from the men below. "Back into the cave!" he yelled. His urgent hand fairly lifted Dio. The Martian glared at him, then obeyed. Bullets snarled against the rock. The light was too bad for accurate shooting, but luck couldn't stay with them forever. Gray glanced over his shoulder as they scrambled up on the ledge. Karen waited by his ship. Ward and the others were charging the slope. Gray's teeth gleamed in a cruel grin. Sweeping Jill into his arms, he stepped into the lapping flow of fire. Dio swore viciously, but he followed. They started toward the cave mouth, staggering in the rush of the wind. "For God's sake, don't fall," snapped Gray. "Here they come." The pilot and one of the nondescript men were the first over. They were into the river of fire before they knew it, and then it was too late. One collapsed and was buried. The pilot fell backward, and the other man died under his body of a broken neck. Ward stopped. Gray could see his face, dark and hard and calculating. He studied Gray and Dio and the dead men. He turned and looked back at Karen. Then, deliberately, he stripped off his gun belt, threw down his gun, and waded into the river. Gray remembered then that Ward too wore rubber boots and had no metal on him. Ward came on, the glowing rope sliding surf-like around his boots. Very carefully, Gray handed Jill to Dio. "If I die too," he said, "there's only Karen down there. He's too fat to stop you." Jill spoke, but he turned his back. He was suddenly confused, and it was almost pleasant to be able to lose his confusion in fighting. Ward had stopped some 5 feet away. Now he untied the length of tough cord that served him for a belt. Gray nodded. Ward would try to throw a twist around his ankle and trip him. Once his body touched those swarming creatures, he tensed watchfully. The rat's grin was set on Ward's dark face. The cord licked out, but it caught Gray's throat instead of his ankle. Ward laughed and braced himself. Cursing, Gray caught at the rope, but friction held it, and Ward pulled hard. His face purpling, Gray could still commend Ward's strategy. In taking Gray off guard, he'd more than made up what he lost in point of leverage. Letting his body go with the pull, Gray flung himself at Ward. Blood blinded him, his heart was pounding, but he thought he foresaw Ward's next move. He let himself be pulled almost within striking distance. Then, as Ward stepped aside, jerking the rope and thrusting out a tripping foot, Gray made a cat-like shift of balance and bent over. His hands almost touched that weird flowing surf as they clasped Ward's boot. Throwing all his strength into the lift, he hurled Ward backward. Ward screamed once and disappeared under the blue fire. Gray clawed the rope from his neck, and then suddenly the world began to sway under him. He knew he was falling. Someone's hand caught him, held him up. Fighting down his vertigo as his breath came back, he saw that it was Jill. "Why?" he gasped, but her answer was lost in a titanic roar of thunder. Lightning blasted down. Dio's voice reached him, thin and distant through the clamor. "We'll be killed! These damn things will attract the bolts!" It was true. All his work had been for nothing. Looking up into that low, angry sky, Gray knew he was going to die. Quite irrelevantly, Jill's words in the tunnel came back to him. "You're a fool, lost truth, not true to lie." Now, in this moment, she couldn't lie to him. He caught her shoulders cruelly, trying to read her eyes. Very faintly through the uproar, he heard her. "I'm sorry for you, Gray. Good man, gone to waste." Dio stifled a scream. Thunder crashed between the sounding boards of the cliffs. Gray looked up. A titanic bolt of lightning shot down, straight for them. The burning blue surf was agitated, sending up pseudopods uncannily like worshipping arms. The bolt struck. The air reeked of ozone, but Gray felt no shock. There was a hiss, a vast stirring of creatures around him. The blue light glowed, purpled. Another bolt struck down, and another, and still they were not dead. The fire things had become a writhing, joyous tangle of tenuous bodies, glowing bright and brighter. Stunned, incredulous, the three humans stood. The light was now an ice-searing violet. Static electricity tingled through them in eerie waves. But they were not burned. "My God," whispered Gray. "They eat it. They eat lightning." Not daring to move, they stood watching that miracle of alien life, the feeding of living things on raw current. And when the last bolt had struck, the tide turned and rolled back down the wind tunnel, a blinding river of living light. Silently, the three humans went down the rocky slope to where Karen of Mars cowered in the silver ship. No bolt had come near it, and now Karen came to meet them. His face was pasty with fear, but the old cunning still lurked in his eyes. "Gray," he said, "I have an offer to make." "Well?" "You killed my pilot," said Karen suavely. "I can't fly myself. Take me off, and I'll pay you anything you want." "In bullets," retorted Gray. "You won't want witnesses to this." "Circumstances force me. Physically, you have the advantage." Jill's fingers caught his arm. "Don't, Gray. The project." Karen faced her. "The project is doomed in any case. My men carried out my secondary instructions. All the cables in your valley have been cut. There is a storm now ready to break. In 15 minutes or so, everything will be destroyed, except the domes. Regrettable, but—" He shrugged. Jill's temper blazed, choking her so that she could hardly speak. "Look at him, Gray," she whispered. "That's what you're so proud of being. A cynic who believes in nothing but himself. Look at him." Gray turned on her. "Damn you," he grated. "Do you expect me to believe you, with a world full of hypocrites like him?" Her eyes stopped him. He remembered Moulton, pleading for her life. He remembered how she had looked back there at the tunnel, when they had been sure of death. Some of his assurance was shaken. "Listen," he said harshly. "I can save your valley. There's a chance in a million of coming out alive. Will you die for what you believe in?" She hesitated just for a second. Then she looked at Dio and said, "Yes." Gray turned. Almost lazily, his fist snapped up and took Karen on his flabby jaw. "Take care of him, Dio," he grunted. Then he entered the ship, herding the white-faced girl before him. The ship hurtled up into airless space, where the blinding sunlight lay in sharp shadows on the rock. Over the ridge and down again, with the project hidden under a surf of storm clouds. Cutting in the air motors, Gray dropped. Black, bellowing darkness swallowed them. Then he saw the valley, with the copper cables fallen and the wheat already on fire in several places. Flying with every bit of his skill, he sought the narrowest part of the valley and flipped over in a racking loop. The stern tubes hit rock. The nose slammed down on the opposite wall, wedging the ship by sheer weight. Lightning gathered in a vast javelin and flamed down upon them. Jill flinched and caught her breath. The flame hissed along the hull and vanished into seared and blackened rock. "Still willing to die for principle?" asked Gray brutally. She glared at him. "Yes," she snapped, "but I hate having to die in your company." She looked down at the valley. Lightning struck with monotonous regularity on the hull, but the valley was untouched. Jill smiled, though her face was white, her body rigid with waiting. It was the smile that did it. Gray looked at her, her tousled black curls, the lithe young curves of throat and breast. He leaned back in his seat, scowling out at the storm. "Relax," he said. "You aren't going to die." She turned on him, not daring to speak. He went on slowly. "The only chance you took was in the landing. We're acting as a lightning rod for the whole valley, being the highest and best conductor. But as a man named Faraday proved, the charge resides on the surface of the conductor. We're perfectly safe." "How dared you?" she whispered. He faced her, almost angrily. "You knocked the props out from under my philosophy. I've had enough hypocritical eyewash. I had to prove you. Well, I have." She was quiet for some time. Then she said, "I understand, Duke. I'm glad. And now what, for you?" He shrugged wryly. "I don't know. I can still take Karen's other ship and escape, but I don't think I want to. I think perhaps I'll stick around and give Virtue another whirl." Smoothing back his sleek fair hair, he shot her a sparkling look from under his hands. "I won't," he added softly, "even mind going to Sunday school, if you were the teacher." The end of A World is Born by Leigh Brackett.
Sorry, Wrong Dimension by Ross Rocklynne. Read by Dale Grothman. So the baby had a pet monster. And so nobody but the baby could see it. And so a couple of men dropped out of thin air to check and see if the monster was licensed or not. So what's strange about that? Sorry, Wrong Dimension by Ross Rocklynne. Baby didn't cry all day because he had a monster for a playmate. But I didn't know he had a playmate, and much less did I know it was a monster. The honest truth is that for the first time since Baby was born, I had my nerves under control, and I didn't dare investigate why he wasn't crying. I got all the ironing done, all of it, mind you, and I got Harry's work clothes mended, and I also read 3 installments in a Saturday Evening Post serial I've been saving. And besides this, Mabel, my neighbor, and I had a couple or 3 cups of coffee. We also had a giggling fit. I remember once we went off into hysterics at the picture of ourselves we had, 2 haggard old wrecks of women, worn out at 23 from too much work around the house. "But thank heavens the baby hasn't cried all day," I gurgled when they came out. "Neither has mine," said Mabel, who wasn't due for 6 months. "Mabel, honest, you kill me," I said, "and excuse me while I comb my messy hair, because I am not a wreck. Harry said so. He said I'm still the best hunk of female pulchritude he's met since high school, and we've been married 2 years. I went into the bathroom, leaving Mabel choking hysterically behind me. When I came out of the bathroom, she was hysterical, but in a different way. She'd discovered why Harry Jr. wasn't crying. She'd been in the nursery. Her face was white as an eggshell. "He's playing with something," she chattered. "It's alive. I heard it cooing back." I ran 3 steps to the baby's crib, 1 on the corner of Little Jack Horner, 1 on the sheep of Little Bo Peep, and 1 on the cupboard of Old Mother Hubbard. Baby! I almost screamed. But the baby cooed and gurgled and laughed and rocked back and forth on his diaper. He was playing with his teething ring, but something was trying to jerk the teething ring out of his hands, and Baby liked it. Baby lost his hold on the teething ring and fell on his back. The teething ring stayed up in the air and then by itself moved toward the baby's waving hands and let him get hold of it. Mabel screeched through her teeth. Baby's got it. The monster's got it. Now Baby's got it. She began to collapse. Don't faint, I snapped. And don't let's play tennis. I was shaking. I reached into the crib. My hands closed around something that put ice water in my vertebra. It was a monster. It's got fur, I whispered. I felt some more. And clammy scales. I lifted it out of the crib. And a trunk. I was determined to save Baby. Baby cried. We got some chairs and sat there for 10 minutes, close together, while Baby played with the invisible monster. I don't know what to do, I said. It's alive. Maybe it's poisonous. But it's friendly. Maybe it's another baby. From another dimension, said Mabel. Rot, I said. I think I picked that up from the detective in the Saturday Evening Post serial. Let's keep our heads. If Baby keeps his, said my friend Mabel. That got me. I've got to call Harry, I clattered. They don't like him to be called at work, but I've got to call him. You'll just worry him, said Mabel. Call the police. No, I said. I felt like crying myself. Baby was so happy. Maybe the baby monster was happy too. The police would do something awful to it. But what about my maternal instinct? Something told me I simply had to save my baby. I've got to call Harry, I insisted, and I went to the phone. The dial tone sounded peculiar, I remember, but I called Harry's place of employment. A brisk female voice cut in. What number are you calling, please? Carlmont 7890, I whispered. Sorry, you must have the wrong dimension. There was a click as she disconnected. I sat like a statue. A haggard statue with a greasy house dress on. A statue that hadn't plucked its eyebrows in 2 months. I had a lot of nerve. I was a bad mother and a poor mistress. I had a swell husband who could lie like a trooper. I wasn't any good. I was ugly. I was greasy. I cried. Mabel, I choked. It took her a while to get it out of me. Then her blue eyes flashed. I told you, she cried, from another dimension. In her broken-down green wedgies, she clattered toward the door. I heard her fighting it. She couldn't get it open. Then she tried a window. It opened, but she couldn't stick her hand out. She flung herself around. Stella, she said with a quiver of that good-looking short upper lip of hers, we're trapped in. We're in the middle of some kind of fantasy. It's a crazy world we live in, Stella. A-bombs and H-bombs and flying saucers and space flight. It's all the fiction stuff come true. Now we're lost in some other dimension, and I have to get dinner in the oven. Please, I mumbled. Let's don't get desperate about the wrong things. I tried all the doors and windows in the house. It was true. We were trapped in. There was some barrier surrounding the house. There wasn't anything to see outside except a kind of gray steam. We went back to check on Baby. He was still playing with the monster. I bent over the crib and held a fluffy 50-cent toy bear out. The baby monster took it, invisibly, out of my hand. He shoved it at Baby. Baby squealed so darn happily, and I began to get some perspective. Suspicion is wrong, I told Mabel. All the time. That's what the article we read a couple of months ago in Your World said. Remember you and I decided we'd never be suspicious? Maybe that's the reason we're happy. if dirty. We don't suspect anybody of anything if we can help it. And now's no time to start. The monster is baby's friend. Mabel shuddered. Okay, she said, but I'm still worried about getting dinner in the oven. Bill's liable to... Ha! Now you're being suspicious, I said, lousy with... Quit worrying. I'm going to call Harry again. This time, I was a lot calmer. I decided to trust the universe a little more. I dialed Harry's number again. A scratchy male voice answered. Sorry, this dimension is in use. Would you please get off the line? I dug a few trenches and established a line of fire. Listen, I said, I'm in trouble. A dame? He said wonderingly. Yeah, a dame, I cried. What's so unusual about a dame? Why does every male in Kingdom Come get that note in his voice when he talks with a dame? Sure, I'm a dame, a good-looking dame. I'd like to punch you in the eye to prove it. He laughed. He must have turned away from the phone. It's a dame. Okay, find out what she wants. Spill it, he said into the phone. I spilled it. What's that address again? He asked. I told him. Nah, he said impatiently. The planet, and the year. I told him. He must have turned away from the phone again, because I heard him say off stage, They're only 10 years away. I was numb. He came back on the line. What's this about a baby monster? Fur, scales, a trunk, the size of Harry Jr.? Ma'am, we'll be there in a jiffy. And he hung up. Mabel was nervously hanging on my ear, but I didn't get a chance to answer her questions. The door in the living room opened, and they walked in. For a second, I saw a ship that looked like a cake pan, hanging in the gray steam. Then they closed the door and grinned at us. Instinctively, Mabel and I tried to shrink our bust lines. Hello, said the tall one. He scratched at his hairy chest and grinned widely. He was carrying a piece of machinery that looked like a camera on a tripod. Let me introduce myself, he said. Jake Comstock. We come over to do you dames a favor. We'll kick you back where you belong. Yeah, I said. I'll bet. And this here is Beanie Rasheen. He's my partner. We, work together. Hi there, said Beanie. Where's the monster? Introductions, said Jake, casting him a hard look. Manners. So I introduced us. I'm Mrs. Weaver, I said, and this is my neighbor, Mrs. Aspic. Pleased to meet you, girls, grinned Jake. You, Blondie. He was looking at me. You must be the one that talked on the phone. I like the way you handled Beanie. Real cute. He dropped the tripod thing in the corner and sidled toward me. Now where's this monster? He asked, slipping his hand around my bare arm and grinning down at me. I knew better than to play rough, so I looked down at his hand and didn't stop looking at it until he took it away. He lost a lot of his grin. So, where is it? He said. His voice turned hard and unpleasant. Don't worry about that, I said, matter of fact. I'm getting so the monster doesn't worry me. He's been playing with Baby all day, and Baby hasn't objected. The main thing I'd like you gentlemen to do for us is to get busy moving us back to our own dimension. That's right, said Mabel, her hands on her hips. And let us know right now what the charges are going to be, if any. No charge, said the runt Beanie, staring fascinated at her legs. Except we're taking the monster with us. Real expensive, them monsters. Drinkos, they're called. They get lost in a dimension now and then. Picked one up on Pluto 50 years or so. Ago, I said. Come, he corrected. Listen, I said, making up my mind. You can't have the monster. He's kept Baby happy all day. But I'll tell you what I'll do. Tell me what he eats and what to do for him, and I'll keep him. I've got $25 in poker winnings you can have. Okay, Jake?" Jake broke into a laugh. "You kids are terrific," he said. "You don't know what the score is. You're cute." "Thanks," I said bitterly. "You restore my confidence. I feel myself blooming under your hungry gaze." "These dinkos are worth a couple of million credits, is what I'm getting at, and you offer us a stinking $25? Tell you what, Blondie," he winked at me, "you kids are overworked. One look, and you could tell that. Well, Beanie and me have got a little cabin up in Dimension L, cut off from everything. The four of us could go there and have a fine old time. We could stay there a month and still get you back here in time to kiss your husbands when they get in from work. What do you say, Blondie? And you could keep the Draco." "We are accepting no propositions this week," said Mabel with dignity. "Ah, couple of killjoys," growled Beanie, wandering off toward the hall. Mabel looked at me and then picked up a vase off the mantel over the fireplace. I gave her the nod. "Stay away from that Drinko," she warned Beanie, "or I'll let you have it." Beanie was annoyed. He stopped, looking imploringly at Jake. Jake giggled as if the whole thing tickled his sense of humor, and walked cat-footed toward Mabel. She let go the vase with a right-handed swing. He had his right arm out stiff in front of him, though, and the vase shied off and smashed against the television set. Then he grabbed Mabel in a bear hug. That set me off. I had a yearning for Harry then. He would have laid these mugs out. And that's all they were. Mugs. Cheap crooks. I hopped on one leg, yanking off my Oxfords. I brought the heel down on Jake's curly head. But it didn't do a thing for him, except make him mad. He brought his arm back, cursing at me. It caught me on my lipstick. I remember being surprised that he was actually knocking me out. But that's what he did. When I woke up, the first thing I knew was that Harry Jr. was screaming. I groggily stood up and stepped over Mabel, who was just beginning to moan. I went to the nursery and grabbed up my baby. And is there any chance of getting out of here? It's exciting, thrilling, and romantic, but Bill still has to eat. Immediately, madam. It is merely a matter of disengaging the chrono beam, which happened to become tangled in space-time with the gravitonic structure of the neutrino chronofield. Well, said Mabel, that explains it, and so clearly. They set up an instrument that looked like the one Jake and Beanie had. They sighted along the diagonals of the room and pressed buttons. Then they opened the door. Said, deciding to feed his stomach before I really had to convince him. It all comes under the heading of the drab, routine duties of a housewife. Come on now, dinner's ready. The end of Sorry, Wrong Dimension by Ross Rocklynne.
Conditionally Human, Part 1, by Walter M. Miller, Jr. Recording by Terence Callun. There was no use hanging around after breakfast. His wife was in a hurt mood, and he could neither endure the hurt nor remove it. He put on his coat in the kitchen and stood for a moment with his hat in his hands. His wife was still at the table, absently fingering the handle of her cup, and staring fixedly out the window at the kennels behind the house. He moved quietly up behind her and touched her silk-clad shoulder. The shoulder shivered away from him, and her dark hair swung shiningly as she shuddered. He drew his hand back, and his bewildered face went slack and miserable. "Honeymoon's over, huh?" She said nothing but shrugged faintly. "You knew I worked for the FBA," he said. "You knew I'd have charge of a district pound. You knew it before we got married." "I didn't know you killed them," she said venomously. "I won't have to kill many. Besides, they're only animals. Intelligent animals. Intelligent as a human imbecile, maybe. A small child is an imbecile. Would you kill a small child?" "You're taking intelligence as the only criterion of humanity," he protested hopelessly, knowing that a logical defense was useless against sentimentality. "Baby, don't call me baby, call them baby." Norris backed a few steps toward the door. Against his better judgment, he spoke again. "Anne, honey, look, think of the good things about the job. Sure, everything has its ugly angles, but think, we get this house rent-free. I've got my own district with no bosses around. I make my own hours. You'll meet lots of people that stop in at the pound. It's a fine job, honey." She sipped her coffee and appeared to be listening, so he went on. And what can I do? You know how the Federation handles employment. They looked over my aptitude tests and sent me to bioadministration. If I don't want to follow my aptitudes, the only choice is common labor. That's the law. I suppose you have an aptitude for killing babies, she said sweetly. Norris withered. His voice went desperate. They assigned me to it because I liked babies, and because I have a BS in biology and an aptitude for dealing with people. Can't you understand? Destroying unclaimed units is the smallest part of it. Honey, before the Evolvatron, before Anthropos went into the mutant animal business, people used to elect dog catchers. Think of it that way. I'm just a dog catcher. Her cool green eyes turned slowly to meet his gaze. Her face was delicately cut from cold marble. She was a small woman, slender and fragile, but her quiet contempt made her loom. He backed closer to the door. Well, I've got to get on the job. He put on his hat and picked at a splinter on the door. He frowned studiously at the splinter. I'll see you tonight. He ripped the splinter loose when it became obvious that she didn't want to be kissed. He grunted a nervous goodbye and stumbled down the hall and out of the house. The honeymoon was over all right. He climbed in the kennel truck and drove east toward the highway. The suburban street wound among the pastel plasticoid cottages that were set approximately 2 to an acre on the lightly wooded land. With its population legally fixed at 300 million, most of the country had become one big suburb, dotted with community centers and lined with narrow belts of industrial development. Norris wished there were some place where he could be completely alone. As he approached an intersection, he saw a small animal sitting on the curb, wrapped in its own bushy tail. Its oversized head was bald on top, but the rest of its body was covered with blue-gray fur. Its tiny pink tongue was licking daintily at small forepaws with prehensile thumbs. It was a cat Q5. It glanced curiously at the truck as Norris pulled to a halt. He smiled at it from the window and called, "What's your name, kitten?" The cat Q5 stared at him impassively for a moment, let out a stuttering, high-pitched wail, then, "Ki Rory." "Whose child are you, Rory?" he asked. "Where do you live?" The cat Q5 took its time about answering. There were no houses near the intersection, and Norris feared that the animal might be lost. It blinked at him, sleepily bored, and resumed its paw-washing. He repeated the questions. "Mama Ki," said the cat Q5 disgustedly. "That's right, Mama's kitty. But where is Mama? Do you suppose she ran away?" The cat Q5 looked startled. It stuttered for a moment, and its fur crept slowly erect. It glanced around hurriedly, then shot off down the street at a fast scamper. He followed it in the truck until it darted onto a porch and began wailing through the screen, "Mama no run ray, Mama no run ray." Norris grinned and drove on. A Class C couple, allowed no children of their own, could get quite attached to a cat Q5. The felines were emotionally safer than the quasi-human Chimp K series called Neutroids. When a pet Neutroid died, a family was broken with grief. But most couples could endure the death of a cat Q or a dog F. Class C couples were allowed 2 lesser units or 1 Neutroid. His grin faded as he wondered which Anne would choose. The Norrises were Class C, defective heredity. He found himself in Sharman 3 Community Center, 8 blocks of commercial onto the highway and headed toward Wilo City and the district wholesale offices of Anthropos Incorporated. They should be able to give him a list of all July's Bermuda K99 serial numbers that had entered his territory, together with the retailers to whom the animals had been sold. A week's deadline for finding and testing 40 neutroids would put him in a tight squeeze. He was halfway to Wilo City when the radio phone buzzed on his dashboard. He pulled into the slow lane and answered quickly, hoping for Anne's voice. A polite professional purr came instead. "Inspector Norris? This is Dr. Georges. We haven't met, but I imagine we will. Are you extremely busy at the moment?" Norris hesitated. "Extremely," he said. "Well, this won't take long. One of my patients, a Mrs. Sarah Glubbes, called a while ago and said her baby was sick. I must be getting absent-minded because I forgot she was Class C until I got there." He hesitated. "The baby turned out to be a neutroid. It's dying. 18th order virus." "So?" "Well, she's, rather a peculiar woman, Inspector. Keeps telling me how much trouble she had in childbirth and how she can't ever have another one. It's pathetic. She believes it's her own. Do you understand?" "I think so," Norris replied slowly. "But what do you want me to do? Can't you send the neutroid to a vet?" "She insists it's going to a hospital. Worst part is that she's heard of the disease, knows it can be cured with the proper treatment, in humans. Of course, no hospital would play along with her fantasy and take a neutroid, especially since she couldn't pay for its treatment. I still don't see. I thought perhaps you could help me fake a substitution. It's a K48 series, 5-year-old, 3-year set." "Do you have one in the pound that's not claimed?" Norris thought for a moment. "I think I have one. You're welcome to it, Doctor, but you can't fake a serial number. She'll know it. And even though they look exactly alike, the new one won't recognize her. It'll be spooky." There was a long pause, followed by a sigh. "I'll try it anyway. Can I come get the animal now?" "I'm on the highway." "Please, Norris, this is urgent. That woman will lose her mind completely if—" "All right, I'll call my wife and tell her to open the pound for you. Pick out the K48 and sign for it. And listen." "Yes?" "Don't let me catch you falsifying a serial number." Dr. Georges laughed faintly. "I won't, Norris. Thanks a million." He hung up quickly. Norris immediately regretted his consent. It bordered on being illegal, but he saw it as a quick way to get rid of an animal that might later have to be killed. He called Anne. Her voice was dull. She seemed depressed, but not angry. When he finished talking, she said, "All right, Terry," and hung up. By noon, he had finished checking the shipping lists at the wholesale house in Wilo City. Only 35 of July's Bermuda K99s had entered his territory, and they were about equally divided among 5 pet shops, 3 of which were in Wilo City. After lunch, he called each of the retail dealers, read them the serial numbers, and asked them to check the sales records for names and addresses of individual buyers. By 3 o'clock, he had the entire list filled out, and the task began to look easier. All that remained was to pick up the 35 animals. And that, he thought, was like trying to take a year-old baby away from its doting mother. He sighed and drove to the Wilo suburbs to begin his rounds. Anne met him at the door when he came home at 6. He stood on the porch for a moment, smiling at her weakly. The smile was not returned. Dr. Georges came, she told him. He signed for the... She stopped to stare at him. "Darling, your face. What happened?" Gingerly he touched the livid welts down the side of his cheek. "Just scratched a little," he muttered. He pushed past her and went to the phone in the hall. He sat eyeing it distastefully for a moment, not liking what he had to do. Anne came to stand beside him and examine the scratches. Finally, he lifted the phone and dialed the Wilo exchange. A grating mechanical voice answered, "Locator Center, your party, please." "Sheriff Yates," Norris grunted. The robot operator, which had on tape the working habits of each Wilo City citizen, began calling numbers. It found the off-duty sheriff on its third try in a Wilo pool hall. "I'm getting so I hate that infernal gadget," Yates grumbled. "I think it's got me psyched. What do you want, Norris?" "Cooperation. I'm mailing you 3 letters charging 3 Wilo citizens with resisting a federal official, namely me, and charging one of them with assault. I tried to pick up their neutroids for a pound inspection." Yates bellowed lusty laughter into the phone. "It's not funny. I've got to get those neutroids. It's in connection with the Delmont case." Yates stopped laughing. "Oh, well, I'll take care of it." "It's a rush order, Sheriff. Can you get the warrants tonight and pick up the animals in the morning?" "Easy on those warrants, boy. Judge Sharman can't be disturbed just any time. I can get the newts to you by noon, I guess, provided we don't have to get a helicopter posse to chase down the mothers." "That'll be all right. And listen, Yates, fix it so the charges will be dropped if they cooperate. Don't shake those warrants around unless they just won't listen to reason. But get those neutroids." "Okay, boy, gotcha." Norris gave him the names and addresses of the 3 unwilling mothers. As soon as he hung up, Anne touched his shoulders and said, "Sit still." She began smoothing a chilly ointment over his burning cheek. "Hard day?" she asked. "Not too hard. Those were just 3 out of 15. I got the other 12. They're in the truck." "That's good," she said. "You've got only 12 empty cages." He neglected to tell her that he had stopped at 12 for just this reason. "Guess I better get them unloaded," he said, standing up. "Can I help you?" He stared at her for a moment, saying nothing. She smiled a little and looked aside. "Terry, I'm sorry about this morning. I know you've got a job that has to be—" Her lip quivered slightly. Norris grinned, caught her shoulders, and pulled her close. She whispered against his neck. "Come on," he grunted. "Let's unload some neutroids before I forget all about work." They went out to the kennels together. The cages were inside a sprawling concrete barn, which was divided into 3 large rooms, one for the fragile, neuter humanoid creatures, and another for the lesser mutants such as cat-Qs, dog-Fs, dwarf bears, and foot-high lambs that never matured into sheep. The 3rd room contained a small gas chamber with a conveyor belt leading from it to a crematory incinerator. Norris kept the 3rd locked lest his wife see its furnishings. The doll-like neutroids began their mindless chatter as soon as their keepers entered the building. Dozens of blazing blonde heads began dancing about their cages. Their bodies thwacked against the wire mesh as they leaped about their compartments with monkey grace. Their human appearance was broken by only 2 distinct features: short, beaver-like tails decorated with fluffy curls of fur, and an erect thatch of scalp hair that grew up into a bright candle flame. Otherwise, they appeared completely human, with baby-pink skin, quick little smiles, and cherubic faces. They were sexually neuter and never grew beyond a predetermined age set, which varied for each series. Age sets were available from 1 to 10 years human equivalent. Once a neutroid reached its age set, it remained as the set's child development level until death. "They must be getting to know you pretty well," Anne said, glancing around at the cages. Norris was wearing a slight frown as he inspected the room. "They've never gotten this excited before." He walked along a row of cages, then stopped by a K-76 to stare. "Apple cores." He turned to face his wife. How did apples get in there? She reddened. I felt sorry for them, eating that goo from the mechanical feeder. I drove down to Sherman 3 and bought 6 dozen cooking apples. That was a mistake. She frowned irritably. We can afford it. That's not the point. There's a reason for the mechanical feeders. He paused, wondering how he could tell her the truth. He blundered on. They get to love whoever feeds them. I can't see. How would you feel about disposing of something that loved you? Anne folded her arms and stared at him. Planning to dispose of any soon? She asked acidly. Honeymoon's off again, eh? She turned away. I'm sorry, Terry. I'll try not to mention it again. He began unloading the truck, pulling the frightened and squirming doll things forth, one at a time with a snare pull. They were one-man pets, always frightened of strangers. What's the Delmont case, Terry? Anne asked while he worked. Huh? I heard you mention it on the phone. Anything to do with why you got your face scratched? He nodded sourly. Indirectly, yes. It's a long story. Tell me. Well, Delmont was a Greenhorn Evolvatron operator at the Bermuda plant. His job was taking the unfertilized chimpanzee ova out of the egg multiplier, mounting them in his machine, and bombarding the gene structure with subatomic particles. It's tricky business. He flashes a huge enlargement of the ovum on the electron microscope screen, large enough so he can see the individual protein molecules. He has an artificial gene pattern to compare it with. It's like shooting subatomic billiards. He's got to fire alpha particles into the gene structure and displace certain links by just the right amount. And he's got to be quick about it before the ovum dies from an overdose of radiation from the enlarger. A good operator can get 1 success out of 7 tries. Well, Delmont worked a week and spoiled over 100 ova without a single success. They threatened to fire him. I guess he got hysterical. Anyway, he reported 1 success the next day. It was faked. The ovum had a couple of flaws. Something wrong in the central nervous system's determinants and in the glandular makeup. Not a standard neutroid ovum. He passed it on to the incubators to get a credit, knowing it wouldn't be caught until after birth. It wasn't caught at all? Anne asked. Funny thing, he was afraid it wouldn't be. He got to worrying about it, thought maybe a mental deviant would pass and that it might be dangerous. So he went back to its incubator and cut off the hormone flow into its compartment. Why that? So it would develop sexuality. A neutroid would be born a female if they didn't give it suppressive doses of male hormone prenatally. That keeps ovaries from developing and it comes out neuter. But Delmont figured a female would be caught and stopped before the final inspection. They'd dispose of her without even bothering to examine for the other defects, and he could blame the sexuality on an equipment malfunction. He thought it was pretty smart. Trouble was, they didn't catch the female. She went on through. They all look female. How did they find out about it now? He got caught last month trying it again, and he confessed to doing it once before. No telling how many times he really did it. Norris held up the final kicking, squealing, tassel-haired doll from the back of the kennel truck. He grinned at his wife. This little fellow, for instance, it might be a potential she. It might also be a potential murderer. All these kiddos are from the machines in the section where Delmont worked. Anne snorted and caught the baby creature in her arms. It struggled and tried to bite, but subsided a little when she disentangled it from the snare. "Cree," it cooed nervously. "Cree." "You tell him you're no murderer," Anne purred to it. Norris watched disapprovingly while she fondled it. One thing he had learned, to steer clear of emotional attachments. It was 8 months old and looked like a child of 2 years. a year short of its age set, and it was designed to be as affectionate as a human child. "Put it in the cage, Anne," he said quietly. She looked up and shook her head. "It belongs to somebody else. If it fixes a libido attachment on you, you're actually robbing its owner. They can't love many people at once." She snorted but installed the thing in its cage. "Anne," Norris hesitated, hating to approach the subject. "Do you want one for yourself? I can sign an unclaimed one over to you to keep in the house. It won't cost us anything." Slowly she shook her head, and her pale eyes went moody and luminous. "I'm going to have one of my own," she said. He stood in the back of the truck, staring down at her. "Do you realize what—" "I know what I'm saying. We're Class C on account of heart trouble in both our families. Well, I don't care, Terry. I'm not going to waste a heart over one of these pathetic little artificial animals. We're going to have a baby. You know what they'd do to us." "If they catch us, yes. Compulsory divorce, sterilization. But they won't catch us. I'll have it at home, Terry, not even a doctor. We'll hide it." "I won't let you do such a thing." She faced him angrily. "Oh, this whole rotten world," she choked. Suddenly she turned and fled out of the building. She was sobbing. Norris climbed slowly down from the truck and wandered on into the house. She was not in the kitchen nor the living room. The bedroom door was locked. He shrugged and went to sit on the sofa. The television set was on, and a newscast was coming from a local station. "We were unable to get shots of the body," the announcer was saying, "but here is a view of the Georges' residence. I'll switch you to our mobile unit in Sharman 2, James Duncan reporting." Norris frowned with bewilderment as the scene shifted to a 2-story plasticoid house among the elm trees. It was after dark, but the mobile unit's powerful floodlights made daylight of the house and its yard, and the police copters sitting in a side lot. An ambulance was parked in the street. A new voice came on the audio. "This is James Duncan, ladies and gentlemen, speaking to you from our mobile unit in front of the late Dr. Hiram George's residence, just west of Sharman 2. We are waiting for the stretcher to be brought out, and Police Chief Erskine Myler is standing here beside me to give us a word about the case. Dr. George's death has shocked the community deeply. Most of you local listeners have known him for many years. Some of you have depended upon his services as a family physician. He was a man well known, well loved. But now let's listen to Chief Myler." Norris sat breathing quickly. There could scarcely be 2 Dr. Georges in the community, but only this morning. A growling drawl came from the audio. "This is Chief Myler speaking, folks. I just want to say that if any of you know the whereabouts of a Mrs. Sarah Glubbes, call me immediately. She's wanted for questioning." "Thank you, Chief. This is James Duncan again. I'll review the facts for you briefly again, ladies and gentlemen. At 7 o'clock, less than an hour ago, a woman, allegedly Mrs. Glubbes, burst into Dr. George's dining room while the family was at dinner. She was brandishing a pistol and screaming, "You stole my baby! You gave me the wrong baby! Where's my baby?" When the doctor assured her there was no other baby, she fired, shattering his salad plate. Glancing off it, the bullet pierced his heart. The woman fled. A peculiar feature of the case is that Mrs. Glubbes, the alleged intruder, has no baby. Just a minute, here comes the stretcher now." Norris turned the set off and went to call the police. He told them what he knew and promised to make himself available for questioning if it became necessary. When he turned from the phone, Anne was standing in the bedroom doorway. She might have been crying a little, but she concealed it well. "What was all that?" she asked. "Woman killed a man. I happen to know the motive." "What was it?" "Neutroid trouble. You meet up with a lot of unpleasantness in this business, don't you?" A lot of unpleasant emotions tangled up in it, he admitted. I know. Well, supper's been keeping hot for 2 hours. Shall we eat? They went to bed at midnight, but it was after 1 when he became certain that his wife was asleep. He lay in darkness for a time, listening to her even breathing. Then he cautiously eased himself out of bed and tiptoed quietly through the door, carrying his shoes and trousers. He put them on in the kitchen and stole silently out to the kennels. A half-moon hung low in a misty sky, and the wind was chilly out of the north. He went into the neutroid room and flicked a switch. A few sleepy chatters greeted the light. One at a time he awoke 23 of the older doll things and carried them to a large glass-walled compartment. These were the long-time residents. They knew him well, and they came with him willingly, like children after the Piper of Hamelin. When he had gotten them in the glass chamber, he sealed the door and turned on the gas. The conveyor would automatically carry them on to the incinerator. Now he had enough cages for the Bermuda K-99s. He hurriedly quit the kennels and went to sit on the back steps. His eyes were burning, but the thought of tears made him sicker. It was like an assassin crying while he stabbed his victim. It was more honest just to retch. When he tiptoed back inside, he got as far as the hall. Then he saw Anne's small figure framed in the bedroom window, silhouetted against the moonlit yard. She had slipped into her negligee and was sitting on the narrow window stool, staring silently out at the dull red tongue of exhaust gases from the crematory's chimney. Norris backed away. He went to the parlor and lay down on the couch. After a while he heard her come into the room. She paused in the center of the rug, a fragile mist in the darkness. He turned his face away and waited for the rasping accusation. But soon she came to sit on the edge of the sofa. She said nothing. Her hand crept out and touched his cheek lightly. He felt her cool fingertips trace a soft line up his temple. "It's all right, Terry," she whispered. He kept his face averted. Her fingers traced a last stroke. Then she padded quietly back to the bedroom. He lay awake until dawn, knowing that it would never be all right, neither the creating nor the killing, until he and the whole world completely lost sanity. And then everything would be all right, only it still wouldn't make sense. Anne was asleep when he left the house. The night mist had gathered into clouds that made a gloomy morning of it. He drove on out in the kennel truck, meaning to get the rest of the Bermuda K-99s so that he could begin his testing. Still, he felt the night's guilt, like a sticky dew that refused to depart with morning. Why should he have to kill the things? The answer was obvious. Society manufactured them because killing them was permissible. Human babies could not be disposed of when the market became glutted. The neutroids offered solace to childless women, kept them satisfied with a restricted birth rate. And why a restricted birth rate? Because by keeping the population at 5 billions, the Federation could ensure a decent living standard for everybody. Where there was giving, Norris thought glumly, there was also taking away. Man had always deluded himself by thinking that he created, but he created nothing. He thought that he had created, with his medical science and his end to wars, a longer life for the individual, but he found that he had only taken the lives of the unborn and added them to the years of the aged. Man now had a life expectancy of 80, except that he had damn little chance of being born to enjoy it. A neutroid filled the cradle in his stead, a neutroid that never ate as much or grew up to be unemployed. A neutroid could be killed if things got tough, but could still satisfy a woman's craving to mother something small. Norris gave up thinking about it. Eventually he would have to adjust to it. He was already adjusted to a world that loved the artificial mutants as children. He had been brought up in it. Emotion came in conflict with the grim necessities of his job. Somehow he would have to love them in the parlor and kill them in the kennel. It was only a matter of adjustment. At noon he brought back another dozen K-99s and installed them in his cages. There had been 2 highly reluctant mothers, but he skipped them and left the seizure to the local authorities. Yates had already brought in the 3 from yesterday. No more scratches? Anne asked him while they ate lunch. They did not speak of the night's mass disposal. Norris smiled mechanically. I learned my lesson yesterday. If they bare their fangs, I get out without another word. Funny thing, though, I've got a feeling one mother pulled a fast one. What happened? Well, I told her what I wanted and why. She didn't like it, but she let me in. I started out with her newt, but she wanted a receipt. So I gave her one, took the serial number off my checklist. She looked at it and said, Why, that's not Chi-Chi's number. I looked at the newt's foot, and sure enough it wasn't. I had to leave it. It was a K-99, but not even from Bermuda. I thought they were all registered, Anne said. They are. I told her she had the wrong neutroid, but she got mad. Went and got the sales receipt. It checked with her newt, and it was from O'Reilly's pet shop. Right place, wrong number. I just don't get it. Nothing to worry about, is it, Terry? He looked at her peculiarly. Ever think what might happen if someone started a black market in neutroids? They finished the meal in silence. After lunch he went out again to gather up the rest of the group. By 4 o'clock he had gotten all that were to be had without the threat of a warrant. The screams and pleas and tears of the owners left him gloomily despising himself. If Delmont's falsification had been widespread, he might have to turn several of the 35 over to the central lab for dissection and ultimate destruction. That would bring the murderous wrath of their owners down upon him. He began to understand why bioinspectors were frequently shifted from one territory to another. On the way home, he stopped in Sherman 2 to check on the missing number. It was the largest of the Sherman communities, covering 50 blocks of commercial buildings. He parked in the outskirts and took a sidewalk escalator toward O'Reilly's address. It was on a dingy side street reminiscent of past centuries, a street of small bars and bowling alleys and cigar stores. There was even a shop with 3 gold balls above the entrance, but the place was now an antique store. A light mist was falling when he stepped off the escalator and stood in front of the pet shop. A sign hung out over the sidewalk announcing, J. Doggy O'Reilly, Pets for Sale. Dumb blondes and goldfish, mutants for the childless, buy a bundle of joy. Norris frowned at the sign and wandered inside. The place was warm and gloomy. He wrinkled his nose at the strong musk of animal odors. O'Reilly's was not a shining example of cleanliness. Somewhere a puppy was yapping, and a parrot croaked the lyrics of A Chimp to Call My Own, which Norris recognized as the theme song of a popular soap opera about a lady Evolvatron operator. He paused briefly by a tank of silk-draped goldfish. The shop had a customer. An elderly lady was haggling with a wizened manager over the price of a half-grown second-hand dog F. She was shaking her last dog's death certificate under his nose and demanding a guarantee of the dog's alleged F5 intelligence. The old man offered to swear on a Bible, but he demurred when it came to swearing on a ledger. The dog was saying, "Don't sell me, Dada, don't sell me." Norris smiled sardonically to himself. The non-human pets were smarter than the neutroids. A K-108 could speak a dozen words, and a K-99 never got farther than Mama, Papa, and Cookie. Anthropos was afraid to make the quasi-humans too intelligent, lest sentimentalists proclaim them really human. He wandered on toward the back of the building, pausing briefly by the cash register to inspect O'Reilly's license, which hung in a dusty frame on the wall behind the counter. James Fallon O'Reilly, authorized dealer in mutant animals, all non-predatory mammals including chimpanzee K-series. License expires June 1st, 2235. It seemed in order, although the expiration date was approaching. He started toward a bank of neutroid cages along the opposite wall, but O'Reilly was mincing across the floor to meet him. The customer had gone. The little manager wore an elfin professional smile, and his bald head bobbled in a welcoming nod. "Good day, sir, good day. May I show you a dwarf kangaroo or a—" He stopped and adjusted his spectacles. He blinked and peered as Norris flashed his badge. His smile waned. "I'm Agent Norris, Mr. O'Reilly. Called you yesterday for that rundown on K99 sales." O'Reilly looked suddenly nervous. "Oh, yes. Find 'em all?" Norris shook his head. "No, that's why I stopped by. There's some mistake on," he glanced at his list, "on K99 LJZ 351. Let's check it again." O'Reilly seemed to cringe. "No mistake. I gave you the buyer's name." "She has a different number. Can I help it if she traded with somebody?" "She didn't. She bought it here. I saw the receipt." "Then she traded with one of my other customers," snapped the old man. "Two of your customers have the same name, Adelia Schultz? Not likely. Let's see your duplicate receipt book." O'Reilly's wrinkled face set itself into a stubborn mask. "Doubt if it's still around." Norris frowned. "Look, Pop, I've had a rough day. I could start naming some things around here that need fixing, sanitary violations and such, not to mention that sign, Dumb Blondes. They outlawed that one when they executed that shyster doctor for shooting K108s full of growth hormones, trying to raise himself a harem to sell. Besides, you're required to keep sales records until they've been microfilmed. There hasn't been a microfilming since July." The wrinkled face twitched with frustrated anger. O'Reilly shuffled to the counter while Norris followed. He got a fat binder from under the register and started toward a wooden stairway. "Where are you going?" Norris called. "Get my old glasses," the manager grumbled. "Can't see through these new things." "Leave the book here and I'll check it," Norris offered. But O'Reilly was already limping quickly up the stairs. He seemed not to hear. He shut the door behind him and Norris heard the lock click. The bioagent waited. Again, the thought of a black market troubled him. Unauthorized neutroids could mean lots of trouble. 5 minutes passed before the old man came down the stairs. He said nothing as he placed the book on the counter. Norris noted that his hands were trembling as he shuffled through the pages. "Let me look," said the bioagent. O'Reilly stepped reluctantly aside. Norris had memorized the owner's receipt number, and he found the duplicate quickly. He stared at it silently. Mrs. Adele Schultz, chimpanzee K99 LJZ 351. It was the number of the animal he wanted, but it wasn't the number on Mrs. Schultz's neutroid, nor on her original copy of the receipt. He held the book up to his eye and aimed across the page at the light. O'Reilly's breathing became audible. Norris put the book down, folded 2 thicknesses of handkerchief over the blade of his pocket knife, and ran it down the seam between the pages. He took the sheet he wanted, folded it, and stowed it in his vest pocket. O'Reilly was stutteringly angry. Norris turned to face him coldly. "Nice erasure job for a carbon copy." The old man prepared himself for exploding. Norris quietly put on his hat. "See you in court, O'Reilly." "Wait." Norris turned. "Okay, I'm waiting." The old man sagged into a deflated bag of wrinkles. "Let's sit down first," he said weakly. Norris followed him up the stairs and into a dingy parlor. The tiny apartment smelled of boiled cabbage and sweat. An orange-haired neutroid lay asleep on a small rug in a corner. Norris knelt beside it and read the tattooed figures on the sole of its left foot. K99LJZ351. Somehow he was not surprised. When he stood up, the old man was sagged in an ancient armchair, his head propped on a hand that covered his eyes. "Lots of good explanations, I guess," Norris asked quietly. "Not good ones. Let's hear them anyway." O'Reilly sighed and straightened. He blinked at the inspector and spoke in a monotone. "My missus died 5 years back. We were Class B, allowed one child of our own. If we could have one. We couldn't. But since we were Class B, we couldn't own a neutroid either. Sorta got around it by running a pet shop. Mary, she always cried when we sold a newt. I sorta felt bad about it myself, but we never did swipe one. Last year this Bermuda shipment come in. I sold most of 'em pretty quick, but Peony here, she was kinda puny. Seemed like nobody wanted her. Kept her around so long I got attached to her. 'Fraid somebody'd buy her, so I faked the receipt and moved her up here." "That all?" The old man nodded. "Ever done this before?" He shook his head. Norris let a long silence pass while he struggled with himself. At last he said, "Your license could be revoked, you know." "I know." Norris ground his fist thoughtfully in his palm and stared at the sleeping doll thing. "I'll take your books home with me tonight," he said. "I want to make a complete check for similar changes. Any objections?" "None. It's the only trick I've pulled, so help me." "If that's true, I won't report you. We'll just attach a correction to that page, and you'll put the newt back in stock." He hesitated. "Providing it's not a deviant. I'll have to take it in for examination." A choking sound came from the armchair. Norris stared curiously at the old man. Moisture was creeping in the wrinkles around his eyes. "Something the matter?" O'Reilly nodded. "She's a deviant." "How do you know?" The dealer pulled himself erect and hobbled to the sleeping neutroid. He knelt beside it and stroked a small bare shoulder gently. "Peony," he breathed. "Peony girl, wake up." Its fluffy tail twitched for a moment, then it sat up, rubbing its eyes and yawning. It looked normal, like a 2-year-old girl with soft brown eyes. It pouted at O'Reilly for awakening it. It saw Norris and ignored him, apparently too sleepy to be frightened. "How's my peony girl?" the dealer purred. It licked its lips. "Want a glass of water, Daddy?" it said drowsily. Norris caught his breath. No K99 should be able to make a speech that long, even when it reached the developmental limit. He glanced at O'Reilly. The old man nodded slowly, then went to the kitchen for a glass of water. She drank greedily and eyed her foster parent. Daddy crying. O'Reilly glowered at her and blew his nose solemnly. "Don't be silly, child. Now get your coat on and go with Mr. Norris. He's taking you for a ride in his truck. Won't that be fine?" "I don't want to. I want to stay here." "Peony, on with you." She brought her coat and stared at Norris with childish contempt. "Can Daddy go too?" "Be on your way," growled O'Reilly. "I got things to do." "We're coming back?" "Of course you're coming back. Get now, or shall I get my spanking switch?" Peony strolled out the door ahead of Norris. "Oh, Inspector, would you be punching the night latch for me as you leave the shop? I think I'll be closing for the day." Norris paused at the head of the stairs, looking back at the old man. But O'Reilly closed himself inside and the lock clicked. The agent sighed and glanced down at the small being beside him. "Want me to carry you, Peony?" She sniffed disdainfully. She hopped upon the banister and slid down ahead of him. Her motor responses were typically neutroid, something like a monkey, something like a squirrel. But there was no question about it, she was one of Delmont's deviants. He wondered what they would do with her in Central Lab. He could remember no instance of an intelligent mutant getting into the market. Somehow he could not consign her to a cage in the back of the truck. He drove home while she sat beside him on the front seat. She watched the scenery and remained aloof, occasionally looking around to ask, "Can we go back now?" Norris could not bring himself to answer. End of Conditionally Human, Part 1, by Walter M. Miller, Jr. Conditionally Human, Part 2, by Walter M. Miller, Jr. Recording by Terence Callun. Conditionally Human, Part 2, by Walter M. Miller, Jr. When he got home, he led her into the house and stopped in the hall to call Chief Franklin. The operator said, "His office doesn't answer, sir. Shall I give you the robot locator?" Norris hesitated. His wife came into the hall. She stooped to grin at Peony, and Peony said, "Do you live here too?" Anne gasped and sat on the floor to stare. Norris said, "Cancel the call. I'll wait till tomorrow." He dropped the phone quickly. "What series is it?" Anne asked excitedly. "I never saw one that could talk." "It is a she," he said, "and she's a series unto herself, some of Delmont's work." Peony was looking from one to the other of them with a baffled face. "Can we go back now?" Norris shook his head. "You're going to spend the night with us, Peony," he said softly. "Your daddy wants you to." His wife was watching him thoughtfully. Norris looked aside and plucked nervously at a corner of the telephone book. Suddenly she caught Peony's hand and led her toward the kitchen. "Come on, baby, let's go find a cookie or something." Norris started out the front door, but in a moment Anne was back. She caught at his collar and tugged, "Not so fast." He turned to frown. Her face accused him at a 6-inch range. "Just what do you think you're going to do with that child?" He was silent for a long time. "You know what I'm supposed to do." Her unchanging stare told him that she wouldn't accept any evasions. "I heard you trying to get your boss on the phone." "I canceled it, didn't I?" "Until tomorrow." He worked his hands nervously. "I don't know, honey. I just don't know." "They'd kill her at Central Lab, wouldn't they?" "Well, they'd need her as evidence in Delmont's trial. They'd kill her, wouldn't they?" When it was over, it's hard to say. The law says deviants must be destroyed, but... Well? He paused miserably. "We've got a few days to think about it, honey. I don't have to make my report for a week." He sidled out the door. Looking back, he saw the hard determination in her eyes as she watched him. He knew somehow that he was going to lose either his job or his wife, maybe both. He shuffled moodily out to the kennels to care for his charges. A great silence filled the house during the evening. Supper was a gloomy meal. Only Peony spoke. She sat propped on 2 cushions at the table, using her silver with remarkable skill. Norris wondered about her intelligence. Her chronological age was 10 months. Her physical age was about 2 years. But her mental age seemed to compare favorably with at least a 3-year-old. Once he reached across the table to touch her forehead. She eyed him curiously for a moment and continued eating. Her temperature was warmer than human, but not too warm for the normally high neutroid metabolism, somewhere around 101 degrees. The rapid rate of maturation made IQ determination impossible. "You've got a good appetite, Peony," Anne remarked. "I like Daddy's cooking better," she said with innocent bluntness. "When can I go home?" Anne looked at Norris and waited for an answer. He managed a smile at the flame-haired cherub. "Tell you what we'll do. I'll call your daddy on the phone and let you say hello. Would you like that?" She giggled, then nodded. "Uh-huh. When can we do it?" "Later." Anne tapped her fork thoughtfully against the edge of her plate. "I think we better have a nice long talk tonight, Terry," she said. "Is there anything to talk about?" He pushed the plate away. "I'm not hungry." He left the table and went to sit in darkness by the parlor window while his wife did the dishes and Peony played with a handful of walnuts on the kitchen floor. He watched the scattered lights of the suburbs and tried to think of nothing. The lights were peaceful, glimmering through the trees. Once there had been no lights, only the flickering campfires of hunters shivering in the forest, when the world was young and sparsely planted with the seed of man. Now the world was infected with his lights, and with the sound of his engines and the roar of his rockets. He had inherited the earth and had filled it, too full. There was no escape. His rockets had touched 2 of the planets, but even the new worlds offered no sanctuary for the unborn. Man could have babies, if allowed, faster than he could build ships to haul them away. He could only choose between a higher death rate and a lower birth rate. And unborn children were not eligible to vote when man made his choice. His choice had robbed his wife of a biological need, and so he made a disposable baby with which to pacify her. He gave it a tail and only half a mind, so that it could not be confused with his own occasional children. But Peony had only the tail. Still, she was not born of the seed of man. Strange seed, out of the jungle, warped toward the human pole, but still not human. Norris heard a car approaching in the street. Its headlights swung along the curb, and it slowed to a halt in front of the house. A tall, slender man in a dark suit climbed out and stood for a moment staring toward the house. He was only a shadow in the faint streetlight. Norris could not place him. Suddenly the man snapped on a flashlight and played it over the porch. Norris caught his breath and darted toward the kitchen. Anne stared at him questioningly while Peony peered up from her play. He stooped beside her. "Listen, child," he said quickly. "Do you know what a neutroid is?" She nodded slowly. "They play in cages. They don't talk." "Can you pretend you're a neutroid?" "I can play neutroid. I play neutroid with Daddy sometimes, when people come to see him. He gives me candy when I play it. When can I go home?" "Not now. There's a man coming to see us. Can you play neutroid for me? We'll give you lots of candy. Just don't talk. Pretend you're asleep." "Now?" "Now." He heard the door chimes ringing. "Who is it?" Anne asked. "I don't know. He may have the wrong house. Take Peony in the bedroom. I'll answer it." His wife caught the child thing up in her arms and hurried away. The chimes sounded again. Norris stalked down the hall and switched on the porch light. The visitor was an elderly man, erect in his black suit and radiating dignity. As he smiled and nodded, Norris noticed his collar. A clergyman. Must have the wrong place, Norris thought. "Are you Inspector Norris?" The agent nodded, not daring to talk. "I'm Father Paulson. I'm calling on behalf of a James O'Reilly. I think you know him. May I come in?" Grudgingly, Norris swung open the door. "If you can stand the smell of paganism, come on in." The priest chuckled politely. Norris led him to the parlor and turned on the light. He waved toward a chair. "What's this all about? Does O'Reilly want something?" Paulson smiled at the inspector's brusque tone and settled himself in the chair. "O'Reilly is a sick man," he said. The inspector frowned. He didn't look it to me. "Sick of heart, Inspector. He came to me for advice. I couldn't give him any. He told me the story about this Peony. I came to have a look at her, if I may." Norris said nothing for a moment. O'Reilly had better keep his mouth shut, he thought, especially around clergymen. Most of them took a dim view of the whole mutant business. "I didn't think you'd associate with O'Reilly," he said. "I thought you people excommunicated everybody that owns a Neutroid. O'Reilly owns a whole shop full." "That's true, but who knows? He might get rid of his shop. May I see this Neutroid?" "Why?" "O'Reilly said it could talk. Is that true, or is O'Reilly suffering delusions? That's what I came to find out." "Neutroids don't talk." The priest stared at him for a time, then nodded slowly as if approving something. "You can rest assured," he said quietly, "that I'll say nothing of this visit, that I'll speak to no one about this creature." Norris looked up to see his wife watching them from the doorway. "Get Peony," he said. "It's true, then?" Paulson asked. "I'll let you see for yourself." Anne brought the small child thing into the room and set her on the floor. Peony saw the visitor, chattered with fright, and bounded upon the back of the sofa to sit and scold. She was playing her game well, Norris thought. The priest watched her with quiet interest. "Hello, little one." Peony babbled gibberish. Paulson kept his eyes on her every moment. Suddenly he said, "I just saw your daddy, Peony. He wanted me to talk to you." Her babbling ceased. The spell of the game was ended. Her eyes went sober. Then she looked at Norris and pouted. "I don't want any candy. I want to go home." Norris let out a deep breath. "I didn't say she couldn't talk," he pointed out sullenly. "I didn't say you did," said Paulson. "You invited me to see for myself." Anne confronted the clergyman. "What do you want?" she demanded. "The child's death? Did you come to assure yourself that she'd be turned over to the lab? I know your kind. You'd do anything to get rid of Neutroids." "I came only to assure myself that O'Reilly's sane," Paulson told her. "I don't believe you," she snapped. He stared at her in wounded surprise. Then he chuckled. "People used to trust the cloth." "Ah, well. Listen, my child, you have us wrong. We say it's evil to create the creatures. We say also that it's evil to destroy them after they're made. Not murder exactly, but mockery of life, perhaps. It's the entire institution that's evil. Do you understand? As for this small creature of O'Reilly's, well, I hardly know what to make of her. But I certainly wouldn't wish her, DEAD. Peony was listening solemnly to the conversation. Somehow Norris sensed a disinterested friend, if not an ally, in the priest. He looked at his wife. Her eyes were still suspicious. "Tell me, Father," Norris asked, "if you were in my position, what would you do?" Paulson fumbled with a button of his coat and stared at the floor while he pondered. "I wouldn't be in your position, young man. But if I were, I think I'd withhold her from my superiors. I'd also quit my job and go away." It wasn't what Norris wanted to hear, but his wife's expression suddenly changed. She looked at the priest with a new interest. "And give Peony back to O'Reilly?" she added. "I shouldn't be giving you advice," he said unhappily. "I'm duty-bound to ask O'Reilly to give up his business and have nothing further to do with Neutroids." "But Peony's human," Anne argued. "She's different." "I fail to agree." "What?" Anne confronted him again. "What makes you human?" "A soul, my child." Anne put her hands on her hips and leaned forward to glare down at him like something unwholesome. "Can you put a voltmeter between your ears and measure it?" The priest looked helplessly at Norris. "No," she said, "and you can't do it to Peony either." "Perhaps I had better go," Paulson said to his host. Norris sighed. "Maybe you better, Padre. You found out what you wanted to know." Anne stalked angrily out of the room, her dark hair swishing like a battle pennant with each step. When the priest was gone, Norris picked up the child and held her in his lap. She was shivering with fright as if she understood what had been said. Love them in the parlor, he thought, and kill them in the kennels. "Can I go home?" Doesn't Daddy want me anymore? Sure he does, baby. You just be good and everything'll be all right. Norris felt a bad taste in his mouth as he laid her sleeping body on the sofa half an hour later. Everything was all wrong and it promised to remain that way. He couldn't give her back to O'Reilly because she would be caught again when the auditor came to microfilm the records. And he certainly couldn't keep her himself, not with other bioagents wandering in and out every few days. She could not be concealed in a world where there were no longer any sparsely populated regions. There was nothing to do but obey the law and turn her over to Franklin's lab. He closed his eyes and shuddered. If he did that, he could do anything, stomach anything, adapt to any vicious demands society made of him. If he sent the child away to die, he would know that he had attained an objective outlook. And what more could he want from life than adaptation and objectivity? Well, his wife, for one thing. He left the child on the sofa, turned out the light, and wandered into the bedroom. Anne was in bed reading. She did not look up when she said, "Terry, if you let that baby be destroyed, I'll—" "Don't say it," he cut in. "Any time you feel like leaving, you just leave, but don't threaten me with it." She watched him silently for a moment. Then she handed him the newspaper she had been reading. It was folded around an advertisement. Biologists wanted by Anthropos Incorporated for Evolvatron operators, incubator tenders, nursery supervisors, laboratory personnel in New Atlanta plant. Call or write Personnel Manager, Anthropos Incorporated, Atlanta, Georgia. Note, secure work department release from present job before applying. He looked at Anne curiously. So? She shrugged. So there's a job, if you want to quit this one. What's this got to do with Peony, if anything? We could take her with us. Not a chance, he said. Do you suppose a talking neutroid would be any safer there? She demanded angrily. Why should they want to destroy her? Norris sat on the edge of the bed and thought about it. No particular individual wants to, honey. It's the law. But why? Generally because deviants are unknown quantities. They can be dangerous. That child dangerous? Dangerous to a concept, a vague belief that man is something special, a closed tribe. And in a practical sense, she's dangerous because she's not a neuter. The Federation insists that all mutants be neuter and infertile so it can control the mutant population. If mutants started reproducing, that could be a real threat in a world whose economy is so delicately balanced. Well, you're not going to let them have her, do you hear me? I hear you, he grumbled. On the following day, he went down to police headquarters to sign a statement concerning the motive in Dr. George's murder. As a result, Mrs. Glubbis was put away in the psycho ward. It's funny, Norris, said Chief Myler, what people will do over a neutroid. Like Mrs. Glubbis thinking that newt was her own. I sure don't envy you your job. It's a wonder you don't get your head blown off. You must have an iron stomach. Norris signed the paper and looked up briefly. Sure, Chief. Just a matter of adaptation. Guess so. Myler patted his paunch and yawned. How are you coming on this Delmont business? Picked up any deviants yet? Norris laid down the pen abruptly. No, of course not. What made you think I had? Myler stopped in the middle of his yawn and stared at Norris curiously. Touchy, aren't you? He asked thoughtfully. When I get that kind of answer from a prisoner, I right away start thinking... Save it for your interrogation room, Norris growled. He stalked quickly out of the office while Chief Myler tapped his pencil absently and stared after him. He was angry with himself for his indecision. He had to make a choice and make it soon. He was climbing in his car when a voice called after him from the building. He looked back to see Chief Myler trotting down the steps, his pudgy face glistening in the morning sun. "Hey, Norris, your missus is on the phone. Says it's urgent." Norris went back grudgingly. A premonition of trouble gripped him. "Phone's right there," the chief said, pointing with a stubby thumb. The receiver lay on the desk, and he could hear it saying, "Hello, hello," before he picked it up. "Anne, what's the matter?" Her voice was low and strained, trying to be cheerful. "Nothing's the matter, darling. We have a visitor. Come right home, will you? Chief Franklin's here." It knocked the breath out of him. He felt himself going white. He glanced at Chief Myler, calmly sitting nearby. "Can you tell me about it now?" he asked her. "Not very well. Please hurry home. He wants to talk to you about the K-99s. "Have the two of them met?" "Yes, they have." She paused as if listening to him speak, then said, "Oh, that. The game, honey. Remember the game?" "Good," he grunted. "I'll be right there." He hung up and started out. "Troubles?" the chief called after him. "Just a sick newt," he said, "if it's any of your business." Chief Franklin's helicopter was parked in the empty lot next door when Norris drove up in front of the house. The official heard the truck and came out on the porch to watch his agent walk up the path. His lanky, emaciated body was loosely draped in gray tweeds, and his thin, hawk face was a dark and solemn mask. He was a middle-aged man. His skin seamed with wrinkles, but his hair was still abnormally black. He greeted Norris with a slow, almost sarcastic nod. "I see you don't read your mail. If you'd looked at it, you'd have known I was coming. I wrote you yesterday." "Sorry, Chief, I didn't have a chance to stop by the message office this morning." Franklin grunted. "Then you don't know why I'm here?" "No, sir." "Let's sit out on the porch," Franklin said, and perched his bony frame on the railing. "We've got to get busy on these Bermuda K-99s, Norris. How many have you got?" 34, I think." "I counted 35. Maybe you're right. I'm not sure." "Found any deviants yet?" I haven't run any tests yet, sir." Franklin's voice went sharp. "Do you need a test to know when a neutroid is talking a blue streak?" "What do you mean?" "Just this. We've found at least a dozen of Delmont's units that have mental ages that correspond to their physical age. What's more, they're functioning females, and they have normal pituitaries. Know what that means?" "They won't take an age set then," Norris said. "They'll grow to adulthood." "And have children." Norris frowned. "How can they have children? There aren't any males." "No? Guess what we found in one of Delmont's incubators?" "Not a—" "Yeah, and it's probably not the first. This business about padding his quota is baloney. Hell, man, he was going to start his own black market. He finally admitted it after 20 hours questioning without a let-up. He was going to raise them, Norris. He was stealing them right out of the incubators before an inspector ever saw them. The K-99s, the numbered ones, are just the ones he couldn't get back. Lord knows how many males he's got hidden away someplace." "What are you going to do?" "Do? What do you think we'll do? Smash the whole scheme, that's what. Find the deviants and kill them. We've got enough now for lab work." Norris felt sick. He looked away. "I suppose you'll want me to handle the destruction, then." Franklin gave him a suspicious glance. "Yes, but why do you ask? You have found one, haven't you?" "Yes, sir," he admitted. A moan came from the doorway. Norris looked up to see his wife's white face staring at him in horror, just before she turned and fled into the house. Franklin's bony head lifted. "I see," he said. "We have a fixation on our deviant." "Very well, Norris. I'll take care of it myself. Where is it?" "In the house, sir. My wife's bedroom." "Get it." Norris went glumly in the house. The bedroom door was locked. "Honey," he called softly. There was no answer. He knocked gently. A key turned in the lock, and his wife stood facing him. Her eyes were weeping ice. "Stay back," she said. He could see Peony behind her, sitting in the center of the floor and looking mystified. Then he saw his own service revolver in her trembling hand. "Look, honey, it's me." She shook her head. "No, it's not you. It's a man that wants to kill a little girl. Stay back." "You'd shoot, wouldn't you?" he asked softly. "Try to come in and find out," she invited. "Let me have Peony." She laughed, her eyes bright with hate. "I wonder where Terry went. I guess he died, or adapted. I guess I'm a widow now. Stay back, mister, or I'll kill you." Norris smiled. "Okay, I'll stay back, but the gun isn't loaded." She tried to slam the door. He caught it with his foot. She struck at him with the pistol, but he dragged it out of her hand. He pushed her aside and held her against the wall while she clawed at his arm. "Stop it," he said. "Nothing will happen to Peony, I promise you." He glanced back at the child thing who had begun to cry. Anne subsided a little, staring at him angrily. "There's no other way out, honey. Just trust me. She'll be all right." Breathing quickly, Anne stood aside and watched him. "Okay, Terry, but if you're lying, tell me, is it murder to kill a man to protect a child?" Norris lifted Peony in his arms. Her wailing ceased, but her tail switched nervously. "In whose law book?" he asked his wife. "I was wondering the same thing." Norris started toward the door. "By the way, find my instruments while I am outside, will you?" "The dissecting instruments?" she gasped. "If you intend, let's call them surgical instruments, shall we, and get them sterilized." He went on outside, carrying the child. Franklin was waiting for him in the kennel doorway. "Was that Mrs. Norris I heard screaming?" Norris nodded. "Let's get this over with. I don't stomach it so well." He let his eyes rest unhappily on the top of Peony's head. Franklin grinned at her and took a bit of candy out of his pocket. She refused it and snuggled closer to Norris. "When can I go home?" she piped. "I want Daddy." Franklin straightened, watching her with amusement. "You're going home in a few minutes, little newt. Just a few minutes." They went into the kennels together, and Franklin headed straight for the third room. He seemed to be enjoying the situation. Norris hating him silently. better than their makers. Wearily he stretched out on the sofa. What about that priest? Suppose he tells about Peony. Suppose he guesses about Franklin and tells the police. The police, he said, would then smell a motive. They'd figure it out and I'd be finished. We'll wait and see. Let's don't talk. I'm tired. We'll just wait for Myler to come in. She began rubbing his temples gently, and he smiled. So we wait, she said. Shall I read to you, Terry? That would be pleasant, he murmured, closing his eyes. She slipped away but returned quickly. He heard the rustle of dry pages and smelled musty leather. Then her voice came, speaking old words softly, and he thought of the small child thing lying peacefully in her cage while angry men stalked about her. A small life with a mind. She came into the world as quietly as a thief, a burglar in the crowded house of man. I will send my fear before thee, and I will destroy the peoples before whom thou shalt come, sending hornets to drive out the Hivite and the Canaanite and the Hethite before thou enterest the land. Little by little I will drive them out before thee, till thou be increased, and dost possess the land. Then shalt thou be to me a new people, and I to thee a God. And on the quiet afternoon in May, while he waited for the police to finish puzzling in the kennels, it seemed to Terrell Norris that an end to scheming and pushing and arrogance was not too far ahead. It should be a pretty good world then. He hoped man could fit into it somehow. End of Conditionally Human Part 2 by Walter M. Miller, Jr.
The Spy in the Elevator by Donald E. Westlake. When the elevator didn't come, that just made the day perfect. A broken egg yolk, a stuck zipper, a feedback in the aircon exhaust, the window sticking at full transparency. Well, I won't go through the whole sorry list. Suffice it to say that when the elevator didn't come, that put the roof on the city, as they say. It was just one of those days. Everybody gets them. Days when you're lucky and you make it to nightfall with no bones broken. But of all times for it to happen! For literally months, I'd been building my courage up, and finally, just today, I had made up my mind to do it, to propose to Linda. I'd called her second thing this morning, right after the egg yolk, and invited myself down to her place. 10 o'clock, she'd said, smiling sweetly at me out of the phone. She knew why I wanted to talk to her, and when Linda said 10 o'clock, she meant 10 o'clock. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean that Linda's a perfectionist or harridan or anything like that. Far from it. But she does have a fixation on that one subject of punctuality. The result of her job, of course. She was an ore sled dispatcher. Ore sleds, being robots, were invariably punctual. If an ore sled didn't return on time, no one waited for it. They simply knew that it had been captured by some other project and had blown itself up. Well, of course, after working as an ore sled dispatcher for 3 years, Linda, quite naturally, was a bit obsessed. I remember one time, shortly after we'd started dating, when I arrived at her place 5 minutes late and found her having hysterics. She thought I'd been killed. She couldn't visualize anything less than that keeping me from arriving at the designated moment. When I told her what actually had happened, I'd broken a shoelace, she refused to speak to me for 4 days. And then the elevator didn't come. Until then, I'd managed somehow to keep the day's minor disasters from ruining my mood. Even while eating that horrible egg, I couldn't very well throw it away, broken yolk or no. It was my breakfast allotment, and I was hungry. And while hurriedly jury-rigging drapery across that gaspingly transparent window, 153 stories straight down to slag, I kept going over and over my prepared proposal speeches, trying to select the most effective one. I had a whimsical approach. "Honey, I see there's a nice little non-P apartment available up on 173. and I had a romantic approach. "Darling, I can't live without you at the moment. Temporarily, I'm madly in love with you. I want to share my life with you for a while. Will you be provisionally mine?" I even had a straightforward approach. "Linda, I'm going to be needing a wife for at least a year or two, and I can't think of anyone I would rather spend that time with than you." Actually, though I wouldn't even have admitted this to Linda, much less to anyone else, I loved her in more than a non-P way. But even if we both had been genetically desirable, neither of us were, I knew that Linda relished her freedom and independence too much to ever contract for any kind of marriage other than non-P, non-permanent, no progeny. So I rehearsed my various approaches, realizing that when the time came, I would probably be so tongue-tied I'd be capable of no more than a blurted, "Will you marry me?" And I struggled with zippers and malfunctioning air cons, and I managed somehow to leave the apartment at 5 minutes to 10. Linda lived down on the 140th floor, 13 stories away. It never took more than 2 or 3 minutes to get to her place, so I was giving myself plenty of time. But then the elevator didn't come. I pushed the button, waited, and nothing happened. I couldn't understand it. The elevator had always arrived before, within 30 seconds of the button being pushed. This was a local stop, with an elevator that traveled between the 133rd floor and the 167th floor, where it was possible to make connections for either the next local or for the express. So it couldn't be more than 20 stories away. And this was a non-rush hour. I pushed the button again, and then I waited some more. I looked at my watch, and it was 3 minutes to 10. 2 minutes and no elevator. If it didn't arrive this instant, this second, I would be late. It didn't arrive. I vacillated, not knowing what to do next. Stay, hoping the elevator would come after all? Or hurry back to the apartment and call Linda to give her advance warning that I would be late? 10 more seconds, and still no elevator. I chose the second alternative, raced back down the hall, and thumbed my way into my apartment. I dialed Linda's number, and the screen lit up with white letters on black, "Privacy disconnection." Of course, Linda expected me at any moment, and she knew what I wanted to say to her, so quite naturally she had disconnected the phone to keep us from being interrupted. Frantic, I dashed from the apartment again, back down the hall to the elevator, and leaned on that blasted button with all my weight. Even if the elevator should arrive right now, I would still be almost a minute late. No matter, it didn't arrive. I would have been in a howling rage anyway, but this impossibility piled on top of all the other annoyances and breakdowns of the day was just too much. I went into a frenzy and kicked the elevator door 3 times before I realized I was hurting myself more than I was hurting the door. I limped back to the apartment, fuming, slammed the door behind me, grabbed the phone book, and looked up the number of the transit staff. I dialed, prepared to register a complaint so loud they'd be able to hear me in sub-basement 3. I got some more letters that spelled busy. It took 3 tries before I got through to a hurried-looking female receptionist. "My name is Rice," I bellowed. "Edmund Rice. I live on the 153rd floor. I just rang for the elevator, and the elevator is disconnected." She said it very rapidly, as though she were growing very used to saying it. It only stopped me for a second. "Disconnected? What do you mean, disconnected?" "Elevators don't get disconnected," I told her. "We will resume service as soon as possible," she rattled. My bellowing was bouncing off her like radiation off the Project 4 screen. I changed tactics. First, I inhaled, making a production out of it, giving myself a chance to calm down a bit. And then I asked, as rationally as you could please, "Would you mind terribly telling me why the elevator is disconnected?" "I am sorry, sir, but that—" "Stop," I said. I said it quietly, too, but she stopped. I saw her looking at me. She hadn't done that before. She'd merely gazed blankly at her screen and parroted her responses. But now she was actually looking at me. I took advantage of the fact. Calmly, rationally, I said to her, "I would like to tell you something, miss. I would like to tell you just what you people have done to me by disconnecting the elevator. You have ruined my life." She blinked, open-mouthed. "Ruined your life?" "Precisely." I found it necessary to inhale again, even more slowly than before. "I was on my way," I explained, "to propose to a girl whom I dearly love. In every way but one, she is the perfect woman. Do you understand me?" She nodded, wide-eyed. I had stumbled on a romantic, though I was too preoccupied to notice it at the time. "In every way but one," I continued. "She has one small imperfection, a fixation about punctuality. And I was supposed to meet her at 10 o'clock. I'm late." I shook my fist at the screen. "Do you realize what you've done? Disconnecting the elevator. Not only won't she marry me, she won't even speak to me. Not now, not after this." "Sir," she said tremulously, "please don't shout." "I'm not shouting." "Sir, I'm terribly sorry. I understand your—" "You understand?" I trembled with speechless fury. She looked all about her, and then leaned closer to the screen, revealing a cleavage that I was too distraught at the moment to pay any attention to. "We're not supposed to give you this information out, sir," she said, her voice low. "But I'm going to tell you so you'll understand why we had to do it. I think it's perfectly awful that it had to ruin things for you this way, but the fact of the matter is—" She leaned even closer to the screen. "There's a spy in the elevator." 2. It was my turn to be stunned. I just gaped at her. A what?" "A spy. He was discovered on the 147th floor and managed to get into the elevator before the army could catch him. He jammed it between floors, but the army is doing everything it can think of to get him out." "Well, but why should there be any problem about getting him out?" "He plugged in the manual controls. We can't control the elevator from outside at all, and when anyone tries to get into the shaft, he aims the elevator at them." That sounded impossible. "He aims the elevator?" "He runs it up and down the shaft," she explained, "trying to crush anybody who goes after him." "Oh," I said, "so it might take a while." She leaned so close this time that even I, distracted as I was, could hardly help but take note of her cleavage. She whispered, "They're afraid they'll have to starve him out." "Oh, no." She nodded solemnly. "I'm terribly sorry, sir," she said. Then she glanced to her right, suddenly straightened up again, and said, "We will resume service as soon as possible." Click. Blank screen. For a minute or two, all I could do was sit and absorb what I'd been told. A spy in the elevator. A spy who had managed to work his way all the way up to the 147th floor before being unmasked. What in the world was the matter with the army? If things were getting that lax, the project was doomed, four-screen or no. Who knew how many more spies there were in the project, still unsuspected? Until that moment, the state of siege in which we all lived had had no reality for me. The project, after all, was self-sufficient and completely enclosed. No one ever left, no one ever entered. Under our roof, we were a nation 200 stories high. The ever-present threat of other projects had never been more for me, or for most other people either, I suspected, than occasional ore sleds that didn't return, occasional spies shot down as they tried to sneak into the building, occasional spies of our own leaving the project in tiny radiation-proof cars, hoping to get safely within another project and bring back news of any immediate threats and dangers that project might be planning for us. Most spies didn't return. Most ore sleds did. And within the project, life was full, the knowledge of external dangers merely lurking at the backs of our minds. After all, those external dangers had been no more than potential for decades, since what Dr. Killbilly called the Ungentlemanly Gentleman's War. Dr. Killbilly, intermediate project history when I was 15 years old, had private names for every major war of the 20th century. There was the Ignoble Nobleman's War, the Racial Non-Racial War, and the Ungentlemanly Gentleman's War, known to the textbooks, of course, as World Wars I, II, and III. The rise of the projects, according to Dr. Killbilly, was the result of many, many factors, but two of the most important were the population explosion and the Treaty of Oslo. The population explosion, of course, meant that there was continuously more and more people, but never any more space. So that housing, in the historically short time of 1 century, made a complete transformation from horizontal expansion to vertical. Before 1900, the vast majority of human beings lived in tiny huts of from 1 to 5 stories. By 2000, everybody lived in projects. From the very beginning, small attempts were made to make these projects more than dwelling places. By mid-century, projects, also called apartments and co-ops, already included restaurants, shopping centers, babysitting services, dry cleaners, and a host of other adjuncts. By the end of the century, the projects were completely self-sufficient, with food grown hydroponically in the sub-basements, separate floors set aside for schools and churches and factories, robot ore sleds capable of seeking out raw materials unavailable within the projects themselves, and so on. And all because of, among other things, the population explosion. And the Treaty of Oslo. It seems there was a power struggle between two sets of then-existing nations. They were something like projects, only horizontal instead of vertical. And both sets were equipped with atomic weapons. The Treaty of Oslo began by stating that atomic war was unthinkable, and added that just in case anyone happened to think of it, only tactical atomic weapons could be used. No strategic atomic weapons. A tactical weapon is something you use on the soldiers, and a strategic weapon is something you use on the folks at home. Oddly enough, when somebody did think of the war, both sides adhered to the Treaty of Oslo, which meant that no projects were bombed. Of course, they made up for this as best they could by using tactical atomic weapons all over the place. After the war, almost the whole world was quite dangerously radioactive, except for the projects, or at least those of them which had in time installed the force screens which had been invented on the very eve of battle, and which deflected radioactive particles. However, what with all the other treaties which were broken during the Ungentlemanly Gentleman's War, by the time it was finished, nobody was quite sure anymore who was on whose side. That project over there on the horizon might be an ally, and then again it might not. Since they weren't sure either, it was risky to expose yourself in order to ask. And so life went on, with little to remind us of the dangers lurking outside. The basic policy of eternal vigilance and instant preparedness was left to the Army. The rest of us simply lived our lives and let it go at that. But now there was a spy in the elevator. When I thought of how deeply he had penetrated our defenses, and of how many others there might be still penetrating, I shuddered. The walls were our safeguards only so long as all potential enemies were on the other side of them. I sat shaken, digesting this news, until suddenly I remembered Linda. I leaped to my feet, reading from my watch that it was now 10:15. I dashed once more from the apartment and down the hall to the elevator, praying that the spy had been captured by now and that Linda would agree with me that a spy in the elevator was good and sufficient reason for me to be late. He was still there. At least, the elevator was still out. I sagged against the wall, thinking dismal thoughts. Then I noticed the door to the right of the elevator. Through that door was the stairway. I hadn't paid any attention to it before. No one ever uses the stairs, except adventurous young boys playing cops and robbers, running up and down from landing to landing. I myself hadn't set foot on a flight of stairs since I was 12 years old. Actually, the whole idea of stairs was ridiculous. We had elevators, didn't we? Usually, I mean, when they didn't contain spies. So what was the use of stairs? Well, according to Dr. Killbilly, a walking library of unnecessary information, the project had been built when there still had been such things as municipal governments, something to do with cities, which were more or less grouped projects. And the local municipal government had had on its books a fire ordinance, anachronistic even then, which required a complete set of stairs in every building constructed in the city. Ergo, the project had stairs, 3,200 of them. And now, after all these years, the stairs might prove useful after all. It was only 13 flights to Linda's floor. At 16 steps a flight, that meant 208 steps. Could I descend 208 steps for my true love? I could, if the door would open. It would, though reluctantly. Who knew how many years it had been since last this door had been opened? It squeaked and wailed and groaned and finally opened halfway. I stepped through to the musty, dusty landing, took a deep breath, and started down. 8 steps and a landing, 8 steps and a floor. 8 steps and a landing, 8 steps and a floor. On the landing between 150 and 149, there was a smallish door. I paused, looking curiously at it, and saw that at one time letters had been painted on it. The letters had long since flaked away, but they left a lighter residue of dust than that which covered the rest of the door, and so the words could still be read, if with difficulty. I read them. They said, "Emergency entrance, elevator shaft, authorized personnel only, keep locked." I frowned, wondering immediately why this door wasn't being firmly guarded by at least a platoon of army men. Half a dozen possible answers flashed through my mind. The more recent maps might simply have omitted this discarded and unnecessary door. It might be sealed shut on the other side. The army might have caught the spy already. Somebody in authority might simply have goofed. As I stood there, pondering these possibilities, the door opened and the spy came out, waving a gun. 3. He couldn't have been anyone else but the spy. The gun in the first place, the fact that he looked harried and upset and terribly nervous in the second place, and, of course, the fact that he came from the elevator shaft. Looking back, I think he must have been just as startled as I when we came face to face like that. We formed a brief tableau, both of us open-mouthed and wide-eyed. Unfortunately, he recovered first. He closed the emergency door behind him, quickly but quietly. His gun stopped waving around and instead pointed directly at my middle. "Don't move," he whispered harshly. "Don't make a sound." I did exactly as I was told. I didn't move and I didn't make a sound, which left me quite free to study him. He was rather short, perhaps 3 inches shorter than me, with a bony, high-cheekboned face featuring deep-set eyes and a thin-lipped mouth. He wore gray slacks and shirt, with brown slippers on his feet. He looked exactly like a spy, which is to say that he didn't look like a spy. He looked overpoweringly ordinary. More than anything else, he reminded me of a rather taciturn milkman who used to make deliveries to my parents' apartment. His gaze darted this way and that. Then he motioned with his free hand at the descending stairs and whispered, "Where do they go?" I had to clear my throat before I could speak. "All the way down," I said. "Good," he said, just as we both heard a sudden raucous squealing from perhaps 4 flights down, a squealing which could be nothing but the opening of a hall door. It was followed by the heavy thud of ascending boots. The army. but if I had any visions of imminent rescue, the spy dashed them. He said, "Where do you live?" 153, I said. This was a desperate and dangerous man. I knew my only slim chance of safety lay in answering his questions promptly, cooperating with him until and unless I saw a chance to either escape or capture him. "All right," he whispered. "Go on." He prodded me with the gun. And so we went back up the stairs to 153 and stopped at the door. He stood close behind me, the gun pressed against my back, and grated in my ear. "I'll have this gun in my pocket. If you make one false move, I'll kill you. Now, we're going to your apartment. We're friends, just strolling along together. You got that?" I nodded. "All right, let's go." We went. I have never in my life seen that long hall quite so empty as it was right then. No one came out of any of the apartments. No one emerged from any of the branch halls. We walked to my apartment. I thumbed the door open, and we went inside. Once the door was closed behind us, he visibly relaxed, sagging against the door, his gun hand hanging limp at his side, a nervous smile playing across his lips. I looked at him, judging the distance between us, wondering if I could leap at him before he could bring the gun up again. But he must have read my intentions on my face. He straightened, shaking his head. He said, "Don't try it. I don't want to kill you. I don't want to kill anybody, but I will if I have to. We'll just wait here together until the hue and cry passes us. Then I'll tie you up so you won't be able to sick your army on me too soon, and I'll leave. If you don't try any silly heroics, nothing will happen to you." "You'll never get away," I told him. "The whole project is alerted." "You let me worry about that," he said. He licked his lips. "You got any Chico coffee?" "Yes." "Make me a cup, and don't get any bright ideas about dousing me with boiling water." "I only have my day's allotment," I protested. "Just enough for 2 cups, lunch and dinner." "2 cups is fine," he said. "One for each of us." And now I had yet another grudge against this blasted spy. Which reminded me again of Linda. From the looks of things, I wasn't ever going to get to her place. By now, she was probably in mourning for me and might even have the sanitation staff searching for my remains. As I made the Chico, he asked me questions. My name first, and then, "What do you do for a living?" I thought fast. "I'm an ore sled dispatcher," I said. That was a lie, of course, but I'd heard enough about ore sled dispatching from Linda to be able to maintain the fiction should he question me further about it. Actually, I was a gymnast instructor. The subjects I taught included wrestling, judo, and karate, talents I would prefer to disclose to him in my own fashion when the time came. He was quiet for a moment. "What about radiation level on the ore sleds?" I had no idea what he was talking about, and admitted as such. "When they come back," he said, "how much radiation do they pick up? Don't you people ever test them?" "Of course not," I told him. I was on secure ground now, with Linda's information to guide me. "All radiation is cleared from the sleds and their cargo before they're brought into the building." "I know that," he said impatiently, "but don't you ever check them before deradiating them?" "No, why should we?" "To find out how far the radiation level outside has dropped." "For what? Who cares about that?" He frowned bitterly. "The same answer," he muttered, more to himself than to me. "The same answer every time. You people have crawled into your caves and you're ready to stay in them forever." I looked around at my apartment. "Rather a well-appointed cave," I told him. "But a cave nevertheless." He leaned toward me, his eyes gleaming with a fanatical flame. "Don't you ever wish to get outside?" Incredible. I nearly poured boiling water all over myself. "Outside? Of course not." "The same thing," he grumbled, "over and over again. Always the same stupidity. Listen, you. Do you realize how long it took man to get out of the caves? The long, slow, painful creep of progress for millennia before he ever made that first step from the cave? I have no idea, I told him. I'll tell you this, he said belligerently. A lot longer than it took for him to turn around and go right back into the cave again. He started pacing the floor, waving the gun around in an agitated fashion as he talked. Is this the natural life of man? It is not. Is this even a desirable life for man? It is definitely not. He spun back to face me, pointing the gun at me again, but this time he pointed it as though it were a finger, not a gun. Listen, you, he snapped. Man was progressing. For all his stupidities and excesses, he was growing up. His dreams were getting bigger and grander and better all the time. He was planning to tackle space. The moon first, and then the planets, and finally the stars. The whole universe was out there, waiting to be plucked like an apple from a tank. And man was reaching out for it. He glared as though daring me to doubt it. I decided that this man was doubly dangerous. Not only was he a spy, he was also a lunatic. So I had 2 reasons for humoring him. I nodded politely. So, what happened? He demanded, and immediately answered himself. I'll tell you what happened. Just as he was about to make that first giant step, man got a hot foot. That's all it was, just a little hot foot. So, what did man do? I'll tell you what he did. He turned around and he ran all the way back to the cave he started from, his tail between his legs. That's what he did. To say that all of this was incomprehensible would be an extreme understatement. I fulfilled my obligation to this insane dialogue by saying, "Here's your coffee." "Put it on the table," he said, switching instantly from raving maniac to watchful spy. I put it on the table. He drank deep, then carried the cup across the room and sat down in my favorite chair. He studied me narrowly and suddenly said, "What did they tell you I was? A spy?" "Of course," I said. He grinned bitterly with one side of his mouth. "Of course. The damn fools. Spy. What do you suppose I'm going to spy on?" He asked the question so violently and urgently that I knew I had to answer quickly and well, or the maniac would return. I wouldn't know exactly," I stammered. "Military equipment, I suppose?" "Military equipment? What military equipment? Your army is supplied with uniforms, whistles, and handguns, and that's about it." "The defenses," I started. "The defenses," he interrupted me, "are non-existent. If you mean the rocket launchers on the roof, they're rusted through with age. And what other defenses are there? None." "If you say so," I replied stiffly. The Army claimed that we had adequate defense equipment. I chose to believe the Army over an enemy spy. "Your people send out spies too, don't they?" he demanded. "Well, of course. And what are they supposed to spy on?" "Well," it was such a pointless question. It seemed silly to even answer it. "They're supposed to look for indications of an attack by one of the other projects." "And do they find any indications, ever?" "I'm sure I don't know," I told him frostily. "That would be classified information." "You bet it would," he said with malicious glee. "All right, if that's what your spies are doing, and if I'm a spy, then it follows that I'm doing the same thing, right?" "I don't follow you," I admitted. "If I'm a spy," he said impatiently, "then I'm supposed to look for indications of an attack by you people on my project." I shrugged. "If that's your job," I said, "then that's your job." He got suddenly red-faced and jumped to his feet. "That's not my job, you blatant idiot!" he shouted. "I'm not a spy. If I were a spy, then that would be my job." The maniac had returned in full force. "All right," I said hastily. "All right, whatever you say." He glowered at me a moment longer, then shouted, "Bah!" and dropped back into the chair. He breathed rather heavily for a while, glaring at the floor, then looked at me again. "All right, listen. What if I were to tell you that I had found indications that you people were planning to attack my project?" I stared at him. "That's impossible," I cried. "We aren't planning to attack anybody. We just want to be left in peace." "How do I know that?" he demanded. "It's the truth. What would we want to attack anybody for?" "Aha!" He sat forward, tensed, pointing the gun at me like a finger again. "Now then," he said, "if you know it doesn't make any sense for this project to attack any other project, then why in the world should you think they might see some advantage in attacking you?" I shook my head, dumbfounded. "I can't answer a question like that," I said. "How do I know what they're thinking?" "They're human beings, aren't they?" he cried. "Like you, like me, like all the other people in this mausoleum?" "Now wait a minute. No," he shouted. "You wait a minute. I want to tell you something. You think I'm a spy. That blundering army of yours thinks I'm a spy. That fathead who turned me in thinks I'm a spy. But I'm not a spy, and I'm going to tell you what I am." I waited, looking as attentive as possible. "I come," he said, "from a project about 80 miles north of here. I came here by foot, without any sort of radiation shield at all to protect me." The maniac was back. I didn't say a word. I didn't want to set off the violence that was so obviously in this lunatic. "The radiation level," he went on, "is way down. It's practically as low as it was before the atom war. I don't know how long it's been that low, but I would guess about 10 years at the very least." He leaned forward again, urgent and serious. "The world is safe out there now. Man can come back out of the cave again. He can start building the dreams again. And this time he can build better, because he has the horrible example of the recent past to guide him away from the pitfalls. There's no need any longer for the projects." And that was like saying, "There's no need any longer for stomachs." But I didn't say so. I didn't say anything at all. "I'm a trained atomic engineer," he went on. "In my project, I worked on the reactor. Theoretically, I believe that there was a chance the radiation outside was lessening by now, though we had no idea exactly how much radiation had been released by the atomic war. But I wanted to test the theory, and the Commission wouldn't let me. They claimed public safety, but I knew better. If the outside were safe and the projects were no longer needed, then the Commission was out of a job, and they knew it. Well, I went ahead with the test anyway, and I was caught at it. For my punishment, I was banned from the project. They kicked me out, telling me if I thought it was safe outside, I could live outside. And if it really was safe, I could come back and tell them. Except that they also made it clear that I would be shot if I tried to get back in, because I would be carrying deadly radiation." He smiled bitterly. "They had it all their own way," he said. "But it is safe out there. I'm living proof of it. I lived outside for 5 months. And gradually, I realized I had to tell others. I had to spread the word that man could have his world back. I didn't dare try to get back into my own project. I would have been recognized and shot before I could say a word. So I came here." He paused to finish the cup of Chico that I should have had with lunch. "I knew better," he continued, "than to simply walk into the building and announce that I came from outside. Man has an instinctive distrust for strangers anyway. The projects only intensify it. Once again, I would have been shot. So I've been working in a more devious way. I snuck into the project. Not a difficult thing for a man with no metal on his person, no radiation shield cocooning him, and for the last 2 months I've been wandering around the building, talking with people. I strike up a conversation. I try to plant a few seeds of doubt about the deadliness of outside, and I hope that at least a few of the people I talk to will begin to wonder, as I once did. 2 months. This spy, by his own admission, had been in the project 2 months before being detected. I'd never heard of such a thing, and I hoped I'd never hear of such a thing again. "Things worked out pretty well," he said, "until today. I said something wrong. I'm still not sure what. And the man I was talking to hollered for Army, shouted I was a spy." He pounded the chair arm. "But I'm not a spy, and it's the truth. Outside is safe." He glared suddenly at the window. "Why have you got that drape up there?" "The window broke down," I explained. "It's stuck at transparent." "Transparent? Fine." He got up from the chair, strode across the room, and ripped the drape down from the window. I cowered away from the sun glare, turning my back to the window. "Come over here," he shouted. When I didn't move, he snarled, "Get up and come over here, or I swear I'll shoot." And he would have. It was plain in his voice. I got to my feet, hesitant, and walked trembling to the window, squinting against the glare. "Look out there," he ordered. "Look." I looked. 4. Terror, horror, dizziness and nausea. Far and away and far, nothing and nothing. Only the glare, and the high blue and the far, far horizon, and the broken gray slag stretching out way down below. "Do you see?" he demanded. "Look down there. We're so high up it's hard to see, but look for it. Do you see it? Do you see the green? Do you know what that means? There are green things growing again outside. Not much yet. It's only just started back, but it's begun. The radiation is down. Plants are growing again." The power of suggestion, and of course the heightened sensitivity caused by the double threat of a man beside me carrying a gun and that yawning, aching expanse of nothing beyond the window. I nearly fancy that I did see faint specks of green. "Do you see it?" he asked me. "Wait," I said. I leaned closer to the window, though every nerve in me wanted to leap the other way. "Yes," I said. "Yes, I see it. Green." He sighed, a long, painful sigh of thanksgiving. "Then, now you know," he said. "I've been telling you the truth. It is safe outside." And my lie worked. For the first time, his guard was completely down. I moved like a whirlwind. I leaped and twisted his arm in a hard hammerlock, which caused him to cry out and drop the gun. That was wrestling. Then I turned and twisted and dipped, causing him to fly over my head and crash to the floor. That was judo. Then I jabbed one rigid forefinger against a certain spot on the side of his neck, causing the blood in his veins to forever stop its motion. That was karate. Well, by the time the army men had finished questioning me, it was 3:00 in the afternoon, and I was 5 hours late. The army men corroborated my belief that the man had been a spy, who had apparently lost his mind when cornered in the elevator. Outside was still dangerous, of course, they assured me of that. And he'd been lying about having been here 2 months. He'd been in the project less than 2 days. Not only that, the army men told me they'd found the radiation-proof car he'd driven, and in which he had hoped to drive back to his own project once he discovered all our defenses. Despite the fact that I had the most legitimate excuse for tardiness under the roof, Linda refused to forgive me for not making our 10 o'clock meeting. When I asked her to marry me, she refused, at length and descriptively. But I was surprised and relieved to discover how rapidly I got over my heartbreak. This was aided by the fact that once the news of my exploit spread, there were any number of girls more than anxious to get to know me better, including the well-cleavaged young lady from the transit staff. After all, I was a hero. They even gave me a medal. The end of The Spy in the Elevator by Ronald E. Westlake. Assassin, by Jesse Bone. The rifle lay comfortably in his hands, a gleaming precision instrument that exuded a faint odor of gun oil and powder solvent. It was a perfect specimen of the gunsmith's art, a semi-automatic rifle with a telescopic sight, a precisely engineered tool that could hurl death with pinpoint accuracy for better than half a mile. Daniel Matson eyed the weapon with bleak gray eyes, the eyes of a hunter framed in the passionless face of an executioner. His blunt hands were steady as they lifted the gun and tried a dry shot at an imaginary target. He nodded to himself. He was ready. Carefully, he laid the rifle down on the mattress which covered the floor of his firing point and looked out through the hole in the brickwork to the narrow canyon of the street below. The crowd had thickened. It had been gathering since early morning, and the growing press of spectators had now become solid walls of people lining the street, packed tightly together on the sidewalks. Yet, despite the fact that there were virtually no police, the crowd did not overflow into the streets, nor was there any of the pushing, crowding impatience that once attended an assemblage of this sort. Instead, there was a placid tolerance, a spirit of friendly goodwill, an ingenuous complacence that grated on Matson's nerves like the screeching rasp of a file drawn across the edge of thin metal. He shivered uncontrollably. It was hard to be a free man in a world of slaves. It was a measure of the Aslan's triumph that only a bare half-dozen police copters patrolled the empty skies above the parade route. The aliens had done this, had conquered the world without firing a shot or speaking a word in anger. They had wooed Earth with understanding patience and superlative guile, and Earth had fallen into their hands like a lovesick virgin. There never had been any real opposition, and what there was had been completely ineffective. Most of those who had opposed the aliens were out of circulation, imprisoned in correctional institutions, undergoing rehabilitation. Rehabilitation, a 6-bit word for dehumanizing. When those poor devils finished their treatment with Aslan brainwashing techniques, they would be just like these sheep below, with the difference that they would never be able to be anything else. But these other stupid fools crowding the sidewalks, waiting to hail their destruction, these were the ones who must be saved. They, not the martyrs of the underground, were the important part of humanity. A police copter windmilled slowly down the avenue toward his hiding place, the rotating vanes and insect body of the craft starkly outlined against the jagged backdrop of the city's skyline. He laughed soundlessly as the susurrating flutter of the rotor blades beat overhead and died whispering in the distance down the long canyon of the street. His position had been chosen with care, and was invisible from air and ground alike. He had selected it months ago, and had taken considerable pains to conceal its true purpose. But after today, concealment wouldn't matter. If things went as he hoped, the place might someday become a shrine. The idea amused him. Strange, he mused, how events conspired to change a man's career. 7 years ago, he had been a respected and important member of that far different sort of crowd which had welcomed the visitors from space. That was a human crowd, half afraid, wholly curious, jostling, noisy, pushing, a teeming swarm that clustered in a thick, disorderly ring about the silver disk that lay in the center of the international airport overlooking Puget Sound. Then, he could have predicted his career, and none of the predictions would have been true, for none included a man with a rifle waiting in a blind for the game to approach within range. The Aslan ship had landed early that July morning, dropping silently through the overcast covering International Airport. It settled gently to rest precisely in the center of the junction of the 3 main runways of the field, effectively tying up the transcontinental and transoceanic traffic. Fully 500 feet in diameter, the giant ship squatted massively on the runway junction, cracking and buckling the thick concrete runways under its enormous weight. By noon, after the first skepticism had died, and the unbelievable TV pictures had been flashed to their waiting audience, the crowd began to gather. All through that hot July morning they came, increasing by the minute as farther outlying districts poured their curious into the airport. By early afternoon, literally hundreds of millions of eyes were watching the great ship over a worldwide network of television stations, which canceled their regular programs to give their viewers an uninterrupted view of the enigmatic craft. By mid-morning, the sun had burned off the overcast and was shining with brassy brilliance upon the squads of sweating soldiers from Fort Lewis, and more sweating squads of blue-clad police from the metropolitan area of Seattle-Tacoma. The police and soldiery quickly formed a ring around the ship and cleared a narrow lane around the periphery, and this they maintained despite the increasing pressure of the crowd. The hours passed, and nothing happened. The faint creaking and snapping sounds as the seamless hull of the vessel warmed its space-chilled metal in the warmth of the summer sun were lost in the growing impatience of the crowd. They wanted something to happen. Shouts and catcalls filled the air as more nervous individuals clamored to relieve the tension. Off to one side, a small group began to clap their hands rhythmically. The little clack gained recruits, and within moments the air was riven by the thunder of thousands of palms meeting in unison. Frightened the crowd might be, but greater than fear was the desire to see what sort of creatures were inside. Matson stood in the cleared area surrounding the ship, a position of privilege he shared with a few city and state officials and the high brass from McCord Field, Fort Lewis, and Bremerton Navy Yard. He was one of the bright young men who had chosen government service as a career, and who, in these days of science consciousness, had risen rapidly through ability and merit promotions to become the director of the Office of Scientific Research while still in his early 30s. A dedicated man, trained in the bitter school of ideological survival, he understood what the alien science could. Matson glanced quizzically at the taller man. "Well, Roger, I wonder how long those birds inside are going to keep us waiting before we get a look at them." "You'd be surprised if they really were birds, wouldn't you?" Thornton asked with a faint smile. "But seriously, I hope it isn't too much longer. This mob is giving the boys a bad time." He looked anxiously at the strained line of police and soldiery. "I guess I should have ordered out the night shift and reserves instead of just the riot squad. From the looks of things, they'll be needed if this crowd gets any more unruly." Matson chuckled. "You're an alarmist," he said mildly. "As far as I can see, they're doing all right. I'm not worried about them, or the crowd, for that matter. The thing that's bothering me is my feet. I've been standing on them for 6 hours, and they're killing me." "Mine, too," Thornton sighed. "Tell you what I'll do. When this is all over, I'll split a bucket of hot water and a pint of arnica with you." "It's a deal," Matson said. As he spoke, a deep musical hum came from inside the ship, and a section of the rim beside him separated along invisible lines of juncture, swinging downward to form a broad ramp leading upward to a square orifice in the rim of the ship. A bright, shadowless light that seemed to come from the metal walls of the opening framed the shape of the star traveler who stood there, rigidly erect, looking over the heads of the section of the crowd before him. A concerted gasp of awe and admiration rose from the crowd, a gasp that was echoed throughout the entire ring that surrounded the ship. There must be other openings like this one, Matson thought dully as he stared at the being from space. Behind him, an army tank rumbled noisily on its treads as it drove through the crowd toward the ship, the long gun in its turret lifting like an alert finger to point at the figure of the alien. The stranger didn't move from his unnaturally stiff position. His oddly luminous eyes never wavered from their fixed stare at a point far beyond the outermost fringes of the crowd. 7 feet tall, obviously masculine, he differed from mankind only in minor details. His long, slender hands lacked the little finger, and his waist was abnormally small. Other than that, he was human in external appearance. A wide-sleeved tunic of metallic fabric covered his upper body, gathered in at his narrow waist by a broad metal belt studded with tiny bosses. The tunic ended halfway between hip and knee, revealing powerfully muscled legs encased in silvery hose. Bright yellow hair hung to his shoulders, clipped short in a square bang across his forehead. His face was long, clean-featured, and extraordinarily calm, almost godlike in its repose. Matson stared, fascinated. He had the curious impression that the visitor had stepped bodily out of the Middle Ages. His dress and haircut were almost identical with that of a medieval courtier. The Starman raised his hand. His strangely luminous steel-gray eyes scanned the crowd, and into Matson's mind came a wave of peaceful calm, a warm feeling of goodwill and brotherhood, an indescribable feeling of soothing relaxation. With an odd sense of shock, Matson realized that he was not the only one to experience this. As far back as the farthest hangers-on near the airport gates, the tenseness of the waiting crowd relaxed. The effect was amazing. Troops lowered their weapons with shamefaced smiles on their faces. Police relaxed their sweating vigilance. The crowd stirred, moving backward to give its members room. The emotion-charged atmosphere vanished as though it had never been, and a cold chill played icy fingers up the spine of Daniel Matson. He had felt the full impact of the alien's projection, and he was more frightened than he had ever been in his life. They had been clever, damnably clever. That initial greeting, with its disarming undertones of empathy and innocence, had accomplished its purpose. It had emasculated mankind's natural suspicion of strangers. And their subsequent actions, so beautifully timed, so careful to avoid the slightest hint of evil, had completed what their magnificently staged appearance had begun. The feeling of trust had persisted. It lasted through quarantine, clearance, the public receptions, and the private meetings with scientists and the heads of government. It had persisted unabated through the entire 2 months they remained in the Twin City area. The aliens remained as they had been in the beginning, completely unspoiled by the interest shown in them. They remained simple, unaffected, and friendly, displaying an ingenious innocence that demanded a corresponding faith in return. Most of their time was spent at the University of Washington, where, at their own request, they were studied by curious scholars, and in return were given courses in human history and behavior. They were quite frank about their reasons for following such a course of action. According to their spokesman, Ixtal, they wanted to learn human ways in order to make a better impression when they visited the rest of mankind. Matson read that blurb in an official press release and laughed cynically. Better impression. Ha! They couldn't have done any better if they had an entire corps of public relations specialists assisting them. They struck exactly the right note, and how could they improve on perfection? From the beginning, they left their great ship open and unguarded while they commuted back and forth from the airport to the campus. And naturally, the government quickly rectified the second error and took instant advantage of the first. A guard was posted around the ship to keep it clear of the unofficially curious, while the officially curious combed the vessel's interior with a fine-toothed comb. Teams of scientists and technicians under Matson's direction swarmed through the ship, searching with the most advanced methods of human science for the secrets of the aliens. While the star travelers might be trusting, they were not exactly fools. There was nothing about the impenetrably shielded mechanisms that gave the slightest clue as to their purpose or to the principles upon which they operated, nor were there any visible controls. The ship was as blankly uncommunicative as a brick wall. Matson was annoyed. He had expected more than this, and his frustration drove him to watch the aliens closely. He followed them, sat in on their sessions with the scholars at the university, watched them at their frequent public appearances, and came to know them well enough to recognize the microscopic differences that made them individuals. To the casual eye, they were as alike as peas in a pod, but Matson could separate Farn from Quicha, and Laz from Akana, and Ixtal, well, he would have stood out from the others in any circumstances. But Matson never intruded. He was content to sit in the background and observe. And what he saw bothered him. They gave him no reason for their appearance on Earth, and whenever the question came up, Ixtal parried it adroitly. They were obviously not explorers, for they displayed a startling familiarity with Earth's geography and ecology. They were possibly ambassadors, although they behaved like no ambassadors he had ever seen. They might be traders, although what they would trade only God and the aliens knew, and neither party was in a talking mood. Like them. But they could keep their mystery if he could only have the technical knowledge that was concealed beneath their beautifully shaped skulls. At that, he had to admit that their appearance had come at precisely the right time. No one better than he knew how close mankind had been to the final war, when the last two major antagonists on Earth were girding their human and industrial power for a final showdown. But the aliens had become a diversion. The impending war was forgotten while men waited to see what was coming next. It was obviously that the Starmen had a reason for being here, and until they chose to reveal it, humanity would forget its deadly problems in anticipation of the answer to this delightful puzzle that had come to them from outer space. Matson was thankful for the breathing space, all too well aware that it might be the last that mankind might have, but the enigma of the aliens still bothered him. He was walking down the main corridor of the physics building on the university campus, wondering, as he constantly did, about how he could extract some useful knowledge from the aliens, when a quiet voice speaking accentless English sounded behind him. "What precisely do you wish to know, Dr. Matson?" the voice said. Matson whirled to face the questioner and looked into the face of Ixtal. The alien was smiling, apparently pleased at having startled him. "What gave you the idea that I wanted to know anything?" he asked. "You did," Ixtal said. "We all have been conscious of your thoughts for many days. Forgive me for intruding, but I must. Your speculations radiate on such a broad band that we cannot help being aware of them. It has been quite difficult for us to study your customs and history with this high-level background noise. We are aware of your interest, but your thoughts are so confused that we have never found questions we could answer. If you would be more specific, we would be happy to give you the information which you seek." "Oh, yeah," Matson thought. "Of course. It would be to our advantage to have your disturbing speculation satisfied and your fears set at rest. We could accomplish more in a calmer environment. It is too bad that you do not receive as strongly as you transmit. If you did, direct mental contact would convince you that our reasons for satisfying you are good. But you need not fear us, Earthman. We intend you no harm. Indeed, we plan to help you once we learn enough to formulate a proper program." "I do not fear you," Matson said, knowing that he had lied. "Perhaps not consciously," Ixtal said graciously. "But nevertheless, fear is in you. It is too bad, and besides," he continued with a faint smile, "it is very uncomfortable." I'm still looking for something. Our technology, Ixtal nodded. I know. However, I can assure you it will be of no help to you. You simply do not have the necessary background. Our science is based upon a completely different philosophy from yours. To Matson, the terms were contradictory. Not as much as you think, Ixtal continued imperturbably. As you will find out, I was speaking quite precisely. He paused and eyed Matson thoughtfully. It seems as though the only way to remove your disturbing presence is to show you that our technology is of no help to you. I will make a bargain with you. We shall show you our machines, and in return you will stop harassing us. We will do all in our power to make you understand, but whether you do or do not, you will promise to leave and allow us to continue our studies in peace. Is that agreeable? Matson swallowed the lump in his throat. Here it was, handed to him on a silver platter, and suddenly he wasn't sure that he wanted it. It is, he said. After all, it was all he could expect. They met that night at the spaceship. The aliens, tall, calm, and cool. Matson, stocky, heavy-set, and sweating. The contrast was infernally sharp, Matson thought. It was as if a primitive savage were meeting a group of nuclear physicists at Los Alamos. For some unknown reason, he felt ashamed that he had forced these people to his wishes. But the aliens were pleasant about it. They took the imposition in their usual friendly way. Now, Ixtal said, exactly what do you want to see, to know? First of all, what is the principle of your space drive? There are two, the alien said. The drive that moves this ship in normal space-time is derived from Lergel's fourth-order equations concerning the release of subatomic energy in a restricted space-time continuum. Now don't protest. I know you know nothing of Lergel, nor of fourth-order equations. And while I can show you the mathematics, I'm afraid they will be of little help. You see, our fourth order is based upon a process which you would call psychomathematics, and that is something I am sure you have not yet achieved. Matson shook his head. I never heard of it, he admitted. The second drive operates in warped space-time, Ixtal continued. Hyperspace in your language, and its theory is much more difficult than that of our normal drive, although its application is quite simple, merely involving apposition of congruent surfaces of hyper and normal space at stress points in the ether, where high gravitational fields balance. Navigation in hyperspace is done by electronic computer, somewhat more advanced models than yours. However, I can't give you the basis behind the hyperspace drive. Ixtal smiled depreciatingly. You see, I don't know them myself. Only a few of the most advanced minds of Aslan can understand. We merely operate the machines. Matson shrugged. He had expected something like this. Now they would stall him off about the machines after handing him a fast line of double talk. As I said, Ixtal went on, there is no basis for understanding. Still, if it will satisfy you, we will show you our machines, and the mathematics that created them, although I doubt that you will learn anything more from them than you have from our explanation. I could try, Matson said grimly. Very well, Ixtal replied. He led the way into the center of the ship, where the seamless housings stood, the housings that had baffled some of the better minds of Earth. Matson watched while the starmen proceeded to be helpful. The housings fell apart at invisible lines of juncture, revealing mechanisms of baffling simplicity, and some things that didn't look like machines at all. The aliens stripped the strange devices, and Ixtal attempted to explain. They had anti-gravity, force fields, faster-than-light drive, and advanced design computers that could be packed in a suitcase. There were weird devices whose components seemed to run out of sight at crazily impossible angles, other things that rotated frictionlessly, suspended in fields of pure force. and still others which his mind could not envisage even after his eyes had seen them. All about him lay the evidence of a science so advanced and alien that his brain shrank from the sight, refusing to believe such things existed. And the math was worse. It began where Einstein left off, and went off at an incomprehensible tangent that involved psychology and ESP. Matson was lost after the first 5 seconds. Stunned, uncomprehending, and deflated, he left the ship. An impression that he was standing with his toe barely inside the door of knowledge became a conscious certainty as he walked slowly to his car. The wry thought crossed his mind that if the aliens were trying to convince him of his abysmal ignorance, they expected that he could not understand. But unlike the true primitive, the emotional distrust didn't interfere with his ability to reason or to draw logical inferences from the data which he accumulated. In attempting to convince, Ixtal had oversold his case. It was shortly after he had returned to Washington that the aliens gave the waiting world the reasons for their appearance on Earth. They were, they said, members of a very ancient, highly evolved culture called Aztlan, and the Aztlans, long past the need for conquest and expansion, had turned their mighty science to the help of other, less fortunate races in the galaxy. The aliens were, in a sense, missionaries, one of hundreds of teams traveling the star lanes to bring the benefits of Aztlan culture to less favored worlds. They were, they unblushingly admitted, altruists, interested only in helping others. It was pure corn, Matson reflected cynically, but the world lapped it up and howled for more. After decades of Cold War, lukewarm war, and sporadic outbreaks of violence that were inevitably building to atomic destruction, men were willing to try anything that would ease the continual burden of strain and worry. To mankind, the Aztlan's words were as refreshing as a cool breeze of hope in a desert of despair. And the world got what it wanted. Quite suddenly, the aliens left the Northwest, and, accompanied by protective squads of FBI and Secret Service, began to cross the nation. Taking widely separated paths, they visited cities, towns, and farms, exhibiting the greatest curiosity about the workings of human civilization. And in turn, they were examined by hordes of hopeful humans. Everywhere they went, they spread their message of goodwill and hope, backed by the incredibly convincing power of their telepathic minds. Behind them, they left peace and hopeful calm. Before them, anticipation mounted. It rose to a crescendo in New York, where the paths of the Starmen met. The Aztlans invaded the United Nations. They spoke to the General Assembly and the Security Council, were interviewed by the Secretariat and reporters from 100 foreign lands. They told their story with such conviction that even the Communist bloc failed to raise an objection, which was as amazing to the majority of the delegates as the fact of the Starmen themselves. Altruism, it seemed, had no conflict with dialectic materialism. The aliens offered a watered-down variety of their technology to the peoples of Earth with no strings attached, and the governments of Earth accepted with open hands much as a small boy accepts a cookie from his mother. It was impossible for men to resist the lure of something for nothing, particularly when it was offered by such people as the Aztlans. After all, Matson reflected bitterly, nobody shoots Santa Claus. From every nation in the world came invitations to the aliens to visit their lands. The Starmen cheerfully accepted. They moved across Europe, Asia, and Africa, visited South America, Central America, the Middle East, and Oceania. No country escaped them. They absorbed languages, learned customs, and spread goodwill. Everywhere they went, relaxation followed in their footsteps, and throughout the world arose a realization of the essential brotherhood of man. It took nearly 3 years of continual traveling before the aliens again assembled at UN headquarters to begin the second part of their promised plan, to give their science to Earth. And men waited with calm expectation for the dawn of Golden Age. Matson's lips twisted. Fools. Blind, stupid fools. Selling their birthright for a mess of pottage. He shifted the rifle across his knees and began filling the magazine with cartridges. He felt an empty loneliness as he closed the action over the filled magazine and turned the safety to on. There was no comforting knowledge of support and sympathy to sustain him in what he was about to do. There was no real hope that there ever would be. His was a voice crying in the wilderness, a voice that was ignored, as it had been when he visited the President of the United States. Only adds to my confusion. But you must have learned something, the President said. Oh, we've managed to collect data, Matson replied, but there's a lot of difference between data and knowledge. I can appreciate that, but I'd still like to know what you think. Your opinion could have some weight. Matson doubted it. His opinions were contrary to those of the majority. Still, the chief asked for it, and he might possibly have an open mind. It was a chance worth taking. Well, sir, I suppose you've heard of the so-called wild talents some of our own people occasionally possess? The President nodded. It is my belief that the Aslans possess these to a far greater degree than we do, and that their science is based upon them. They have something which they call psychomathematics, which, by definition, is the mathematics of the mind, and this seems to be the basis of their physical science. I saw their machines, and I must confess that their purpose baffled me, until I realized that they must be mechanisms for amplifying their own natural equipment. We know little or nothing about psi phenomena, so it is no wonder I couldn't figure them out. As a matter of fact, we've always treated psi as something that shouldn't be mentioned in polite scientific conversation. The President grinned. I always thought you boys had your blind spots. We do, but when we're confronted with a fact, we try to find out something about it. That is, if the fact hits us hard enough, often enough. Well, you've been hit hard and often, the President chuckled. What did you find out? Facts, Matson said grimly. Just facts. Things that could be determined by observation and measurement. We know that the aliens are telepathic. We also know that they have a form of ESP, or perhaps a recognition of danger would be a better term, and we know its range is somewhat over 1/3 of a mile. We know that they're telekinetic. The lack of visible controls in their ship would tell us that, even if we hadn't seen them move small objects at a distance. We know that they have eidetic memories, and that they can reason on an extremely high level. Other than that, we know nothing. We don't even know their physical structure. We've tried X-ray, but they're radio-opaque. We've tried using some human sensitives from the Rhine Institute, but they're unable to get anywhere. They just turn empathic in the alien's presence, and when we get them back, they do nothing but babble about the beauty of the Aslan soul. Considering the difficulties, you haven't done too badly, the president said. I take it, then, that you're convinced that they are an advanced life form. But do you think they're sincere in their attitude toward us? Oh, they're sincere enough, Matson said. The only trouble is that we don't know just what they're sincere about. You see, sir, far the Aslan race has evolved. Therefore, we must concede that they are practical people who do not give away something for nothing. But the question still remains, what do they want? Whatever it is, I don't think it is anything from which we will profit. No matter how good it looks, I am convinced that cooperation with these aliens will not ultimately be to our advantage. Despite the reports of every investigative agency in this government, I cannot believe that any such thing as pure altruism exists in a sane mind. And whatever I may believe about the Aslans, I do not think they're insane. The president sighed. You are a suspicious man, Matson, and perhaps you are right. But it doesn't matter what you believe, or what I believe for that matter. This government has decided to accept the help the Aslans are so graciously offering. And until the reverse is proven, we must accept the fact that the Starmen are altruists, and work with them on that basis. You will organize your office along those lines, and extract every gram of information that you can. Even you must admit that they have knowledge that will improve our American way of life. Matson shook his head doggedly. I'm afraid, sir, if you expect Aslan science to improve the American way of life, you are going to be disappointed. It might promote an Aslan way of life, but the reverse is hardly possible. It's not my decision, the president said. My hands are tied. Congress voted for the deal by acclamation early this morning. I couldn't veto it even if I wanted to. I cannot cooperate in what I believe is our destruction, Matson said in a flat voice. Then you have only one course, the president said. I will be forced to accept your resignation. He sighed wearily. Personally, I think you're making a mistake. Think it over before you decide. You're a good man, and Lord knows the government can use good men. There are far too many fools in politics. He shrugged and stood up. The interview was over. Matson returned to his offices, filled with said that the Starmen were exactly what they claimed to be. Their every action proved it. Their consistency was perfect, their motives unimpeachable, and the results of their efforts were astounding. Life on Earth was becoming pleasant for millions who never knew the meaning of the word. Living standards improved, and everywhere men were conscious of a feeling of warmth and brotherhood. There was no question that the aliens were doing exactly what they promised. But reason also told him that the aliens were subtly and methodically destroying everything that man had created, turning him from an individual into a satisfied puppet operated by Aslan strings. For man is essentially lazy, always searching for the easier way. Why should he struggle to find an answer when the Aslans had discovered it millennia ago and were perfectly willing to share their knowledge? Why should he use inept human devices when those of the aliens performed similar operations with infinitely more ease and efficiency? Why should he work when all he had to do was ask? There was plan behind their acts. But at that point, reason dissolved into pure speculation. Why were they doing this? Was it merely mistaken kindliness, or was there a deeper, more subtle motive? Matson didn't know, and in that lack of knowledge lay the hell in which he struggled. For 2 years, he stayed on with the OSR, watching humanity rush down an unmarked road to an uncertain future. Then he ran away. He could take no more of this blind dependence upon alien wisdom. And with the change in administration that had occurred in the fall elections, he no longer had the sense of personal loyalty to the president which had kept him working at a job he despised. He wanted no part of this brave new world the aliens were creating. He wanted to be alone. Like a hermit of ancient times who abandoned society to seek his soul, Matson fled to the desert country of the southwest, as far as possible from the Aslans and their works. The grimly beautiful land toughened his muscles, blackened his skin, and brought him a measure of peace. Humanity retreated to remoteness, except for Seth Winters, a leathery old-timer he had met on his first trip into the desert. The acquaintance had ripened to friendship. Seth furnished a knowledge of the desert country which Matson lacked, and Matson's money provided the occasional grub stake they needed. For weeks at a time they never saw another human, and Matson was satisfied. The world could go its own way, he would go his. Running away was the smartest thing he could have done. Others, more brave perhaps, or perhaps less rational, had tried to fight, to form an underground movement to oppose these altruists from space. But they were a tiny minority, so divided in motives and purpose that they could not act as a unit. They were never more than a nuisance, and without popular support they never had a chance. After the failure of a complicated plot to assassinate the aliens, they were quickly rounded up and confined, and the aliens continued their work. Matson shrugged. It was funny how little things could mark mileposts in a man's life. If he had known of the underground, he probably would have joined it and suffered the same penalty for failure. If he hadn't fled, if he hadn't met Seth Winters, if he hadn't taken that last trip into the desert, if any one of 100 little things had happened differently, he would not be here. That last trip into the desert. He remembered it as though it were yesterday. The yellow flare of a greasewood fire cast flickering spears of light into the encircling darkness. Above, in the purplish-black vault of the moonless sky, the stars shone down with icy splendor. The air was quiet. The evening breeze had died, and the stillness of the desert night pressed softly upon the earth. Far away, muted by distance, came the ululating wail of a coyote. Seth Winters laid another stick of quick-burning greasewood on the fire and squinted across the smoke at Matson, who was lying on his back, arms crossed behind his head, eyeing the night sky with the fascination of a dreamer. "It's certainly peaceful out here," Matson murmured as he rose to his feet, stretched, and sat down again, looking into the tiny fire. "'Tain't nothing unusual, Dan'l. Not out here, it ain't. It's been plumb peaceful on this here desert nigh unto 1,000,000 years. And why is it peaceful? Mainly 'cause there ain't too many humans messing around in it." "Possibly you're right, Seth." "Sure I'm right. It just ain't natural for a bunch of homo sapes to get together without an argument starting somewhere. 'Tain't the nature of the critter to be peaceful. And you know, that's the part of this here sweetness and light between nations that bothers me. Last time I was in Prescott, I sat down and read 6 months of newspapers, and everything's just too damn good to be true. Seems like everybody's getting to love everybody else." He shook his head. "The whole world's as sticky sweet as molasses candy. It just ain't natural." "The Starmen are keeping their word. They said they would bring us peace. Isn't that what they're doing?" "Shucks, Dan'l. That don't give 'em no call to make the world a blasted honeypot with everybody bubbling over with brotherly love. There ain't no real excitement left. Even the commies ain't raising hell like they used to. People are getting more like a bunch of damn woolies every day." "I'll admit that mankind had herd instincts," Matson replied lazily. "But I've never thought of them as particularly sheep-like. More like a wolf pack, I'd say." "Well, there's nothing wolf-like about 'em right now. Look, Dan'l, you know what a wolf pack's like. They're smart, tough, and mean, and the old boss wolf is the smartest, toughest, meanest critter in the whole pack. The others respect him 'cause he's proved his ability to lead. But take a sheep flock now. The bellwether is just a nice, gentle old castrate that'll do just what the sheep herder wants. He's got no originality. He's just a noise that the rest foller." "Could be. It sure is. Just for instance, and speaking of bellwethers, have you ever heard of a character called Throckmorton Bixby?" "Can't say I have. He sounds like a Nance." "Whatever a Nance is, he's it. But you're talking about our next president, unless all the prophets are wrong. He's just as bad as his name. Of all the gutless wonders I've ever heard of, that pilgrim takes the prize. He even looks like a rabbit." "I can see where I had better catch up on some contemporary history," Matson said. "I've been out in the sticks too long." "If you know what's good for you, you'll stay here. The rest of the country's going to hell. Brother Bixby's just a sample. About the only thing that'd recommend him is that he's hot for peace, and he's got those foreigners' blessing. Seems like those freaks swing a lot of weight nowadays, and they ain't shy about telling folks who and what they favor. They've got bold as brass this past year." Matson nodded idly, then stiffened, turning a wide-eyed stare on Seth. A blinding light exploded in his brain as the words sank in. With crystal clarity, he knew the answer. He laughed harshly. Winter stared at him with mild surprise. "What's bit you, Dal?" But Matson was completely oblivious, busily buttressing the flash of inspiration. Sure, that was the only thing it could be. Those aliens were working on a program, one that was grimly recognizable once his attention was focused on it. There must have been considerable pressure to make them move so fast that a short-lived human could see what they were planning, but Matson had a good idea of what was driving them. An atomic war that could decimate the world would be all the spur they'd need. They weren't playing for penny-ante stakes. They didn't want to exploit mankind. They didn't give a damn about mankind. To them, humanity was merely an unavoidable nuisance, something to be pushed aside, to be made harmless and dependent, and ultimately to be quietly and bloodlessly eliminated. Man's civilization held nothing that the Starmen wanted, but man's planet, that was a different story. Truly, the aliens were right when they considered man a savage. Like a savage, man didn't realize his most valuable possession was his land. The peaceful penetration was what had fooled him. Mankind, faced with a similar situation and working from a position of overwhelming strength, would have reacted differently. Humanity would have invaded and conquered, but the aliens had not even considered this obvious step. Why? The answer was simple and logical. They couldn't. Even though their technology was advanced enough to exterminate man with little or no loss to themselves, combat and slaughter must be repulsive to them. It had to be. With their telepathic minds, they would necessarily have a pathological horror of suffering. They were so highly evolved that they simply couldn't fight, at least not with weapons of humanity, but they could use the subtler weapon of altruism. And even more important, uncontrolled emotions were poison to them. In fact, Ixtal had admitted it back in Seattle. The primitive psi waves of humanity's hates, lusts, fears, and exultations must be unbearable torture to a race long past such animal outbursts. That must be, why they were moving so fast. For their own safety, emotion had to be damped out of the human race. Matson had a faint conception of what the aliens must have suffered when they first surveyed that crowd at International Airport. No wonder they looked so strangely immobile at that first contact. The raw emotion must have nearly killed them. He felt a reluctant stir of admiration for their courage, for the dedicated bravery needed to face that crowd and establish a beachhead of tranquility. Those first few minutes must have had compressed in them the agonies of a lifetime. Matson grinned coldly. The aliens were not invulnerable. If mankind could be taught to fear and hate them, and if that emotion could be focused, they never again would try to take this world. It would be sheer suicide. As long as mankind kept its emotions, it would be safe from this sort of invasion. But the problem was to teach mankind to fear and hate. Shock would do it, but how could that shock be applied? The thought led inevitably to the only possible conclusion. The aliens would have to be killed, and in such a manner as to make humanity fear retaliation from the stars. Fear would unite men against a possible invasion, and fear would force men to reach for the stars to forestall retribution. Matson grinned thinly. Human nature couldn't have changed much these past years. Even with master psychologists like the Aslans operating upon it, changes in emotional pattern would require generations. He sighed, looked into the anxious face of Seth Winters, and returned to the reality of the desert night. His course was set. He knew what he had to do. He laid the rifle across his knees and opened the little leather box sewn to the side of the gun case. With precise, careful movements, he removed the silencer and fitted it to the threaded muzzle of the gun. The bulky blue excrescence changed the rifle from a thing of beauty to one of murder. He looked at it distastefully, then shrugged and stretched out on the mattress, easing the ugly muzzle through the hole in the brickwork. It wouldn't be long now. He glanced upward through the window above him at the Weather Bureau instruments atop a nearby building. The metal cups of the anemometer hung motionless against the metallic blue of the sky. No wind stirred in the deep canyons of the city streets as the sun climbed in blazing splendor above the towering buildings. He moved a trifle, shifting the muzzle of the gun until it bore upon the sidewalks. The telescopic sight picked out faces from the waiting crowd with a crystal clarity. Everywhere was the same sheep-like placidity. He shuddered, the sights jumping crazily from one face to another, wondering if he had misjudged his race, if he had really come too late, if he had underestimated the powers of the Aslands. Far down the avenue, an excited hum came to his ears, and the watching crowd stirred. Faces lighted, and Matson sighed. He was not wrong. Emotion was only suppressed, not vanished. There was still time. The aliens were coming to cap the climax of their pioneer work, to drive the first nail in humanity's coffin. For the first time in history, man's dream of the brotherhood of man was close to reality. And he was about to destroy it. The irony bit into Matson's soul, and for a moment he hesitated, feeling the wave of tolerance and goodwill rising from the street below. Did he have the right to destroy man's dream? Did he dare tamper with the will of the world? Had he the right to play God? The parade came slowly down the kaleidoscope of color and movement that approached and went past in successive waves and masses. This was a gala day, this eve of world union. The insignia of the UN was everywhere. The aliens had used the organization to further their plans, and it was now all-powerful. A solid bank of UN flags led the van of delegates, smiling and swathed in formal dress, sitting erect in their black official cars draped with the flags of native lands that would soon be furled forever if the aliens had their way. And behind them came the Aslands. They rode together, standing on a pure white float, a bar of dazzling white in a sea of color. All equal, their inhumanly beautiful faces calm and remote, the Aslands rode through the joyful crowd. There was something inspiring about the sight, and for a moment Matson felt a wave of revulsion sweep through him. He sighed and thumbed the safety to off, pulled the cocking lever, and slid the first cartridge into the breech. He settled himself, drawing a breath of air into his lungs, letting a little dribble out through the slack lips, catching the remainder of the exhalation with closed glasses. One of the aliens crouched on the float, his four-fingered hands pressed against a smoking hole in his metal tunic. The smoke thickened, and a yellowish ichor poured out, bursting into flame on contact with the air. The fifth alien, Ixtal, was untouched, standing with hands wide stretched in a gesture that at once held command and appeal. Matson reloaded quickly, but held his fire. The swarming crowd surrounding the alien was too thick for a clear shot, and Matson, with sudden revulsion, was unwilling to risk further murder in a cause already won. The tall silver figure of the alien winced and shuddered, his huge body shaking like a leaf in a storm. His builders had never designed him to withstand the barrage of focused emotion that was sweeping from the crowd. Terror, shock, sympathy, hate, loathing, grief, and disillusionment. The incredible gamut of human feelings wrenched and tore at the Aztlan, shorting delicate circuits, ripping the poised balance of his being as the violent discordant blasts lanced through him with destroying energy. Ixtal's classic features twisted in a spasm of inconceivable agony. A thin curl of smoke drifted from his distorted tragic mask of a mouth as he crumpled, a pitiful, deflated figure against the whiteness of the float. The cries of fear and horror changed their note as the alien's true nature dawned upon the crowd. Pride of flesh recoiled as the swarming humans realized the facts. Revulsion at being led by machines swelled into raw red rage. The mob madness spread as an ominous growl began rising from the streets. A panicky policeman triggered it, firing his Aslan-built shock tube into the forefront of the mob. A dozen men fell, to be trampled by their neighbors as a swarm of men and women poured over the struggling officer and buried him from sight. Like wildfire, pent-up emotions blazed out in a flame of fury. The parade vanished, sucked into the maelstrom and torn apart. Fists flew, flesh tore, men and women screamed in high, bitter agony as the mob clawed and trampled in a surging press of writhing forms that filled the street from one line of buildings to the other. Half mad with triumph, drunk with victory, shocked at the terrible form that death had taken in coming to Ixtal, Matson raised his clenched hands to the sky and screamed in a raw, inhuman voice, a cry in which all of man's violence and pride were blended. The spasm passed as quickly as it came, and with its passing came exhaustion. The job was done. The aliens were destroyed. Tomorrow would bring reaction, and with it would come fear. Tomorrow or the next day, man would hammer out a true world union, spurred by the thought of a retribution that would never come. Yet all that didn't matter. The important thing, the only important thing, was preserved. Mankind would have to unite for survival, or so men would think, and he would never disillusion them. For this was man's world, and men were again free to work out their own destiny for better or for worse without interference and without help. The golden dream was over. Man might fail, but if he did, he would fail on his own terms. And if he succeeded— Matson looked up grimly at the shining sky. Slowly, he rose to his feet and descended to the raging street below. The end of Assassin by Jesse Bone. One of the aliens crouched on the float, his four-fingered hands pressed against a smoking hole in his metal tunic. The smoke thickened, and a yellowish ichor poured out, bursting into flame on contact with the air. The fifth alien, Ixtal, was untouched, standing with hands wide stretched in a gesture that at once held command and appeal. Matson reloaded quickly, but held his fire. The swarming crowd surrounding the alien was too thick for a clear shot, and Matson, with sudden revulsion, was unwilling to risk further murder in a cause already won. The tall silver figure of the alien winced and shuddered, his huge body shaking like a leaf in a storm. His builders had never designed him to withstand the barrage of focused emotion that was sweeping from the crowd. Terror, shock, sympathy, hate, loathing, grief, and disillusionment. The incredible gamut of human feelings wrenched and tore at the Aztlan, shorting delicate circuits, ripping the poised balance of his being as the violent discordant blasts lanced through him with destroying energy. Ixtal's classic features twisted in a spasm of inconceivable agony. A thin curl of smoke drifted from his distorted tragic mask of a mouth as he crumpled, a pitiful, deflated figure against the whiteness of the float. The cries of fear and horror changed their note as the alien's true nature dawned upon the crowd. Pride of flesh recoiled as the swarming humans realized the facts. Revulsion at being led by machines swelled into raw red rage. The mob madness spread as an ominous growl began rising from the streets. A panicky policeman triggered it, firing his Aslan-built shock tube into the forefront of the mob. A dozen men fell, to be trampled by their neighbors as a swarm of men and women poured over the struggling officer and buried him from sight. Like wildfire, pent-up emotions blazed out in a flame of fury. The parade vanished, sucked into the maelstrom and torn apart. Fists flew, flesh tore, men and women screamed in high, bitter agony as the mob clawed and trampled in a surging press of writhing forms that filled the street from one line of buildings to the other. Half mad with triumph, drunk with victory, shocked at the terrible form that death had taken in coming to Ixtal, Matson raised his clenched hands to the sky and screamed in a raw, inhuman voice, a cry in which all of man's violence and pride were blended. The spasm passed as quickly as it came, and with its passing came exhaustion. The job was done. The aliens were destroyed. Tomorrow would bring reaction, and with it would come fear. Tomorrow or the next day, man would hammer out a true world union, spurred by the thought of a retribution that would never come. Yet all that didn't matter. The important thing, the only important thing, was preserved. Mankind would have to unite for survival, or so men would think, and he would never disillusion them. For this was man's world, and men were again free to work out their own destiny for better or for worse without interference and without help. The golden dream was over. Man might fail, but if he did, he would fail on his own terms. And if he succeeded— Matson looked up grimly at the shining sky. Slowly he rose to his feet and descended to the raging street below. The end of Assassin by Jesse Bone.
The Untouchable by Stephen A. Kallis Jr. The man finally entered the office of General George Garbers. As the door closed behind him, he saw the general, who sprang from his chair to greet him. "Max, you finally came." "Got here as soon as I could. I wager half my time was taken up by the security checkpoints. You are certainly isolated in here." "All of that," agreed the general. "Have a seat, won't you?" he asked, indicating a chair. His friend sank into it gratefully. "Now, what's this vital problem you called me about? You weren't too specific." "No," said Garver, "I wasn't. This is a security matter, after a fashion. It's vitally important that we get technical help on this thing, and since you and I are friends, I was asked to call you in." "Well, I'm afraid I'll have to make a story of it." "Quite all right by me, but don't mind if I interject a question now and then." "Mind if I smoke?" "Go right ahead," said Garvers, fumbling out a lighter. "Just don't spill ashes on the rug." This all began on the 3rd of May. I was working here on some top security stuff. I had suddenly got the feeling of being watched. I know it seemed silly, what with all the checkpoints that a potential spy would have to go through to get here, but that's just how it felt. Several times I glanced around the office, but of course it was empty. Then I began to think it was my nerves. "You always were a bit of a hypochondriac," observed his friend. "Be that as it may," continued Garver, "it was the only explanation I had at the time. Either someone was watching me, which seemed impossible, or I was beginning to crack under the strain. Well, I put my papers away and tried to take a short break. I was reaching into my drawer where I keep magazines when, so help me, a man stepped out of the wall into my office." "What?" "It seems as if you said a guy stepped out of the wall." "That's just what I said. It sounds crazy, but let me finish, will you? I'm not kidding, and I'll show you proof later if necessary. Anyway, this bird stepped straight out of the wall as if it had been a waterfall or something, but the wall itself was undamaged. The only proof that I had he had actually done it was the fact that he was in my office. But that was proof enough. To put it mildly, I was thunderstruck. After jumping to my feet, I could only stand there like an idiot. I was so shaken I couldn't speak a word, but he spoke first. "General Garvers?" he asked, just as if he had run into me at a cocktail party or on the street. I told him he was correct and asked him who he was and what he wanted, and how he got into my office. He identified himself as Harry Bush and explained that he was acting in behalf of a good friend of mine, the late Dr. Hyman Duval. Have you ever heard of Duval, Max? His friend twisted his face in thought. Can't say that I have offhand, but the name seems to ring a bell somewhere. Well, anyway, he said that Duval had perfected an invention of great national importance shortly before his death, and asked Bush to deliver it to the government if anything should happen to him. Then Duval died suddenly of a heart attack. And what was this invention? Isn't it obvious? A machine that would enable a man to walk through walls. And Bush has no idea how the thing works, other than a general explanation that Duval gave him. And Bush was poles apart from Duval. They were friends in college, but not because of professional interests. It seems they were double-crossed by the same girl. Duval was a brilliant but obscure nuclear and radiation physicist. He was one of those once-in-a-lifetime fellows like Tesla. He was so shy that he couldn't bring himself to anybody's attention, save for a few papers he published in smaller physical societies magazines. It was only because he had inherited a considerable amount of money that he could do any research whatsoever. I seem to remember a paper about wave propagation in one of those quarterlies. Quite unorthodox, as I recall, said Max. Could be. Anyway, about Bush. Bush majored in psychology at college, but took special courses after he graduated and took a master's in English. He has written 2 novels and 3 collections of poems under various pen names. At the time of Duval's death, he was working on a libretto of an opera. He has had no technical training, unless you want to count a year of high school general science. So he wasn't too much help in explaining how Duval's instrument works. And just to make matters more juicy, Duval kept no notes. He had total recall and a childlike fear of putting anything into writing that had not been experimentally verified. And this machine, how is it supposed to work? Garvers got up and began to pace. According to Bush, Duval devised the instrument after stumbling into an entirely new branch of physics. This device of Duval's is a special case of a new theory of matter and energy. Matter is made up of subnuclear particles, electrons, protons, and the like. However, Duval says that these particles are in turn made up of much smaller particles grouped together in aggregate clouds. The size ratio of these particles to protons is somewhat like the ratio of an individual proton to a large star. They seem to be composed of tiny clots of energy from a fantastically complex energy system in which electromagnetism is but a small part. Each energy segment is represented by a different facet of each particle, and the arrangement of the individual particles to each other determines what superparticle they will form, such as an electron. Duval called these subparticles limbs. Bush says he was told that a field of special nature could be generated so as to make the individual limbs in the particles of matter rotate in a special way that would introduce a polarization field, as Duval called it. This field seems to be connected somehow with gravity, but Bush wasn't told how. The upshot is that matter in the initial presence of the field is affected so that it is able to pass through ordinary matter. Hold on, interrupted Max. If a device could do that, then the user would immediately fall toward the center of the earth. Just you hold on. You didn't let me finish. A single plane of atoms at the base of the treated object is the point of contact. It remains partically unaffected because of its closeness to the gravitostatic field center, which I guess is the Earth's center of attraction. This plane of semi-treated atoms can be forced through an object if it is moved horizontal, but its untreated aspect prevents the subject wearing the device from falling through the floor. Bush demonstrated this device to me, turning it on and strolling through various objects in this room. Think of it. No soldier could be killed or held prisoner, and hang on now, objected Max. let's not run away with ourselves. He may have perfected a device which would enable a soldier to avoid capture, but there would certainly be other ways to kill him than by bullets. Let's see now. Suppose that the enemy shot a flamethrower at him. The burning material might pass through him, but he would be cooked anyway. Or poison gas. As far as gas goes, I suppose a gas mask would be necessary. Bush doesn't know about the breathing mechanism, except that he had to take breaths. But as far as fire or radiation goes, the man's protected. If the radiation is either harmful by nature or by amount, the field merely reflects it. It is something called the limbic stress of the field that causes the phenomenon. That's why we need your help. Max scratched his head thoughtfully. I don't understand. Garvers looked pained. When Bush had finished his demonstration, he carelessly tossed the device on my desk. The thing skidded and hit my paperweight so that the switch was thrown on again. So now the device and my desk are both untouchable. Go over to the desk and try to touch it, said Garvers dryly. His friend got up and ambled over to the desk. There he saw a small black box resting near a paperweight. Its toggle switch was at the on position, and it was lying on its side. He tried to pick the box up, but his hand slid effortlessly through it, as if it were so much air. Well, Max said. He passed his hand through the desk again. Well. Are you sure Bush told you everything? Bush. He honestly wants to help, and we have taken him through the mill. Pentothal, scopolamine and the like, hypnotism, and the polygraph. We've dug that man deeper than we have ever dug anybody before. And have you conducted any experiments on your own? Certainly. That's what's so frustrating. We tried to x-ray the thing, but we didn't get a thing. We bombarded it with every radiation we could think of, from radio to gamma, and it just reflected them. We can detect no radiation coming out of it. Magnetic fields don't affect it, nor do heat and cold. Nuclear particles are ignored by it. It just sits there, thumbing its nose at us. And we can't even wait for it to run down. According to Bush, the power requirements of the thing are funny, and once the field is established, it takes no additional energy to maintain it. And the collapsing power remains indefinitely until it is time to turn the machine off. But it's unreachable by any means we have. It's pure frustration. There's no way we can analyze it until we can handle it. And there's no way we can handle it until we can turn it off. And there's no way to turn it off until we have analyzed it. If it were alive, I think it was laughing at us. Do you have any ideas? Asked Garver hopefully. Nothing that would help a solution at the present, said Max. Do you remember the legend of King Tantalus? Slightly. What about it? Well, if he were here, said Max thoughtfully, he'd sympathize. The End of The Untouchable by Stephen A. Kallis Jr.
The Tachypomp by Edward Page Mitchell. Read by Ben Tucker. The Tachypomp by Edward Page Mitchell. A mathematical demonstration. There was nothing mysterious about Professor Surd's dislike for me. I was the only poor mathematician in an exceptionally mathematical class. The old gentleman sought the lecture room every morning with eagerness and left reluctantly. For was it not a thing of joy to find 70 young men who, individually and collectively, preferred X to XX, who had rather differentiate than dissipate, and for whom the limbs of the heavenly bodies had more attractions than those of earthly stars upon the spectacular stage? So affairs went on swimmingly between the professor of mathematics and the junior class at Polyp University. In every man of the 70, the sage saw the logarithm of a possible Laplace, of a Sturm, or of a Newton. It was a delightful task for him to lead them through the pleasant valleys of conic sections and beside the still waters of the integral calculus. Figuratively speaking, his problem was not a hard one. He had only to manipulate and eliminate, and to raise to a higher power, and the triumphant result of examination day was assured.
But I was a disturbing element, a perplexing unknown quantity which had somehow crept into the work, and which seriously threatened to impair the accuracy of his calculations. It was a touching sight to behold the venerable mathematician as he pleaded with me not so utterly to disregard precedent in the use of cotangents, or as he urged, with eyes almost tearful, that ordinates were dangerous things to trifle with. All in vain. More theorems went on to my cuff than into my head. Never did chalk do so much work to so little purpose, and therefore it came that Furnace Second was reduced to 0 in Professor Surd's estimation. He looked upon me with all the horror which an unalgebraic nature could inspire. I have seen the professor walk around an entire square rather than meet the man who had no mathematics in his soul. For Furnace Second were no invitations to Professor Surd's house. 70 of the class supped in delegations around the periphery of the professor's tea table. The 71st knew nothing of the charms of that perfect ellipse, with its twin bunches of fuchsias and geraniums in gorgeous precision at the two foci. This, unfortunately enough, was no trifling deprivation. Not that I longed especially for segments of Mrs. Surd's justly celebrated lemon pies. Not that the spheroidal damsons of her excellent preserving had any marked allurements. Not even that I yearned to hear the professor's jocose table talk about binomials and chatty illustrations of abstruse paradoxes. The explanation is far different. Professor Surd had a daughter. 20 years before, he made a proposition of marriage to the present Mrs. S. He added a little corollary to his proposition not long after. The corollary was a girl. Abscissa Surd was as perfectly symmetrical as Giotto's circle, and as pure withal as the mathematics her father taught. It was just when spring was coming to extract the roots of frozen-up vegetation that I fell in love with the corollary. That she herself was not indifferent, I soon had reason to regard as a self-evident truth. The sagacious reader will already recognize nearly all the elements necessary to a well-ordered plot. We have introduced a heroine, inferred a hero, and constructed a hostile parent after the most approved model. A movement for the story, a deus ex machina, is alone lacking. With considerable satisfaction, I can promise a perfect novelty in this line, a deus ex machina never before offered to the public. It would be discounting ordinary intelligence to say that I sought with unwearying assiduity to figure my way into the stern father's goodwill, that never did dullard apply himself to mathematics more patiently than I. That never did faithfulness achieve such meager reward. Then I engaged a private tutor. His instructions met with no better success. My tutor's name was Jean-Marie Rivarol. His name was a unique Alsatian, though Gaelic in name, thoroughly Teuton in nature. By birth a Frenchman, by education a German. His age was 30, his profession omniscience. The wolf at his door, poverty. The skeleton in his closet, a consuming but unrequited passion. The most recondite principles of practical science were his toys, the deepest intricacies of abstract science his diversions. Problems which were foreordained mysteries to me were to him as clear as Tahoe water. Perhaps this very fact will explain our lack of success in the relation of tutor and pupil. Perhaps the failure is alone due to my own unmitigated stupidity. Rivarol had hung about the skirts of the university for several years, supplying his few wants by writing for scientific journals, or by giving assistance to students who, like myself, were characterized by a plethora of purse and a paucity of ideas, cooking, studying, and sleeping in his attic lodgings, and prosecuting queer experiments all by himself. We were not long discovering that even this eccentric genius could not transplant brains into my deficient skull. I gave over the struggle in despair. An unhappy year dragged its slow length around. A gloomy year it was, brightened only by occasional interviews with Abscissa, the abbey of my thoughts and dreams. Commencement day was coming on apace. I was soon to go forth with the rest of my class to astonish and delight a waiting world. The professor seemed to avoid me more than ever. Nothing but the conventionalities, I think, kept him from shaping his treatment of me on the basis of unconcealed disgust. At last, in the very recklessness of despair, I resolved to see him, plead with him, threaten him if need be, and risk all my fortunes on one desperate chance. I wrote him a somewhat defiant letter, stating my aspirations, and, as I flattered myself, shrewdly giving him a week to get over the first shock of horrified surprise. Then I was to call and learn my fate. During the week of suspense, I nearly worried myself into a fever. It was first crazy hope, and then saner despair. On Friday evening, when I presented myself at the professor's door, I was such a haggard, sleepy, dragged-out spectre that even Miss Jocasta, the harsh-favored maiden sister of the Surds, admitted me with a commiserate regard and suggested pennyroyal tea. Professor Surd was at a faculty meeting. Would I wait? Yes, till all was blue if need be. Miss Abby? Abscissa has gone to Wilborough to visit a school friend. The aged maiden hoped I would make myself comfortable, and departed to the unknown haunts which knew Jocasta's daily walk. Comfortable, but I settled myself in a great uneasy chair and waited, with the contradictory spirit common to such junctures, dreading every step lest it should herald the man whom, of all men, I wished to see. I had been there at least an hour and was growing right drowsy. At length Professor Surd came in. He sat down in the dusk opposite me, and I thought his eyes glinted with malignant pleasure as he said abruptly, "So, young man, you think you are a fit husband for my girl?" I stammered some inanity about making up in affection what I lacked in merit. About my expectations, family, and the like. He quickly interrupted me. "You misapprehend me, sir. Your nature is destitute of those mathematical perceptions and acquirements which are the only sure foundations of character. You have no mathematics in you. You are fit for treason, stratagems, and spoils. Shakespeare. Your narrow intellect cannot understand and appreciate a generous mind. There is all the difference between you and a Surd, if I may say it, which intervenes between an infinitesimal and an infinite. Why, I will even venture to say that you do not comprehend the problem of the couriers." I admitted that the problem of the couriers should be classed rather without my list of accomplishments than within it. I regretted this fault very deeply and suggested amendment. I faintly hoped that my fortune would be such money, he impatiently exclaimed. "Do you seek to bribe a Roman senator with a penny whistle? Why, boy, do you parade your paltry wealth, which, expressed in mills, will not cover 10 decimal places before the eyes of a man who measures the planets in their orbits and close crowds infinity itself?" I hastily disclaimed any intention of obtruding my foolish dollars, and he went on, "Your letter surprised me not a little. I thought you would be the last person in the world to presume to an alliance here. But having a regard for you personally," and again I saw malice twinkle in his small eyes, "and still more regard for Abscissa's happiness, I've decided that you shall have her, upon conditions. Upon conditions," he repeated with a half-smothered sneer. "What are they?" cried I, eager enough. "Only name them." "Well, sir," he continued, and the deliberation of his speech seemed the very refinement of cruelty, "you have only to prove yourself worthy an alliance with a mathematical family. You have only to accomplish a task which I shall presently give you. Your eyes ask me what it is. I will tell you. Distinguish yourself in that noble branch of abstract science, in which you cannot but acknowledge you are at present sadly deficient. I will place Abscissa's hand in yours whenever you shall come before me and square the circle to my satisfaction. No, that is too easy a condition. I should cheat myself. Say, perpetual motion. How do you like that? Do you think it lies within the range of your mental capabilities? You don't smile. Perhaps your talents don't run in the way of perpetual motion. Several people have found that theirs didn't. I'll give you another chance. We were speaking of the problem of the couriers, and I think you expressed a desire to know more of that ingenious question. You shall have the opportunity. Sit down some day, when you have nothing else to do, and discover the principle of infinite speed. I mean the law of motion which shall accomplish an infinitely great distance in an infinitely short time. You may mix in a little practical mechanics if you choose. Invent some method of taking the tardy courier over his road at the rate of 60 miles a minute. Demonstrate me this discovery when you have made it, mathematically, and approximate it practically, and Abscissa is yours. Until you can, I will thank you to trouble neither myself nor her." I could stand his mocking no longer. I stumbled mechanically out of the room and out of the house. I even forgot my hat and gloves. For an hour I walked in the moonlight. Gradually I succeeded to a more hopeful frame of mind. This was due to my ignorance of mathematics. Had I understood the real meaning of what he asked, I should have been utterly despondent. Perhaps this problem of 60 miles a minute was not so impossible after all. At any rate, I could attempt, though I might not succeed, and Riverroll came to my mind. I would ask him. I would enlist his knowledge to accompany my own devoted perseverance. I sought his lodgings at once. The man of science lived in the 4th story back. I had never been in his room before. When I entered, he was in the act of filling a beer mug from a carboy labeled Aqua Fortis. "Seat you," he said. "No, not in that chair. That is my petty cash adjuster." But he was a second too late. I'd carelessly thrown myself into a chair of seductive appearance. To my utter amazement, it reached out 2 skeleton arms and clutched me with a grasp against which I struggled in vain. Then a skull stretched itself over my shoulder and grinned with ghastly familiarity close to my face. Riverroll came to my aid with many apologies. He touched a spring somewhere, and the petty cash adjuster relaxed its horrid hold. I placed myself gingerly in a plain cane-bottomed rocking chair, which Riverroll assured me was a safe location. "That seat," he said, "is an arrangement upon which I must felicitate myself. I made it at Heidelberg. It has saved me a vast deal of small annoyance. I consign to its embraces the friends who bore, and the visitors who exasperate me. But it is never so useful as when terrifying some tradesman with an insignificant account, hence the pet name which I have facetiously given it. They are invariably too glad to purchase release at the price of a bill receipted. Do you well apprehend the idea?" While the Alsatian diluted his glass of aqua fortis, shook it into an infusion of bitters, and tossed off the bumper with apparent relish, I had time to look around the strange apartment. The 4 corners of the room were occupied respectively by a turning lathe, a Ruhmkorff coil, a small steam engine, and an orrery in stately motion. Tables, shelves, chairs, and floor supported an odd aggregation of tools, retorts, chemicals, gas receivers, philosophical instruments, boots, flasks, paper collar boxes, books, diminutive and books of preposterous size. There were plaster busts of Aristotle, Archimedes, and Comte, while a great drowsy owl was blinking away perched on the benign brow of Martin Farquhar Tupper. "He always roosts there when he proposes to slumber," explained my tutor. "You're a bird of no ordinary mind. Schlafen Sie wohl." Through a closed door half open, I could see a human-like form covered with a sheet. Riverroll caught my glance. "That," said he, "will be my masterpiece. It is a microcosm, an asteroid, as yet only partially complete. And why not? Albertus Magnus constructed an image perfect to talk metaphysics and confute the schools. So did Sylvester II. So did Robertus Greathead. Roger Bacon made a brazen head that held discourses. But the first named of these came to destruction. Thomas Aquinas got wrathful at some of his syllogisms and smashed its head. The idea is reasonable enough. Mental action will yet be reduced to laws as definite as those which govern the physical. Why should not I accomplish a mannequin which shall preach as original discourses as the Reverend Dr. Alchin, or talk poetry as mechanically as Paul Anapest? My android can already work problems in vulgar fractions and compose sonnets. I hope to teach it the positive philosophy. Out of the bewildering confusion of his effects, Riverroll produced 2 pipes and filled them. He handed one to me. "And here," he said, "I live and am tolerably comfortable. When my coat wears out at the elbows, I seek the tailor and am measured for another. When I am hungry, I promenade myself to the butcher's and bring home a pound or so of steak, which I cook very nicely in 3 seconds by this oxyhydron flame. Thirsty, perhaps, I send for a carboy of aqua fortis. But I have it charged, all charged. My spirit is above any small pecuniary transaction. I loathe your dirty greenbacks and never handle what they call scrip." "But are you never pestered with bills?" I asked. "Don't the creditors worry your life out?" "Creditors!" gasped Riverroll. "I have learned no such word in your very admirable language. He who will allow his soul to be vexed by creditors is a relic of an imperfect civilization. Of what use is science if it cannot avail a man who has accounts current? Listen, the moment you or anyone else enters the outside door, this little electric bell sounds me warning. Every successive step on Mrs. Grimler's staircase is a spy and informer vigilant for my benefit. The first step is trod upon. That trusty first step immediately telegraphs your weight. Nothing could be simpler. It is exactly like any platform scale. The weight is registered up here upon this dial. The second step records the size of my visitor's feet. The third, his height. The fourth, his complexion, and so on. By the time he reaches the top of the first flight, I have a pretty accurate description of him right here at my elbow, and quite a margin of time for deliberation and action. Do you follow me? It is plain enough. Only the ABC of my science." "I see all that," I said, "but I don't see how it helps you any. The knowledge that a creditor is coming won't pay his bill. You can't escape unless you jump out the window." Riverroll laughed softly. "I will tell you. You shall see what becomes of any poor devil who goes to demand money of me. Of a man of science. It pleases me. I was 7 weeks perfecting my Dunn suppressor. Did you know," he whispered exultantly, "did you know that there is a hole through the Earth's center? Physicists have long suspected it. I was the first to find it. You have read how Huygens, the Dutch navigator, discovered in Kerguelen's land an abysmal pit which 1,400 fathoms of plumb line failed to sound. Herr Tom, that hole has no bottom. It runs from one surface of the earth to the antipodal surface. It is diametric. But where is the antipodal spot? You stand upon it. I learned this by the merest chance. I was deep digging in Mrs. Grimler's cellar to bury a poor cat I had sacrificed in a galvanic experiment, when the earth under my spade crumbled, caved in, and wonder-stricken I stood upon the brink of a yawning shaft. I dropped a coal hod in. It went down, 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 bounding and rebounding. In 2 hours and a quarter, that coal hod came up again. I caught it and restored it to the angry Grimler. Just think a minute. The coal hod went down, faster and faster, till it reached the center of the earth. There it would stop, were it not for acquired momentum. Beyond the center, its journey was relatively upward, toward the opposite surface of the globe. So, losing velocity, it went slower and slower till it reached that surface. Here it came to rest for a second, and then fell back again, 8,000-odd miles into my hands. Had I not interfered with it, it would have repeated its journey, time after time, each trip of shorter extent, like the diminishing oscillations of a pendulum, till it finally came to eternal rest at the center of the sphere. I am not slow to give a practical application to any such grand discovery. My Dunn suppressor was born of it, a trap just outside my chamber door, a spring in here, a creditor on the trap. Need I say more? But isn't it a trifle inhuman, I mildly suggested, plunging an unhappy being into a perpetual journey to and from Kerguelen's land without a moment's warning? I give them the chance when they come up the first time. I wait at the mouth of the shaft with a rope in hand. If they are reasonable and will come to terms, I fling them the line. If they perish, 'tis their own fault. Only, he added with a melancholy smile, the center is getting so plugged up with creditors that I am afraid there soon will be no choice whatever for him. By this time I had conceived a high opinion of my tutor's ability. If anybody could send me waltzing through space at an infinite speed, Riverol could do it. I filled my pipe and told him the story. He heard with grave and patient attention. Then, for full half an hour, he whiffed away in silence. Finally, he spoke. The ancient cipher has overreached himself. He has given you a choice of 2 problems, both of which he deems insoluble. Neither of them is insoluble. The only gleam of intelligence old Cotangent showed was when he said that squaring the circle was too easy. He was right. It would have given you your Liebchen in 5 minutes. I squared the circle before I discarded Pantelitz. I will show you the work, but it would be a digression, and you are in no mood for digressions. Our first chance, therefore, lies in perpetual motion. Now, my good friend, I will frankly tell you that, although I have compassed this interesting problem, I do not choose to use it in your behalf. I, too, Herr Tom, have a heart. The loveliest of her sex frowns upon me. Here somewhere, mature charms are not for Jean-Marie Rivarol. She has cruelly said that her years demand of me filial rather than connubial regard. Is love a matter of years or of eternity? This question did I put to the cold yet lovely Jocasta. Jocasta, sir? I remarked in surprise. Abscissa's aunt? The same, he said sadly. I will not attempt to conceal that upon the maiden Jocasta, my maiden heart has been bestowed. Give me your hand, my nephew, in affliction as in affection. Riverol dashed away a non-discreditable tear and resumed. My only hope lies in this discovery of perpetual motion. It will give me the fame, the wealth. Can Jocasta refuse those? If she can, there is only the trap door and Kerguelen's land. I bashfully asked to see the perpetual motion machine. My uncle, in affliction, shook his head. At another time, he said. Suffice it at present to say that it is something upon the principle of a woman's tongue. But you see now why we must turn, in your case, to the alternative condition, infinite speed. There are several ways in which this may be accomplished theoretically. By the lever, for instance. Imagine a lever with a very long and very short arm. Apply power to the shorter arm, which will move it with great velocity. The end of the long arm will move much faster. Now keep shortening the short arm and lengthening the long one, and as you approach infinity in their difference of length, you approach infinity in the speed of the long arm. It would be difficult to demonstrate this practically to the professor. We must seek another solution. Jean-Marie will meditate. Come to me in a fortnight. Good night. But Stop. Have you the money, das Geld? Much more than I need. Good. Let us strike hands. Gold and knowledge, science and love. What may not such a partnership achieve? We go to conquer the Absissa. Verwarts. When at the end of a fortnight I sought Riverroll's chamber, I passed with trepidation over the terminus of the airline to Kerguelen's land, and evaded the extended arms of the petty cash adjuster. Riverroll drew a mug of ale for me, and filled himself a tort of his own peculiar beverage. Come, he said at length, let us drink success to the Tachypomp. The Tachypomp? Yes, why not? Taku, quickly, and Pimpo, Pepompa, to send. May it send you quickly to your wedding day. Absissa is yours. It is done. When shall we start for the prairies? Where is it? I asked, looking in vain around the room for any contrivance which might seem calculated to advance matrimonial prospects. It is here, and he gave his forehead a significant tap. Then he held forth didactically. There is force enough in existence to yield us a speed of 60 miles a minute, or even more. All we need is the knowledge how to combine and apply it. The wise man will not attempt to make some great force yield some great speed. He will keep adding the little force to the little force, making each little force yield its little speed, until an aggregate of little forces shall be a great force, yielding an aggregate of little speeds, a great speed. The difficulty is not in aggregating the forces. It lies in the corresponding aggregation of the speeds. One musket ball will go, say, a mile. It is not hard to increase the force of muskets to 1,000. Yet the 1,000 musket balls will go no further, and no faster than the one. You see, then, where our trouble lies. We cannot readily add speed to speed as we add force to force. My discovery is simply the utilization of a principle which extorts an increment of speed from each increment of power. But this is the metaphysics of physics. Let us be practical or nothing. When you have walked forward on a moving train from the rear car toward the engine, did you ever think what you were really doing? Why, yes, I have generally been going to the smoking car to have a cigar. Tut, not that. I mean, did it ever occur to you on such an occasion that absolutely you were moving faster than the train? The train passes the telegraph poles at the rate of 30 miles an hour, say. You walk toward the smoking car at the rate of 4 miles an hour. Then you pass the telegraph poles at the rate of 34 miles. Your absolute speed is the speed of the engine plus the speed of your own locomotion. Do you follow me? I began to get an inkling of his meaning and told him so. Very well, let us advance a step. Your addition to the speed of the engine is trivial, and the space in which you can exercise it limited. Now suppose 2 stations, A and B, 2 miles distant by the track. Imagine a train of platform cars, the last car resting at station A. The train is a mile long, say. The engine is therefore within a mile of station B. Say the train can move a mile in 10 minutes. The last car, having 2 miles to go, would reach B in 20 minutes, but the engine, a mile ahead, would get there in 10. You jump on the last car at A in a prodigious hurry to reach Absissa, who is at B. If you stay on the last car, it will be 20 long minutes before you see her, but the engine reaches B and the fair lady in 10. You will be a stupid reasoner and an indifferent lover if you don't put for the engine over those platform cars as fast as your legs will carry you. You can run a mile the length of the train in 10 minutes. Therefore, you reach Absissa when the engine does, or in 10 minutes. 10 minutes sooner than if you had lazily sat down upon the rear car and talked politics with the brakeman. You have diminished the time by 1/2. You have added your speed to that of the locomotive to some purpose. Nicht wahr? I saw it perfectly, much plainer, perhaps, for his putting in the clause about Absissa. He continued. This illustration, though a slow one, leads up to a principle which may be carried to any extent. Our first anxiety will be to spare your legs and wind. Let us suppose that the 2 miles of track are perfectly straight and make our train one platform car a mile long, with parallel rails laid upon its top. Put a little dummy engine on these rails, and let it run to and fro along the platform car while the platform car is pulling along the ground track. Catch the idea? The dummy takes your place, but it can run its mile much faster. Fancy that our locomotive is strong enough to pull the platform car over 2 miles in 2 minutes. The dummy can attain the same speed. When the engine reaches B in 1 minute, the dummy, having gone a mile atop the platform car, reaches B also. We have so combined the speeds of those 2 engines as to accomplish 2 miles in 1 minute. Is this all we can do? Prepare to exercise your imagination. I lit my pipe. Still 2 miles of straight track between A and B. On the track, a long platform car reaching from A to within a quarter of a mile of B. We will now discard ordinary locomotives and adopt as our motive power a series of compact magnetic engines, distributed underneath the platform car all along its length. I don't understand those magnetic engines. Well, each of them consists of a great iron horseshoe, rendered alternately a magnet and not a magnet by intermittent current of electricity from a battery, this current in its turn regulated by clockwork. When the horseshoe is in the circuit, it is a magnet, and it pulls its clapper toward it with enormous power. When it is out of the circuit, the next second, it is not a magnet and it lets the clapper go. The clapper, oscillating to and fro, imparts a rotary motion to a flywheel, which transmits it to the drivers on the rails. Such are our motors. They are no novelty, for trial has proved them practicable. With a magnetic engine for every truck of wheels, we can reasonably expect to move our immense car and to drive it along at a speed, say, of a mile a minute. The forward end, having but a quarter of a mile to go, will reach B in 15 seconds. We will call this platform car number 1. On top of number 1 are laid rails on which another platform car, number 2, a quarter of a mile shorter than number 1, is moved in precisely the same way. Number 2, in its turn, is surmounted by number 3, moving independently of the tiers beneath, and a quarter of a mile shorter than number 2. Number 2 is a mile and a half long. Number 3 is a mile and a quarter. Above, on successive levels, are number 4, a mile long. Number 5, 3/4 of a mile. Number 6, half a mile. Number 7, a quarter of a mile. And number 8, a short passenger car on top of all. Each car moves upon the car beneath it, independently of all the others, at the rate of a mile a minute. Each car has its own magnetic engines. Well, the train being drawn up with the latter end of each car resting against the lofty bumping post at A, Tom Furnace, the gentlemanly conductor, and Jean-Marie Reverol, engineer, mount by a long ladder to the exalted number 8. The complicated mechanism is set in motion. What happens? Number 8 runs a quarter of a mile in 15 seconds and reaches the end of number 7. Meanwhile, number 7 has run a quarter of a mile in the same time and reached the end of number 6. Number 6 a quarter of a mile in 15 seconds and reached the end of number 5. Number 5 the end of number 4. Number 4 of number 3. Number 3 of number 2. Number 2 of number 1. And number 1 in 15 seconds has gone its quarter of a mile along the ground track and has reached station B. All this has been done in 15 seconds. Wherefore, numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 come to rest against the bumping post at B at precisely the same second. We in number 8 reaching B just when number 1 reaches it. In other words, we accomplish 2 miles and 15 seconds. Each of the 8 cars moving at the rate of a mile a minute has contributed a quarter of a mile to our journey and has done its work in 15 seconds. All the 8 did their work at once during the same 15 seconds. Consequently, we have been whizzed through the air at the somewhat startling speed of 7.5 seconds to the mile. This is the Tachypomp. Does it justify the name? Although a little bewildered by the complexity of cars, I apprehended the general principle of the machine. I made a diagram and understood it much better. You have merely improved on the idea of my moving faster than the train when I was going to the smoking car.
Precisely. So far, we have kept within the bounds of the practicable. To satisfy the professor, you can theorize in something after this fashion. If we double the number of cars, thus decreasing by 1/2 the distance which each has to go, we shall attain twice the speed. Each of the 16 cars will have but 1/8 of a mile to go. At the uniform rate we have adopted, the 2 miles can be done in 7.5 instead of 15 seconds. With 32 cars and a 1/16 of a mile, or 20 rods difference in their length, we arrive at the speed of a mile in less than 2 seconds. With 64 cars, each traveling but 10 rods a mile under the second, more than 60 miles a minute. If this isn't rapid enough for the professor, tell him to go on increasing the number of his cars and diminishing the distance each one has to run. If 64 cars yields a speed of a mile inside the second, let him fancy a Tachypomp of 640 cars and amuse himself calculating the rate of car number 640. Just whisper to him that when he has an infinite number of cars with an infinitesimal difference in their lengths, he will have obtained that infinite speed for which he seems to yearn. Then demand abscissa. I wrung my friend's hand in silent and grateful admiration. I could say nothing. You have listened to the man of theory, he said proudly. You shall now behold the practical engineer. We will go to the west of the Mississippi and find some suitable level locality. We will erect thereon a model Tachypomp. We will summon thereunto the professor, his daughter, and why not his fair sister Jocasta as well? we will take them a journey which shall much astonish the venerable Surd. He shall place Abscissa's digits in yours and bless you both with an algebraic formula. Jocasta shall contemplate with wonder the genius of Rivarol. But we have much to do. We must ship to St. Joseph the vast amount of material to be employed in the construction of the Tachypomp. We must engage a small army of workmen to effect that construction, for we are to annihilate time and space. Perhaps you had better see your bankers.
I rushed impetuously to the door. There should be no delay.
Stop! Gott willen! Stop!
Shrieked Rivarol.
I launched my butcher this morning, and I haven't bolted the—
But it was too late. I was upon the trap. It swung open with a crash, and I was plunging down. I felt as if I were falling through illimitable space. I remember wondering as I rushed through the darkness whether I should reach Kerguelen's land or stop at the center. It seemed an eternity. Then my course was suddenly and painfully arrested. I opened my eyes. Around me were the walls of Professor Surd's study. Under me was a hard, unyielding plane which I knew too well was Professor Surd's study floor. Behind me was the black, slippery haircloth chair which had belched me forth much as the whale served Jonah. In front of me stood Professor Surd himself, looking down with a not unpleasant smile.
"Good evening, Mr. Furness. Let me help you up. You look tired, sir. No wonder you fell asleep when I kept you so long waiting. Shall I get you a glass of wine? No? By the way, since receiving your letter, I find that you are a son of my old friend Judge Furness. I have made inquiries and see no reason why I should not make Abscissa a good husband."
Still, I can see no reason why the Tachypomp should not have succeeded. Can you? End of The Tachypomp by Stephen Page Mitchell.